All right, so we are going into the night session on court Arthur Ashe.
Yes.
And that would be with the #1 player in the world, Iga Swiatek, playing against Pavlyuchenkova. Pavlyuchenkova, who is, well, has been playing some great matches. But do you want the good news or the bad news first?
Let's go good news, because I'm in a good mood.
Good news, Pavlyuchenkova cannot do worse than she did. Well, she can equal as bad, but she cannot do worse as she's done the last time she played against Iga. Bad news?
Yes.
Well, she lost 0-0 the last time they played.
That was on clay.
Yeah, doesn't matter. It's still 0-0. Bye-bye. 2 bagels. Here's the bakery still open for Iga.
Oh, my goodness. She does have 1 bagel to her credit here this week so far, and keeps, 1 breadstick as well.
Yeah, she keeps accumulating them. We'll go over those and tell you how many she's had. In the past, I think 2022 was one of the best. 2023 was not bad either, but hey, she's trying to make up, the one that she's missing from 2022, which was the year for Iga Swiatek. 37 victory in a row. That was absolutely ridiculous. She was unstoppable, really, in 2022.
Pavlyuchenkova, on the other hand, 33 years of age, obviously went through that injury-marred season 2022 and then coming back in 2023. You never know at, again, advanced tennis age at 33, what kind of comeback you're going to have. Very impressed to see her drop down to those lower levels to really kind of build up the match strength and right back where she should be in that top 30 discussion. Yeah,
what's amazing about this player is that she's probably the one player that everybody thought at one point she would go into the top 10 with the kind of tennis that she has been displaying throughout her career, but never did. She was 11 in the world. That was when she reached the final at Roland Garros back then. And, since then, she's still awaiting. She's still trying. And you're right, mentioning that injury to her knee, which put her out about 9 months, lost her ranking, was like lower than 300 in the world, did use her special ranking to go back into playing tournaments, but grinded her way back to where she is today, and kudos to her, really.
Yeah, 25 and 18 this year. What's most impressive, again, considering the age and the knee issue a year and a half ago, 14 of those matches going to 3 sets, so she's competent and comfortable in those longer matches. The big question, though, how does she do some damage tonight to Iga Swiatek?
Well, she's going to have to be able to take charge of the point earlier than Iga. She's going to have to maybe win points in 2, 3, or 4 shots. And she can do that because she can't really pull people off the court with the pace that she has. I mean, she is a very powerful baseliner. She can also come in. She has good feel at the net. But against Iga Swiatek, it's all about, okay, can I really be taking care of the point from the get-go as Pavlyuchenkova? Otherwise, Iga is just faster. She's obviously, I think, fitter throughout the match. And, I think the serve is working better. She's worked on that serve a lot. Her service percentage is getting higher and higher as far as, somebody who holds her serve most people on tour. So, yeah, I mean, it's that balance. Let's see what, and you got to forget the 6-love last time.
Yes, you have to try to forget that. That's very...
Good luck.
Well, it's about, in those first couple of games, just kind of settling in and just getting over that hump of 1. And then you can just go from there.
Right, and I actually rewatched the highlights a little bit of the match in Rome when she lost 0-0, and I tell you, she wasn't playing that badly.
Yeah.
That's awful. It's like, in our days when I was playing, everybody was playing like, a top player, let's say playing Chris Evert. They would come out the court and say, hey, how did you do? I said, oh, I played great. So what was the score? 1 and 2. I was like, oh, great, you played really well. That was awesome. That's how you feel. You play great, but you win barely 2 or 3 games.
We are about a minute away from the interviews pre-match for the 2 competitors. You said you didn't do any prep, so I'm going to just throw...
I said I did.
Oh,
Are you kidding? Wow, what am I talking about?
I thought you said didn't.
No,
it sounded like you said didn't.
I did my prep.
Okay, so 1 in 8 lifetime,
Pavlyuchenkova. Come in without prepping.
You never know. I've done it before. 1 in 8 lifetime versus the #1 ranked player in the world.
Yep.
The lone win coming?
Was that Serene? No, Barty? No.
Angie Kerber.
Angie Kerber. Okay.
Monterey, 2017.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, it's been a long time. But hey, listen, she has, again, like she's in a spot right now. It's like, go for it. You know, you know, strike the ball as hard as you can. Here she is with Renee Stubbs.
Look, it wasn't one of your greatest results, but you're so much more comfortable now on the court. That was just after coming back from injury. So how much better is tonight going to be?
To be honest, I think it cannot get any worse because I literally didn't get a game last time. So, I mean, Iga is very famous with the 6-0 scores. But anyway, it's a new match, and I'll just, you know, hopefully we'll play better than last time.
You have been through a lot. The knee injuries, we're all very aware of it, especially after what you've been through. How important is it and how great is it for you to have an opportunity to go out under ash?
Yeah, of course. You know, when I had a setback with an injury, that was pretty much the only thing was motivating me to come back. And looking at all these youngsters and girls that I used to play a lot, also doing well, and there was, you know, there was great motivation to come back on the big stages and play some good tennis, hopefully.
All right. Well, best of luck tonight. Of course, the #1 seed, 2022 champion here, Iga Swiatek. Iga, you have played against Anastasia once before. It was pretty successful for you, but you know that she's a bit of a different player here and now on a hard court. What do we expect tonight?
Well, I'm not expecting anything. I'm only, you know, kind of focusing on myself and on what I want to do on court, but for sure it's not going to be easy. You know, we're in the 3rd round, so both of us deserve to be here and already played, you know, a few good matches here, so I'm going to focus on myself.
So speaking of the matches, what are you most happiest with about your tennis going into tonight?
Well, I guess we'll see after that match. No, but overall, I've been feeling the courts, you know, better and better every day. So I'm kind of focusing on getting the right rhythm.
Best of luck out there tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Pavlyuchenkova will be introduced first, walking down the hall, and let's hear the introductions.
Please welcome the players for tonight's 3rd round match. '21 Roland Garros finalist, Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. And from Poland, 2022 U.S. Open champion and the #1 player in the world, Iga Swiatek.
All right, so the competitors are out there. It's very interesting to note the age difference between these two, Sophie. Iga going out, the headphones are on while she's talking to Renee Stubbs. Pavlyuchenkova, a little bit more of the classic feel. She's got the collared shirt on, the old school visor, and no headphones, just enjoying the atmosphere. And I think age does that to you. It does give you that ability to kind of appreciate where you are and appreciate the moment just a little bit better.
Well, you don't know how many times you can have the chance to be back on Arthur Ashe courts and playing the #1 player in the world. So I think that you want to take it all in, and 10 years difference between the two of them makes the difference. 10 years maybe wiser for Pavlyuchenkova, as we mentioned, you know, coming back from injuries and really working her way back to be in this position today. Kudos, and hopefully she can, you know, get the butterflies out soon, because she's going to have some. It's been a while since she's been, you know, facing a #1 player in the world in this kind of stage.
Yeah, this year 0-2 versus the top 5, 16 and 40 over her lifetime. Let me just ask you a little bit, Sophie, just about what you saw today in terms of some of the winners. Obviously, Jess Pegula looking very, very comfortable. Caroline Wozniacki into the 4th round, 3-2 over Jessica Ponche. Obviously, listen, no disrespect to Jess. I know a French woman like yourself, but you know, that's seeing Jessica Ponche not a seed in the 3rd round is certainly where you want to be. But she's put herself into the 2nd week of the U.S. Open, and with her experience, that's somebody that you don't really want to face.
Well, you think about Wozniacki, just the consistency about her tennis, and to see her at that level right now, also coming back, from maternity leave, and I mean, she's been back obviously for a while, but it's having Rybakina pulling out made that draw completely opened up, and now she has a chance to even, get further in the tournament. I think that's a fantastic draw that opened up, and for Ponché, I think it's a great thing for her. I mean, she got lucky obviously with the withdrawal, but that's going to give her point money and hopefully get to work on her game a lot. She has a very unorthodox tennis for sure, but hey, listen, hopefully she can work harder and get to other tournaments, and the money is definitely a plus.
Meanwhile, I think you and Gil Gross have already purchased courtside tickets for Muchova and Paolini coming up in a couple of days. That's both of them coming in with very dominant wins here today, and yeah, that Monday is going to be a fun one, watching that one, likely on Armstrong.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for me because I like really both players immensely, and I love the game of Muchova, who's like such displaying such variety in her game and in everything, and for Paolini, I mean, how can you not love that player? She's a breath of fresh air. She's fun. She's giggling. She's smart. She's got probably the best smile on the tour right now, and we love to see this. That's really that exorbitant amount of happiness, should we say.
The winner of this one gets Samsonovas 1-1 over Ashlyn Kruger today, just seeming to just quietly plow through this draw.
She's not making any noise. Nobody hears and says anything about her, but like you said, a 6-1, 6-1 victory against Kruger. Has been playing some really good tennis. I think that was very impressive as well. Very, very impressive. So Samsonova, who is playing the winner of this match.
Also in action tonight, Alex de Minaur and Daniel Evans. That match coming up in just a couple of minutes on Armstrong. First ball over there will be in about 7 or 8 minutes, 7:22. Also, we'll be keeping an eye on the other two men's matches currently underway. On Grandstand, it is a 2-sets-to-love lead for Jordan Thompson over Matteo Arnaldi. Although Arnaldi does have a break lead in the third set. They're in the fourth set right now for Nuno Borges and Jakub Mensik. Mensik with a 2-sets-to-1 lead, although Nuno Borges, collegiate tennis product, is leading and serving for set number 4 at 5-3. Interesting mixed result over on court number 5 a couple minutes ago, Sophie. Taylor Townsend and Donald Young into the third round of mixed. Donald Young's been essentially retired from tennis for a year and a half playing pickleball. Got a wild card with Taylor Townsend and now into the third round.
Yeah, it's good to know that those two sports cohabit, because that is really the answer about this, and anything that can move people, I think it's wonderful. But how about on the men's draw and what's been happening? I mean, it's been absolutely crazy. And as Gil Gross mentioned yesterday to us after the show, he said, by the way, all the 3 Olympians are gone, which is Alcaraz and of course Djokovic, who won, and Musetti. This is crazy, but surprising in a way, not really. But then on the women's side, it's not the same. See, the women's side, we still have Zhang, who is still in, gold Olympic medal. Vekic, who's still here. Who was third again? Give me.
She's going to play right now.
That's the Iga Swiatek, who actually said that she was so happy to finish, on the podium on her interview, because it meant something. Because normally when you're third in a tournament, you're not even third or fourth. You're just out in the semifinals. So she was very excited about getting on the podium in retrospect. Maybe not at first when she lost, but in retrospect, she was really happy. And Paolini and Errani lost in the doubles.
Yes.
Gold medalist at the Olympics. Another gold medalist was actually Pavlyuchenkova. She was a gold medalist in mixed doubles with Rublev. That was in 2021. So, a lot of gold.
All right, let's see if I can put you to the test here, because Ravi asked this of his two guests, Kamal Murray and Zina Garrison, just a little while ago. Who did Iga beat in the bronze medal match? Nobody remembers.
And it was just then.
That just kind of goes to show that, if you're not...
Yeah, sorry.
Schmidlova.
Who?
Schmidlova.
Okay, no, sorry.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. Yeah, that's just a random trivia question that will be lost to the ages.
Yeah, it's, and they didn't know, I bet. Neither neither Zina or Kamal, no.
No,
yeah.
neither,
well,
but...
Hey, listen, now we all know.
and we'll forget in about an hour.
No, I think
I'll
I'm
ask
gonna
you
remember.
in an hour, and we'll see if you...
Okay, let's see. Seems like we're doing a doctor test here. I don't like it.
Just a couple minutes away. Last couple of serves here for Swiatek and Pavlyuchenkova. As we continue, it's actually a pretty cool night. The wind is picked up as well. Temperatures at 75 degrees, but I do think that we're going to see the temperature drop here quite a bit over the next couple of hours. There is a chance of the wet stuff tomorrow. I'm not allowed to say the R word.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it starts as early as 2 a.m. Tomorrow could be a little bit dicey in terms of the schedule, especially earlier in the day. We also do tomorrow start going to no night matches on Armstrong, so as a result, that does free up a little bit of time in court space should it be a little bit wet, especially on the outer courts tomorrow. It's nice to have a couple of stadiums with a roof. Right now, we're also in the midst of the coin toss for Evans and de Minaur, so they're out on court and ready to get things started over there. Gil Gross will be heading over to Armstrong to give us updates on that one. Alex de Minaur looking to become the first Australian in 20 years to reach the 4th round of all 4 Grand Slams in one season.
Yeah, it's so impressive. I mean, first of all, kept coming back from injuries. And, you know, Alex de Minaur is such a talented player, probably one of the fastest player on tour for sure. Before injury, and I think he's getting back to it. I think he worked really hard to actually get stronger. Imagine that. Trying to get stronger because he couldn't put muscles on, and trying to really have some pop on the way he was hitting, because he was so much looking to have a strong, really strong you know, shot in his game. And it's great to see that he's right there now in the 3rd round.
Pavlyuchenkova is going to be serving first from the far side. Red top, blue skirt. Toss goes up. Serve is good. Swiatek up the line, just missing her return. Talked about it just a couple minutes ago, but this first game has a little bit more import for Pavlyuchenkova because of the fact she did not win a single game the last meeting. Just very important for her to get on the board and then settle into what she hopes is a lengthy, powerful match with Swiatek. Serve good. Swiatek inside out forehand to a Pavlyuchenkova backhand that misses long. It's 15 all.
Yeah, and you have to remember that obviously the first round for Swiatek was really tricky. I mean, I think she faced 2 set point in the first set, if I'm not mistaken. And then after that, she played really. Shibihara was more of a doubles player, but you know, came from the qualifying round and beat Saville in the first round. So hasn't been tested on I think, against Shibihara. I mean, she is now going to be tested by a single player as well as in the first round. And we know that having a tough first round, players know, players watch, players listen. And I think Pavlyuchenkova is definitely going to go after her as much as she can.
Got her first ace to get to 30-15. Serves out wide, misses well wide. 15th appearance for Pavlyuchenkova here in New York, 22-14 in her career. First time in the 3rd round since 2021. Second serve off the net and wide. It's a double fault following that ace. Quarter finalist in Cincinnati a couple weeks ago.
She dropped to 333 in the world after the 9 months being away from the courts with the knee surgery. Pavlyuchenkova.
Big spot here early at 30 all. Served good. Swiatek up the line with the backhand. Pavlyuchenkova tracks it down. Swiatek up the line with the backhand. This time it's not coming back. It's going to be a break chance for the world number 1.
Yeah, I think Iga Swiatek and the camp are saying to each other, we have to get Pavlyuchenkova on the move. Don't let her be settled to hit any shots, because she's very dangerous, and that's exactly what she's done in this point, just back and forth, moving Anastasia.
So Pavlyuchenkova, far side, serving here at 30-40 in the opener. Serve T just wide. Again, red top, blue skirt, white visor, white shoes, red, white, and blue piping on the socks. Second serve for her. Already has double faulted once to this side. Pulls down her toss. We'll try again. Second serve. That is good to a Swiatek forehand inside out. Pavlyuchenkova backhand to a Swiatek backhand through the middle that misses long. To deuce now.
And that's showing the power of Pavlyuchenkova. She can hit a very, very hard ball. Strikes the ball with not much really topspin. And she is very dangerous. Probably striking the ball as hard as the best. Maybe not Sabalenka, but Madison Keys.
Sort of out wide is wide. It's just about that finding that balance and harnessing that power in the right direction.
Well, you know what they say, power is nothing without control. And
second serve for her here at deuce. That is good to a Swiatek forehand cross. Pavlyuchenkova forehand. Swiatek forehand cross misses well wide. Game point for Pavlyuchenkova.
yeah, on the other hand, the Pavlyuchenkova team is probably playing and thinking about playing the forehand a lot because of the loop forehand of Swiatek. It's definitely the weaker side of the game of Swiatek. She can hit her backhand blindfolded.
I'd like to see that.
I can tell you that she probably could easily.
Serve out wide is wide. Keeping an eye right now, it looks like a physio is being brought out for Dan Evans before his match with de Minaur. Second serve, good. Swiatek backhand lands good. Now she steps into a backhand cross. Pavlyuchenkova backhand to a Swiatek backhand up the line. Running forehand off the frame for Pavlyuchenkova. Back to deuce we go.
I'm not sure why she's trying to go back to the backhand of Swiatek. Try to find the forehand at this stage just because that's where you're probably going to get the most points. At least some errors. You're right. Evans is getting some kind of tablets from the physio. They haven't even started the match.
Have to obviously acknowledge the longest match in U.S. Open history. A couple days ago for him, 4 days ago, in his first round over Khachanov, in the middle of a backhand trade right now through the middle of the court. Now Swiatek forehand up the line. Pavlyuchenkova digs it out. Swiatek backhand cross. Pavlyuchenkova up the line, misses long. It's a break chance for Iga.
Second one now in this game for the Pole. Yeah, was that 5 hours and what? 30?
5
hours 35?
35 is what I want to say too.
Yeah, crazy. Can't believe he's even walking.
Yeah, 5:35 is exactly correct. So the break chance, Pavlyuchenkova serve, tee good. Chip return lands on the baseline. Pavlyuchenkova forehand is into the net. That makes it 13 straight games for Iga Swiatek over Pavlyuchenkova.
That's horrible. Do you have to mention that? That is me.
You do have to mention it to put into context of the mental side for Pavlyuchenkova, right? Yeah. Because she's serving first. All she has in her head, she even joked about it a little bit, is just, I need to get on the scoreboard and then I can go. And she fails to do so in the opener.
Oh, that's painful.
It really is a difficult situation. Dan Evans is on court and pops an ace in his first point, so he is okay.
I saw him in the Players Lounge, Players Restaurant. I cannot believe how skinny he is. He's like, it's amazing. He looks more like a dancer.
Do you get any guest passes for the Player Lounge?
I don't know. Oh, do me?
Yeah.
No.
Can you ask? I want to come.
Oh, I don't have that access.
Can you sneak me in? Maybe do you have a back door that you can sneak me in?
And then what? My credentials is going to be taken away from me. What would I take that risk? Why would I take such risk?
We like risk here. I've seen how you drive.
Look, the only reason I'm in there is because I was lucky to, by coincidence, see Nathalie Dechy on the ground, and she's final 8. And I said, hey, do you have a guest this 2 weeks? She goes, no. I said, could I be your guest? So
Outstanding.
And she said, yes, of course. So, thank you for that, Natalie.
Does she have more guest passes?
No, she doesn't. That's it. She
Iga
only
misses
one.
the first serve a little bit long.
Only gets one.
Second serve for Iga from the far side. Good. Pavlyuchenkova forehand to a Swiatek, forehand crossed. Pavlyuchenkova forehand to a Swiatek, forehand cross again. Catches the outside of the line. Clean winner for 15 love.
Yeah, and Pavlyuchenkova thought that was maybe wide.
Well, it caught just enough, maybe 2 millimeters in. Swiatek is using her teeth to pull a loose string off of one of her sweatbands. Wearing the mostly white kit from On. First serve is good into the backhand short ball for an inside out. Another clean winner, second straight, 30 love.
Well, she's on top of things right now.
18-4 here in New York in her careers. Of course, the 2022 championship 55-7 this year. Iga Swiatek with titles in Doha, Indian Wells, Madrid, Rome, and Roland Garros. 30 love serve good. Pavlyuchenkova chip to a backhand Swiatek cross. Pavlyuchenkova digs that out, but just catches the baseline. Now backhand drop shot from her. Swiatek, will she get there? Yes, she does, but she will pop that wide for 30-15.
It's a good shot from Pavlyuchenkova to be able to bring Swiatek forward. Change a little bit the rhythm of the point.
Iga, the only player to this moment to qualify for the WTA Tour Finals. But that will likely change by the end of this tournament. Sabalenka is going to be right there, you would think, after that tight win late last night. Serve good up the tee. Pavlyuchenkova to a Swiatek forehand that's netted. It's 30-all.
Again, really the unforced errors are coming much more often from the forehand racket inside of Swiatek, just because, you know, when the ball comes fast, she has to make up the time with, you know, she has a little bit more of a loop forehand. And if she's quite late, that's when the forced/unforced errors creeps in.
At the moment, 3 winners, 2 unforced errors. 30-all here at 1-love in our opening set. 9 minutes in. Serve good. Pavlyuchenkova forehand is into the net. Freebie there.
And that's where I think the game of Swiatek is definitely improved this on the serve. She changed her service motion. She used to go down really alongside her ankles and open the face of the racket somewhat. Now she's going to the side here to keep that racket really close to be able to have a better acceleration at impact. She gained speed, pace, of course, and we knew that she could place the ball pretty much anywhere in the box. Second serve, sorry.
Second serve here is good to a Pavlyuchenkova backhand that is netted. Consolidation, 14 games in a row. 2-love.
Oh,
14-0. It's a great football score. It's opening weekend for college football. So.
Oh, this football.
Yeah.
That would never happen in soccer, really.
It could.
Oh, very rarely.
Very rarely,
that
but
means,
it could.
That means,
Let's not say
that means
can't
they should
happen.
not be in the same league.
Fully agreed, but that's what relegation and promotion are for, right? It's like the Michigan State football team. I mean, they need to be relegated out of their Big Ten conference and moved along. That was just for the boys. They're all Michigan State people.
I see.
Yeah,
that's
so
just for the boys in the back.
I had to take a shot.
I see.
Yeah. So
Right.
love 2 here. Pavlyuchenkova serve good through the middle with the forehand inside out. Swiatek lob. Pavlyuchenkova volley is good into the ad corner for 15-love.
I love the kind of play that she used right here, Pavlyuchenkova, with really accelerating with the forehand to open the opportunity to come in. And as soon as you see Iga really retrieving with a slice backhand, you know that ball's going to float up in the air. And surely Pavlyuchenkova coming forward to take that in the air to finish with the volley.
15-love serve out wide, good lob return, forehand from Pavlyuchenkova into the deuce corner, clean there for 30-love.
She's feeling it. She's feeling that game.
Pavlyuchenkova right behind, I believe it's her right ear. It's a lightning bolt. No, it's the left ear. Lightning bolt tattoo or Harry Potter tattoo. Which do you believe that it is?
I have no idea, but I'm sure we can ask her later on.
Serve
I'm
into
sure I
the
can
net.
find this somewhere on the Google.
Gil Gross has, I'm
Oh,
sure
he
Gil
knows
Gross
the
has
answer?
that.
Yeah, but he's not, well, he's going to be soon enough. We're going to get to Gil to give us a little bit of updates on Armstrong.
Serve is good, inside out, backhand return. Now a backhand from Swiatek up the line, clean winner once again. That backhand return pulls Pavlyuchenkova well into the deuce corner, and then back behind her with that second ball is just deadly stuff.
Yeah, you have to really try to focus more on the down the middle body, you know, strike on the serve, or go to the forehand wide. And she loves that slice forehand on the deuce side, so hopefully she's going to use it at some point.
30-15 here for Pavlyuchenkova. Serve good up the tee. Now has a backhand. Goes up the line to a Swiatek forehand middle. Pavlyuchenkova's forehand cross. Swiatek digs that out but pulls it wide. 40-15 in game points for Pavlyuchenkova.
This could be a celebration.
Should be.
Well, if I were her, I'll celebrate. All right.
40-15. 4-5 ball bounces now ready with the serve. Out wide, misses wide. Second serve for the Cincinnati quarterfinalist. Tosses up, serve is good to a Swiatek forehand cross. Pavlyuchenkova forehand up the line. She's on the scoreboard. And she turns to her team with a fist pump. And now she can settle into this match, although Iga out to an early lead at 2-1. We mentioned Gil Gross. Always has the answers for everything. He's going to give us an update and preview of de Minaur and Evans, but I'll ask you, Gil, do you know if the lightning bolt tattoo for Pavlyuchenkova behind her left ear, is it a lightning bolt tattoo or is it a Harry Potter tattoo?
You know, she talked about her tattoos a couple of years ago, but I don't know that she had that one at the time. So I know that she has one tattoo that says voila. It's inked on her arm, and it pays homage to her former residence in France and the fact that she speaks French. She also has a avocado holding a wine glass. That's on the top of her right foot, and she has that one, get this, because she likes avocados and wine.
Hey, why not? Right?
So I think we need Sophie to get a one with wine and a pickleball paddle. And then we can call it a day. Gil, that's not why the people are listening right now. Give us an update and kind of a preview of what you expect for de Minaur and Evans, because it's been an advantageous matchup so far for Dan Evans over the years.
Yeah, Evans is up 3-0 in the head-to-head. The only time that de Minaur got the victory was actually in Evans's backyard in the Nottingham Challenger back in 2019. But every time they've met tour level, it's actually been Evans coming away with the victory. And this is a thoroughly fascinating matchup between these two. Sophie, do you want me to start with Evans or de Minaur?
Starts with Evans, please.
Okay, so Dan Evans is looking to become the lowest ranked player to make the U.S. Open fourth round since 1987. He has had an exceptionally difficult last 12 months or so. Most of his rankings points were attached to a title that he won in Washington, D.C. last year. All of those points dropped off when he played the Olympics. And lo and behold, he's come to the U.S. Open, beat Karen Khachanov in the longest match in U.S. Open history, 5 hours, 35 minutes. He was able to back up that win, and now he's here. So it's an underdog story for Dan Evans. And then for Alex de Minaur, also an underdog story in its own right, because he hadn't played an event since Wimbledon. He hurt his hip, and he still says he's not 100%. He's trying to battle through.
All right, thank you. Very informative as always. Thank you, Gil. And by the way, she has another tattoo that is the sign of the Italian, you know, when they put their hands together. Those two hands are on one of her hand, I think. I was watching this on the internet. Very interesting, but she loves it, and she's, I guess, very excited. She gets them at the U.S. Open most times, so maybe another one here. But we still don't know what's on her neck, so we'll figure that one out.
Gil will find that out by the end of the night. We're going backhand to backhand right now. Pavlyuchenkova misses hers into the net for 30 love in the Swiatek service game here at 2-1. Do you have any? I don't even know. Do you have any? No?
Needles. Eesh.
Got it.
Sorry.
That's fair. 2-1. 30 love for Iga Swiatek. She could be in the Harry Potter tattoo line.
Well, her and Vondrousova.
Yeah,
definitely.
Exactly.
Vondrousova has, I mean, Vondrousova is, I like it because it's more minimalist tattoos. I love that kind of artwork.
We'll get you one by the end of this fortnight.
I don't think so.
We'll just knock you out. That'll be no problem. Second serve for Iga. That is long. It's a double fault for her for 30-15. I really like this on kit. Again, very clean with just a hint of purple on the right side. But just a very clean white look for her. Full house here at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Iga from the near side, 30-15 serve, good. Pavlyuchenkova through the middle. Swiatek forehand rolled to a Pavlyuchenkova forehand crush into the deuce corner for 30-all.
Yeah, that's the kind of power that Pavlyuchenkova is able to display. It's just pretty amazing when she's set to hit the ball. She can strike the ball anywhere in the court. She's so turned with her shoulders that you can't really tell where she's going, inside in, inside out. She's unbelievable.
5th winner of the night, both of them with 5 winners. Swiatek gets a forehand, goes up the line. Pavlyuchenkova chips it back short. Swiatek forehand into the ad corner for a game point.
It's whomever is dictating at first wins really the encounter on the rallies. And again, Swiatek just jumping on everything that is short.
Justin Paolini is short. Jump on her.
Okay.
All right. Game point here for Iga.
Gonna be a long night.
Serve is good. Return through the middle. Swiatek forehand cross. Pavlyuchenkova forehand middle. Swiatek forehand middle. Pavlyuchenkova forehand cross. Swiatek digs that out short. Pavlyuchenkova yanks the forehand wide. 3-1 here in the opener.
It's not a bad idea to go back to the forehand. Just didn't have to hit it that hard and went way wide, not even close to the line. So in any case, still the 1 break hold for Swiatek.
Speaking of short, I bring that up because I talked to Blair Henley, who did the
interview with
Paolini right afterwards, and she tried to say, she was trying to reference like it's a hot girly summer kind of a thing, except she said it's a good match for short girlies, and unfortunately Paolini didn't quite understand
well,
girly. It didn't,
it
didn't translate over.
This kind of jokes when you're, you know.
Volley from Pavlyuchenkova will miss wide. What a stretch there from Swiatek on that backhand side for love 15.
Yeah, it's hard to make those kind of, you know, play on word because players, it's not their first language.
Right.
But bad luck on this volley for Pavlyuchenkova. Just really bad execution. She was trying to hit a drop shot volley, and it's so hard to hit something like this against Swiatek. She's so quick.
So love 15. Pavlyuchenkova from the far side. Serve out wide is an ace, 2nd of the night for her. There's a very interesting young man in the Pavlyuchenkova box wearing a velvet pajamas.
Everybody's agreeing, even Claude.
Yeah.
He's agreeing
it's
in the
actually
back.
silk. That would be silk. 15 all serve
Oh.
good. Swiatek shank lands just long. Silk pajamas.
Quickly going back to bed after that.
I think you were the one who stayed up until 4 in the morning. You're the one who needs
Just
to.
couldn't sleep after. I mean, we finished at 3. So, you know, it takes a little while to unwind.
You're a night owl, though.
No.
Serve is T good. Lob return is going to land in and good. Pavlyuchenkova, can she reach to it? She can't.
My.
It bounced on Pavlyuchenkova's side and then bounced back onto the other one.
This is the 2nd time in this tournament
Yes,
we've
it
seen
is.
this. This play was happened with Andreescu and Paolini, where the return also did the exact same thing. And she's trying to get to it, she's trying to extend, but she can't touch the net, and unfortunately it's just too far. She's
Wow.
too short of arms. And that's a horrible feeling when you hit such a great, amazing, incredible serve.
Iga is so apologetic, running to the net, apologizing. Pavlyuchenkova just has to stare down at the ground. There's literally nothing she could do.
Oh, I love Julie Kinley, the chair umpire, just really smile with both players. I'm telling you, Pavlyuchenkova is not smiling. She doesn't think it's funny at all.
30 all serve good. Swiatek can't get that return over. Free point for Pavlyuchenkova and a game point.
That's the way to recover, I tell you, from that loss of points where it was supposed to be all hers. Good service game for Pavlyuchenkova, putting a lot of first serves, and of course that ace to begin in the opening point of this 5th game.
Serving 70% for the night so far. 40-30 serve out wide is wide. 2nd serve upcoming for the 25 seed. Now ready, serve, good. Swiatek forehand is into the net. So Pavlyuchenkova keeps things tight here. It's 3-2. We are midway through the 1st set here at the U.S. Open on U.S. Open Radio. Presented by American Express. It's Mike Cation and Sophie Amiak here at Ash. Gil Gross is over on Armstrong. And Pavlyuchenkova, after that lob return that bounced on the other court, finally, after she got the hold, was able to share a little bit of a joke with her team.
Well,
in the box.
You have to be joking because there's no other way. But by the way,
yeah,
this
silk pajama guy
is her boyfriend, and she she described him as the most amazing fashionista in the world.
So silk pajamas in right now?
This is a fashion statement, and if you look at her Instagram, you'll see that there's another one where he is in kind of another pajama outfit with some white sneakers. So it must be the in thing. I think tomorrow you and I are going shopping for a nice silk pajama.
I will do it.
Yep.
Don't joke around about this.
We're gonna shop around and come to work in our pajamas. But
I think
if this is fashionable, why not us?
You can watch this on YouTube right now. So why not have the latest fashion trends here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Swiatek here, 3-2, 15 love, second serve. Pavlyuchenkova through the middle. Now the forehand from Swiatek misses into the net for 15 all. We can send Kenny out to go purchase it for us. He spent a lot of time at Home Depot today.
Okay.
So,
Home Depot, silk?
It's right next to the...
Silk pajamas?
There's a Target nearby.
Target?
Yes.
Silk pajamas?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Kenny. 15-all serve for Iga up the tee. Good. Lob return lands good. Swiatek back into a Pavlyuchenkova backhand. Swiatek forehand cross. Tracked down, but not over the net from Pavlyuchenkova for 30-15. And she says to her team right there, you could even see it, she said, I've got to take more risk with that backhand. When I'm set, when I have everything in balance, I have to take more risk there early in the point.
Yeah, but I love what Iga is doing right now. She's just, as soon as she has the opportunity, she's just moving Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova from right to left constantly.
So 30-15 here at 3-2. Toss goes up. Serve is into the net. White racket here from Technofiber for Iga to match the outfit from On as well. Second serve for Iga. So deliberate with that motion. Ready. Pavlyuchenkova backhand return to a Swiatek backhand cross. Pavlyuchenkova digs it out. Swiatek backhand cross again. Pavlyuchenkova backhand up the line is into the net. 40-15.
I wish she was using also the slice backhand. Sometimes Pavlyuchenkova, it felt like she was a little late on that last backhand. And she has a very, very good slice as well. I think coming to the nets is going to be important if she can make her way also forward to try to shorten the points.
3 appearances so far as Iga serves with the game point. Backhand return. Swiatek digs that out with the backhand. Drop shot from Pavlyuchenkova into the net. Swiatek with her first easy hold of the night gets it to 4-2.
You mentioned that Swiatek has 55 match wins this year so far, and it's 12 more than the second best.
Yeah.
Second best being...
That's wild. Sabalenka.
Nope.
No. Oh, it's Paolini, excuse me.
No, Emma Navarro, 43.
Is it really?
And that's pretty amazing. Leads the tour with 55 match wins this year, 12 more than the second best Emma Navarro. That's excluding Billie Jean King Cup. Maybe that's why Paolini might be in there.
So last game with the original balls for Pavlyuchenkova served good.
Oh, that's great.
Just a great slider out wide at 91 miles an hour off the frame of Swiatek for 15 love.
Yeah, Swiatek only lost 2 matches on American soil this year in 2024. Won the title in John Wells and lost to Ekaterina Alexandrova in Miami and Aryna Sabalenka in Cincinnati.
15 love serve is into the net. I just found myself looking at the stats, tour stats for Iga. First in second serve points won, serve points won, service games won. Serve is good, return through the middle. Now Swiatek with a forehand cross. Pavlyuchenkova forehand up the lines, missed wide. Then she's second in break points saved. Second serve, return points won, return games won, return points won, and then third in first serve, return points won.
What would you expect? She's number 1 in the world. That all the best numbers are going to come up from there. But you know what's really important to look at is also the improvement. And if you look at the serve game won, it keeps increasing the percentage from 2020 to 2021 to now. And I think this year even more with the new serve and the new technique that she changed.
Pavlyuchenkova hit a drop shot and then just kind of stayed right where she was. Swiatek turns on the wheels and able to pop that up the line, and trouble for Pavlyuchenkova here at 15:30. This is a weird. Oh, she thought it was wide. She thought her drop shot had missed.
Yeah,
that's why she didn't move.
I agree.
It did catch just the outside of the line, but regardless, she is in some trouble. From the near side right now, Pavlyuchenkova at 15:30. Serve net and back on her side. Second serve for Pavlyuchenkova. That is good to a Swiatek backhand middle. It just misses long. Should point out Jordan Thompson threw in straight sets over Arnaldi. Won the third set tiebreak 7-5. So Jordan Thompson into the fourth round, and he awaits the winner of that de Minaur Daniil Evans matchup. What a year Jordan Thompson's having at a bit more of a tennis advanced age himself. 2-4, 30 all, serve good. Swiatek backhand misses long. And a game point for Pavlyuchenkova. I'm going to throw a dating trivia question at you about Jordan Thompson.
Oh no, that's not good.
Which tennis player's sister did he date for about 4 or 5 years?
Sister?
Sister. Tennis player's sister. Serve Pavlyuchenkova just wide, going T.
Was the tennis player's sister playing on the tour?
Not on the tennis tour.
On the golf tour?
Yes.
No way.
Yeah.
Korda?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
I wouldn't lie about that.
God, you know so much.
Chip return here from Swiatek. Now steps into a forehand, and Pavlyuchenkova missing the backhand almost into Julie Kenya in the chair.
Yeah, she didn't make contact right in the middle of the strings at all. It completely hit, I think, the middle of the racket and went completely out of bounds, way, way wide.
So Pavlyuchenkova taking an extra couple of seconds here. Now ready with the serve clock at 2. Serve is into the net.
Yeah, that toss was way too far in front of her.
Second serve coming for Pavlyuchenkova. Second serve's good. Swiatek back into a Pavlyuchenkova backhand off the net and good. Swiatek forehand up the line, misses long. That's an uncharacteristic miss there.
Yeah, it felt like she was maybe thinking about going cross court and change her mind in the last second to go down the line. Yeah, about a 4.5 minute game so far here. Pavlyuchenkova trying to really stay close in the score. Now a chance to get that game and still in the lead. Swiatek would be at 4-3, but missing her first serve in the net.
Yeah, and that serve percentage has started to drop down below 60% now, and that will be key as this match progresses. Second serve here with the game point for Pavlyuchenkova. That second serve good to a backhand Swiatek. Pavlyuchenkova backhand cross going to miss long. Deuce now. You're left shaking your head, but
well, because that's such a free gift right here. I mean, if you're not going to make this kind of shot at 40-30, you know, at the end, it's going to be difficult to do any damage against the #1 player in the world.
9 unforced errors for Pavlyuchenkova at this stage with 7 winners. 5 of them have come off that backhand wing. Serve at deuce into the net and long. So another second serve to look at right now. Pavlyuchenkova 6 of 12 on her second serve points. This second serve goes to the Swiatek forehand through the middle. Pavlyuchenkova forehand back behind Swiatek. Good. For a game point.
Another amazing serve. The wide serve with a lot of slice really gets Swiatek completely off balance. Return was short, and then Pavlyuchenkova right away coming forward for his 4th winner of the forehand wing.
She looks like she's struggling with a little bit of sweat right now,
well,
just in terms of the humidity.
Yeah, it's very humid.
Temperature is not bad. It's
no,
just
but it's
that
warmer
humidity.
in there.
Yes.
Yeah, there's not much air on that Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Serve once again into the net and just continuing to miss first serves. Still getting away with it for the moment. Game point for her. Second serve, good to a Swiatek backhand cross. Pavlyuchenkova again misses the backhand by about 10 feet, just trying to go through the middle of the court and trying to take some deep breaths right now as we go back to deuce. Silk pajama guy looks very worried.
Well, I wish I had his name, but he's there. I mean, did that on purpose. They don't know his name. Well, I'm sure the circle of friends know.
I think Pavlyuchenkova knows the name, right?
No, I'm saying in okay, in the world of media.
Backhand return, Pavlyuchenkova forehand in behind it. Swiatek backhand volley. Pavlyuchenkova, Swiatek back behind her, but Pavlyuchenkova waits on it, finishes into the deuce corner. She looks to her team and says, what I do about the backhand? You could see backhand come out of her mouth.
What she needs to do is to keep trying to go forward, really. I think that I love the fact that she's coming to the net, and she's been, you know, successful in some way, shape, or form. 3 out of 5 points won going forward, and that's going to shorten points, which is important for Pavlyuchenkova.
Serve here with the game point. Again, misses, this time long.
You know, reason being that, you know, Pavlyuchenkova is somebody who takes much more risks than Swiatek. So the more balls she hits, the more risk and the more chances for enforced errors. That's why she wants to shorten the points.
Serve is good. Swiatek forehand to a Pavlyuchenkova backhand. Can't dig that out. That's a very good return with pace and with depth. And Pavlyuchenkova again looking for some help from that team.
Go with a slice. I mean, why not? If you can't hit the top spin backhand, or you're feeling rushed and stressed, just hit a slice one.
Let's see if she does adapt here as we get to deuce number 4 for Pavlyuchenkova. Good to a Swiatek forehand cross is short. Pavlyuchenkova up line. Swiatek backhand is into the net. Another game point here for Pavlyuchenkova.
And again, coming forward, it's really paying dividend. You know, Swiatek was asked about playing at night and the feeling of playing at night, and what she said it's, you know, it's obviously difficult, but we're professionals. That's what happened. That's the deal. We know when we play majors and even on the tour. And she said, but she drinks coffee and take energy shots before matches at night, just because she wants to have to be awake. You know, so it's not, you know, it's not simple, especially when you finish late. I mean, last night Sabalenka probably get to bed at 5:30 in the morning.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. Game point, though. Second serve, good. Swiatek forehand through the middle. Pavlyuchenkova forehand to a Swiatek sliding forehand. Pavlyuchenkova up the line with the forehand into the ad corner. Absolutely perfect.
Ball change, please.
Into the ball change. Swiatek still in control at 4-3. Let's get an update from what's been a really competitive start to the de Minaur-Evans match with our own Gil Gross. Gil?
Yeah, you're not kidding, Mike. This is a really long 2-3 service game from Alex de Minaur. Dan Evans has gone to his bench, and it looks like he's just applying some spray onto his arms. I actually think that's sticky spray, so he must feel like his grip was slipping on him a bit. One thing I want to point out, guys, is this is the open section of the men's draw after Botic van de Zandschulp's upset win over Carlos Alcaraz, and these are the remaining names after today's result. One of these players will make the semifinals. Tomas Machac, Jack Draper, Jordan Thompson, Evans, de Minaur.
I'm trying to find who I favor out of that one.
De Minaur.
It's a tough one. No, well,
I do.
I don't.
Normally, I would agree with you.
Right. But you have the same reservation I do, right, Gil? Just about how the physicality holds up after missing all that time?
Yes. Alex said after his win over Otto, first of all, let me say this. After watching his match against Giron and speaking with him after, I wasn't even sure he was going to play his second round match. I thought we might get a withdrawal. Now, he beat Otto Virtanen in straight sets. I don't know if the pain killing was more aggressive or if he made somewhat of a recovery. His movement, it looks okay so far tonight, but he says in his own words, if he were to put a number on it, he is 80 to 85% fit. And I just think it's tough to make a major semifinal, even if you are the most talented player in the group.
He's lucky, Gil, to be 80 to 85% fit. I can tell you that in all this field here, if anybody is 80%, they're very lucky at this stage of the tour and the the year. And after going into Olympics, some of these players are absolutely completely gassed out. I think 80 to 85% is a very good number. I mean, or maybe he's just used to be 100%. Bravo, because that doesn't happen out there. We all know.
To be fair, Sophie, he's one of those players, and Gil can speak to this as well. He has to be at 100%. He is one of those max effort guys all the time, and his fitness is the thing that keeps him in a lot of those matches.
I agree, but on the other hand, I really do feel like he's bumped up a little bit his MPH as far as his strokes from the baseline, and that's been helpful for him. So, yeah, I mean, I think that this set is going to be really very important for both of them, to say the least, because of the amount of time that they've spent on court, and especially for Evans. And, losing that first set could be really devastating for Evans, I think.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Gil will have updates for us throughout the night. Iga Swiatek with the new balls misses a backhand on point number 1 of this service game, serving here 4-3 from the near side. Love 15 serve tee netted. Ball got very close to Iga's feet, disrupted her motion. She's resetting herself right now. Now is finally ready for this second serve at love 15. That is into the net. It's a second double fault. Interesting. Love 30 here.
This is a big opportunity for Pavlyuchenkova. I would really take a big bite out of a second serve if it was to come into the box, because you have to be aggressive and, put the pressure on Swiatek. Swiatek on her own, she needs to put that first serve in.
At love 30, toss is up, serve is off the net and wide, as well as long.
So Pavlyuchenkova best return is down the line off of the due side. Let's see if she goes for it, because that's the play right now.
Off of both wings?
Yep.
Second serve for Swiatek. She pulls back her toss, didn't like it, lets it bounce. Resets. Serve, Swiatek, good to a backhand from Pavlyuchenkova, which was indeed down the line. Now a backhand from her that's into the net.
What's going on with that backhand? It's not like it's almost like she's either too late or she's closing her face to the racket at impact, because it's going in the net. So
it's the 7th unforced error on that backhand wing, 7 of the 11 unforced errors that she has. 15-30 now for Swiatek, who's missed a couple of first serves in a row here. Serve, Swiatek netted. Second serve is upcoming. So quiet in Arthur Ashe Stadium. I'm not used to it being this quiet. So demure. Second serve good. Swiatek watches as Pavlyuchenkova yanks that backhand wide by about 6 feet. It's 30 all.
Well, she did take really the ball early and trying to go for it, but just not very confident of the backhand side right now, to say the least. It has left the house on the Pavlyuchenkova's game. Now from love 30 to 30 all. 4-3 Swiatek, opening set.
Toss is up. Serve is into the net once again from Swiatek, who's dropped below 60% herself on her serve percentage. So another second serve. She's 5 of 8 on her second serve points so far here tonight. That serve is good to a Pavlyuchenkova inside out backhand that hits the net and over. Swiatek forehand cross. Pavlyuchenkova digs it up but misses long. Game point for Iga at 40-30.
Pretty unlucky that really that clipped the tape, because that forehand cross court had a lot of pace in it.
Iga takes a look up into the heavens, adjusts the top. Now ready to go with the white baseball cap on here tonight. Serve, good. Pavlyuchenkova through the middle but misses into the net.
Wow.
4 straight points for Iga Swiatek out of a love 30 hole. She gets it to 5-3.
Yeah, didn't have to do much to get that game. Was under pressure at love 30, but a lot of free points handed from the racket of Pavlyuchenkova.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointing effort, because she has made a high percentage of returns, but then missing a couple in the biggest spots is
I'm
killer.
sure she knows She's going to have to really focus now to make sure that at least she makes Swiatek serve for the set.
Yeah, real basic stuff here, but serve out wide is good. Forehand through the middle. Pavlyuchenkova backhand misses again. That return got into her body and it just really didn't make the adjustments necessary to hit that backhand cleanly. But again, you're just looking for the backhand slice at some point.
Yeah, I'm looking for something to chance that backhand errors, and you have to do something. Either get a racket that is maybe tighter so the ball doesn't, you know, fly away, or put more topspin in the ball. Something. Or slice.
Serve good to a Swiatek forehand that she misses into the net. That's the 10th unreturned serve from Pavlyuchenkova.
Yeah, probably coming to the forehand is not helpful for Swiatek. Doesn't like when the ball comes really fast to that side of the court. And this forehand is always a little slower to get to it.
Serve T is just wide. Serving from the far side right now is Pavlyuchenkova. 5-3 Swiatek. 15-all here in this game. Second serve for Pavlyuchenkova. That is good to a Swiatek backhand up the line. Pavlyuchenkova backhand to a Swiatek forehand cross that just catches the line. Now Swiatek steps into a short ball backhand, puts that away into the ad corner. That miss hit really paying off to 15-30 now.
Yeah, that forehand cross court that clipped the line was a bit lucky. I mean, she's catching the line when those could be out, so it's very, very close. 10 winners on each side of the net for these ladies so far.
But the 4 extra unforced errors are on the Pavlyuchenkova side. She serves here at 15-30, good to a Swiatek backhand that just clears the net. Forehand Pavlyuchenkova. Swiatek with a backhand pass that misses wide. It's 30-all.
30-all.
I gotta say, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Swiatek doesn't seem incredibly sharp.
No,
this is
she's
not her top level right now.
I totally agree. She's not dialed in, because that is a routine pass. Even though the ball was down the middle, she has places to put it. 5 out of 7 points won. Coming to the net for Pavlyuchenkova. Those are good numbers.
30-all serve is netted. And again, that serve percentage continues to drop here. Now just under 55%. Second serve for Pavlyuchenkova. That is good to a Swiatek backhand through the middle. Pavlyuchenkova backhand to a Swiatek backhand middle. Pavlyuchenkova backhand just clears the net. Swiatek digs it out. Forehand from Pavlyuchenkova. Swiatek pass. Volley. Pavlyuchenkova perfect touch volley for 40-30.
Gorgeous. That is a gorgeous volley. Even her boyfriend in his pajamas still in this fashionable outfit. Is up on his feet applauding Pavlyuchenkova. Has such a great acceleration, didn't hesitate to come forward to the net. Pavlyuchenkova and the touch with the slice backhand volley drop shot.
Can we just call him SPJ? Silk Pajama Guy? G, not G. Silk Pajama Guy?
I think we should stay away from it now.
Okay.
I think that's plenty.
Done with.
That's my call.
Done with SPG.
You're
Got
gonna
it.
get in trouble.
Game point, Pavlyuchenkova second serve, good. Swiatek rolls a forehand just in, now steps into a forehand cross. Pavlyuchenkova forehand middle, Swiatek forehand cross, Pavlyuchenkova forehand middle. Swiatek forehand cross, Pavlyuchenkova forehand up the line, Swiatek backhand cross, Pavlyuchenkova backhand up the line. She's got a winner off that backhand wing. Well, that looked a lot cleaner, and she does indeed force the issue to 5-4 here in this first set. It's been an extended deuce game over on Armstrong. Let's get the latest from Gil Gross. Gil?
And a break of serve at the end of it for the number 10 seed, Alex de Minaur. Man, they played some gorgeous points in that game. Neither of these guys are heavyweight servers, although de Minaur has beefed it up. So they've played a lot of physical rallies. And with all of the storylines we're looking for in regards to the fitness, I can say unequivocally that on the tail end of these long rallies, Dan Evans looks to be feeling it a lot more in the legs and the lungs compared to Alex de Minaur, despite all the time that Demon has missed with the injury the last couple months. Iga Swiatek serves for the opening set when we come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history, dressing fans, on-court ball crew and officials of the U.S. Open, Wimbledon, and Australian Open. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium, on club level of Arthur Ashe, or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 43 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Chase customers get access to the Chase Lounge, Chase Terrace, and more. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. Capacity is limited.
Make every day a sunscreen day with La Roche-Posay Ultralight Sunscreen. It blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage with UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open.
Iga Swiatek trying to close down set number 1. She gets a freebie off the backhand return of Pavlyuchenkova on the first point for 15-love. Serving from the far side here inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. 50 minutes into this match. Her serve, good to a Pavlyuchenkova backhand. Swiatek forehand inside out, stays back at the baseline now, hits forehand back behind Pavlyuchenkova. Left-handed lob. Swiatek swinging volley, good into the ad corner. Well, listen, you've been looking for adaptations on the backhand wing. Maybe she can go left-handed forehand.
Why not? She let go completely the right hand because she couldn't really get back close enough to it. That was a la Sharapova, which I think Sharapova, when she did it, ended up winning the point. That was on Arthur Ashe. I don't remember against whom, but I can tell you I've seen this before. But I've seen this also for Pavlyuchenkova before, so it's not new.
J.J. Wolf once did it to pass Stefanos Tsitsipas in Miami one year. What a shot from Iga Swiatek on a full stretch off of her heels. Shanks the ball perfectly into the ad corner, and Pavlyuchenkova doesn't react to it, thinking it's going to miss.
She thought it was out.
She thought it was out, and it was just inside both lines. Unbelievable stuff.
Well, that hurts, though.
It really does. Set points here for Iga Swiatek. Toss is up, serve for Swiatek up the tee, chip return. Swiatek backhand cross. Backhand from Pavlyuchenkova is into the net. First set goes to Iga Swiatek, 6-4 with that early break and holds from there. She comes to her team right now, and yeah, you can tell she's not pleased.
Yeah.
What did you take out of that conversation?
I don't know. He's telling her that, you know, keep moving her feet, maybe to play the backhand, because she did show the backhand. He did show the backhand, but I didn't know that was possible. So you can't go to your team and just have a conversation like this. I am still a little confused about the coaching aspect. I mean, unless did Pavlyuchenkova leave the court? Oh,
she is
yeah,
now.
she did. So if you don't leave the court, if you're Swiatek, you can go and talk to your camp and your coach, but I think Swiatek is also going to leave the court to change shirt because it is really humid out there, and they're both really sweating quite a bit. So I don't know. I mean, it's I find that, you know, that line of, okay, can you talk to your coach? And Swiatek is actually leaving the court. So it's kind of like I don't understand it. Can you or can you not have a conversation? Because it says that it should be one way. Either the coach talks to you and says one thing, and you go, or the player talk to the coach.
Yeah,
but they can't exchange of a conversation where he says, hey, move your feet. Well, but I can't move my feet. I'm not feeling good. You can't go there.
Why not? Yes, you can.
I don't think it's possible. You cannot have a conversation.
Yes, it's supposed to be short sentences. And we'll bring Gil Gross in here.
Right.
He's got opinions on this as well, but you can have short sentences. You're right. It's not supposed to be a full dialogue, but I think what we're talking about is, and Gil, if you want to chime in as well here, the lack of clarity for coaches and players on exactly what constitutes a full conversation versus short instruction is really challenging.
Right.
Well, the whole reason they legalized coaching, not that there is a formal statement from any of the tours, to my dismay, on how the decision was made or why, but the idea was that it's unenforceable, that it's happening anyway.
Right.
And this is another example when you draw these lines of when it's legal, when it's not legal. You can't police these things. So why do we take these half measures? If coaching is going to be legal, completely just do it full out. You know, either embrace it or don't.
I agree with you 100%. And as you said, coaching existed since I was playing and before. Everybody was coached.
Correct.
On the line.
Correct.
One way or another. So.
Yeah, just absolutely let it happen. Gil, give us an update here on where we're at inside Armstrong as well while we've got you.
Yeah, De Minaur a game away. Dan Evans serving at 3-5, 15 all.
All right, sounds good. Also over on Stadium 17, it was Jakub Mensik who served for the match in the fourth set, but Nuno Borges was able to find a way through in a tiebreak in that fourth set, and now is serving for his spot in the fourth round. 5-love over Jakub Mensik. And Nuno Borges a couple of years ago, it was that really dramatic fifth set match he won against Ben Shelton. That was 2 years ago now, and he has just been a stalwart here inside the top 100 and beyond over the last couple of years, and continues to make big runs here. Does Nuno Borges, a very impressive player out of Portugal. Pavlyuchenkova is back out on court right now. She has gone to a tank instead of the sleeved. I don't even know how to describe what fabric that shirt was. It didn't look like it was a great choice for a humid night. I'll put it that way.
No, I agree. And now she's in a tank shirt and much better, I think. I mean, she's, she used to be with Lacoste. She's not anymore. It's a change, and I think, who knows what happened with. It's difficult with contract, obviously, when when you're injured and you're not on the scene for 9 months in a row, but in any shape, she is here. She's ready. I think she's definitely thinking, listen, I did much better than my last match so far, where I lost 6-love, 6-love in Rome against Swiatek. Now it's time for me to find more rhythm and less unforced errors. She had a total of 11 unforced, 12 winners. That should balance things out, but not when you have a Swiatek #1 player in the world, facing you. I think the first serve percentage is too low at 54% for Pavlyuchenkova, 67% for Iga Swiatek, and those numbers need to go higher. And you know what I'm looking at also is the fastest serve hit tonight was not by Pavlyuchenkova, who to me has more power than Iga Swiatek. It was Iga at 115 miles per hour. So that's telling that serve of Iga, although sometimes there was those double faults, when it's kind of like a work in progress. She's started this year with a new and different motion to try to gain power and to try to eventually not having that face of the racket a little slightly open before going behind her back, and I think it's paying off. But it takes time to change things, and still, there's not enough time, as she mentioned herself, to be off the tour. She says that the season is too long, that this is the only sport really that doesn't have an off season of more than sometimes 3 weeks, 4 weeks, depending of if you're going all the way to the finals, WTA finals on the Hologic WTA tour, or if you even going to play in the Billie Jean King Cup in November. So it's a little bit rough, because by mid-December they're already in Australia, practicing under the heat and getting ready to play one tournament, at that level before the Australian Open. So,
and don't forget the exhibitions, which also brings in a lot more money. Before we get back to our second set, Iga has just gotten back out on court. Let's get a quick update from Gil Gross over on Armstrong. Gil?
Alex De Minaur takes it 6-3. He really slammed the door on that opening set because he broke serve to win the set 6-3. And to Sophie's point, who was talking about how Alex has developed more firepower, he hit 18 winners in that set to Evans's 6.
Wow, that's unbelievable. That's great. I mean, he's going to be very pleased with that, and pleased with taking the first set. As I mentioned, both players probably don't want to spend too much time on the courts. Evans with 5 hours and 35 minutes, beating the record of the longest singles men's match since starting a recording match time in 1991. Do you know the second one was?
It was Edberg.
Yep, against Chang, 2020.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's yeah, pretty amazing. That was, when was that? Edberg and Chang. I can't remember, but you're right.
Probably in the early 90s.
90s? Yeah, probably something like that.
Well,
1992.
first point. Hold on, I'm interrupting you. So, first point of the second set, battle at the net, both women to the net, and Pavlyuchenkova takes a backhand right into Iga, who immediately turned and took offense to it. I'm hoping we get to see a replay here. Yeah, so a little drop volley from Pavlyuchenkova, popped up by Swiatek. Pavlyuchenkova, big swing right into the breadbasket of Swiatek, and no apology.
Ooh,
not even just a wow. Not even just a hand up.
And I'm not sure if she didn't apologize after when she was maybe ready to serve, but not right after the action. So you know, we couldn't see everything as we're not, you know, right there on court. But I can tell you that Iga is not going to like that.
Backhand to backhand we go. Swiatek backhand to a Pavlyuchenkova backhand cross. Swiatek backhand cross. Pavlyuchenkova tracks that down, lob from her. Swiatek forehand inside out. Why would you possibly do anything to poke the bear? Don't poke the bear.
But no, but on the other hand, I'm not sure she was just trying to go at her. I'm telling you, she just, you know, Iga normally.
That is irrelevant. That's
Why?
irrelevant to the discussion. If you hit, even if you don't mean to, but you do,
apologize.
Just put up a hand.
Again, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt that she might have apologized when she was about to serve
Maybe.
or when she came back to the baseline. So that's
entirely true. But
that's the only thing I would say.
You should apologize.
Yeah, you should apologize maybe right away. I agree.
Because, again, you've already seen, if you're aware of the situation, you know Iga's not thrilled and struggling to find that focus necessary to play her best tennis, and you've given her a reason. Pavlyuchenkova missing another ball, this time off the forehand wing. 15-30 now on the Pavlyuchenkova serve. From the near side, again, has gone to a blue tank instead of the red polo shirt she had on earlier. Serve off the net and long. Second serve here for Pavlyuchenkova. Serve good to a Swiatek backhand cross that's into the net.
These are really, really unforced errors that we're not used to seeing from the racket of Iga Swiatek. She's normally so dialed in. She's one of the best receivers on tour.
Yep.
Her and Piccola, I think, have the highest maybe receiving percentage, but they're in the top 5 for sure.
Yeah, I mean, she's doing fine. She's won 45% of the second serve points she's looked at, but that is a little bit low for her, which she's in, I believe, the 55-57% range. 30 all. She'll get another look at a second serve here on the Pavlyuchenkova serve, which is good to a Swiatek forehand cross that's well missed. Misses by 15 feet long.
Wow.
Take your time, find a good toss, and then you go. Come on here. Let's go, Pavi.
Take your time, find a good toss. Go. That was the coaching side of Pavlyuchenkova.
Not so pajama guy. Serve, good. Swiatek backhand to a Pavlyuchenkova backhand up the line. Running forehand, Swiatek, good. Pavlyuchenkova forehand to a Swiatek backhand cross. Pavlyuchenkova backhand cross to a Swiatek backhand cross that's missed wide. It's one love.
It's a great hold for Pavlyuchenkova. Very important at the beginning of this set to make sure that she's showing that she's still in there.
Yeah, I got to be honest, the stats don't really show it from Iga right now. I mean, listen, she's +3 winners into unforced errors. The serve percentage is at 67%. Nothing is really standing out and saying she's not great, but it's not great.
No, it's not great, but you know, she's saying that, you know, match after matches she's getting better, and you have to also look at, you know, her draw. I mean, she was playing a player that she's never played before in the first round, that is, you know, not very known, and, you know, had to adapt, save 2 set points, wasn't playing the greatest. Then she played a doubles player that qualified, and, you know, not to make any, you know, any bad statements against Shibahara. She's, you know, definitely somebody that she should win against, and, you know, wasn't really the competitive match that she might have had with more of a singles player, but and now playing somebody who's, you know, in good form right now.
Serve is into the net here at love 1 in the second. Second serve here for Iga. She's 6 of 9. You're on second serve points on the night. Just second. Good to a backhand Pavlyuchenkova up the line, laced.
There's that return that I was talking about earlier, that down the line return off the deuce side. She loves to hit either the forehand or the backhand, and oh, did she hit that one perfectly. I think she's going to really love the feel that that backhand gave her.
Yeah, and taking a few more risks on that second serve, I think, is going to be so crucial here in the second set. No doubt about it. Love 15 serve here from Iga. She pulls down her toss. Doesn't like it. Try again here with this first serve at love 15. Serve good to a backhand. Pavlyuchenkova, Swiatek backhand up the line, catches the net, rolls over. Two really lucky moments here for Iga Swiatek on the night. That one just trickling.
Did she say she was sorry?
She did.
Okay.
To be fair, I want to make sure, I don't think it's a necessity. I don't think you have to.
Well, when somebody gets almost hit,
Yes, that's when
it
it
makes sense.
Yes. 15 all after that break there for Iga Swiatek, who serves to the backhand of Pavlyuchenkova. Just caught the baseline. That return did. And the forehand from Swiatek's into the net. It's 15-30. The clothing line that Pavlyuchenkova is wearing is called Sporty and Rich, which is how I've always described you.
Okay.
15-30.
Sporty might be the right way. I'm not sure about rich.
Serve T good. Pavlyuchenkova return is into the net. And a fist pump and a come on from Iga Swiatek for 30 all.
I'm rich, but not money-wise. I'm rich with my friendship, with people like you, or, you know, great guy to work with. So, yeah, very rich that way.
I just like to
Very
think we're
lucky.
just friends doing radio. 30 all.
30 all. One love, Pavlyuchenkova.
Serve is good. Out
Funny.
wide. Missed
Funny.
return is long, and it's game point.
I'm glad I'm making you laugh too. Oh, don't say it. I'm sure you're going to say something. Are they talking in your ear back there?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Bless
There you
them.
go.
Game point here for Iga Swiatek at 40-30. Pulls down her toss once again. Pulls down her toss again. That's twice here for Iga Swiatek. So another first serve coming. That serve tee is well wide. Sliced about 4 feet wide of the tee. And a second serve. She looks at Pavlyuchenkova to make sure she's in the right position. This feels like it's been about a minute and a half since the last point. The second serve, good to a Pavlyuchenkova backhand middle. Swiatek backhand cross, Pavlyuchenkova backhand cross. Swiatek matches, Pavlyuchenkova backhand goes middle. Forehand for Swiatek to the ad corner. Dug out by Pavlyuchenkova. Swiatek backhand up the line, running forehand lob from Pavlyuchenkova. It's going to miss long. It's 1-all.
I like to see the energy level really of Swiatek. She's definitely going after that ball. She's moving her feet. She's, you can hear the squeaking of her shoes, you know, on the surface, on the hard surface, and that's always telling, and that's the answer of many players. When you hear that squeaking, you know that they're doing extra steps and adjustment steps to make sure that they're perfectly set to hitting the ball. So 1-all here in the second set. First set going the way of Swiatek, 6-4.
Nuno Borges, by the way, did close that out 6-love, so he is moving on. Over on Stadium 17, 1-all. Strong right now, De Minaur and Evans. Another first serve coming here for Pavlyuchenkova. 1 hour, 7 minutes into this matchup. Serve, good. Swiatek forehand through the middle. Pavlyuchenkova backhand. Swiatek backhand cross. Pavlyuchenkova backhand cross lands good. Swiatek digs it out. Pavlyuchenkova runner with forehand. Swiatek digs out a forehand. Pavlyuchenkova drop shot. Swiatek there. Pavlyuchenkova lob. Swiatek there. Pavlyuchenkova volley. Swiatek volley, and then Pavlyuchenkova misses the forehand into the net. It's love 15.
Ah, what a big mistake from the racket of Pavlyuchenkova to go with that forehand volley lob when she could have really punched that one down the line and be done with it. I think she tried to be cute and didn't work out. Great, really great defense once again from Swiatek. Refuses to lose the point.
Yeah, it was really that choice to go lob, trying to go over the back shoulder. You have to punch that one.
Yeah, she would have finished that shot and that point.
That was the longest rally of the night, 14 shots. Again, showing the shortness of some of the points here. The average right now for the night is 3.5. So love 15 here for Pavlyuchenkova. Serve is a let. The first serve coming. Neither player heard that let, but the machine calls it. Swiatek taking a long breath before settling into her return position. We'll try this once again here for Pavlyuchenkova. Serve good. Swiatek through the middle. Pavlyuchenkova forehand cross misses long. It's real trouble now. Love 30.
Yeah, Swiatek was talking also about her first round, that she said that mentally she was not really there, that she felt like she could have done better and she could have been a little bit stronger. She was like in and out, and said that she worked on that after her first match, was much better, obviously, against Shibahara. And here, it's a good test, definitely.
30 serve is into the net. I hesitate to say it, but I think the Olympics factors into that as well in terms of the mental toll that tournament took on a lot of players. We're going to experience it tonight. You
Mental
and I
and physical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second serve, good. Swiatek forehand through the middle. Pavlyuchenkova digs it up. Forehand inside out from Swiatek, and Pavlyuchenkova frozen. Just has to watch that one fly by. It's love 40. 3 break chances for the world number 1.
That's well done. Again, just probably not enough on that ball and the 2 shorts, but the return was so deep. That's why she got a little shorter ball. The half volley backhand retrieval after the serve from Pavlyuchenkova. And definitely having a fist pump at the end of this point. Swiatek looking at her camp. Love 40, 3 break points.
The serve has gone away for Pavlyuchenkova. 4 of 10 here in the set. This second serve is good to a Swiatek backhand up the line. Pavlyuchenkova can't track it down. Iga breaks at love. She's now fully in control of her destiny. Setting a break lead, 6-4-2-1 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation, Sophie Amiak joining you here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. I got to be honest, I know you have friends who are watching you.
I do.
On our YouTube channel.
Oh, no, I do, actually.
Okay,
I do.
Yeah.
Say hi to Aunt Carol every
hi,
night.
Carol.
Thank you.
I got to be
She's
honest.
my biggest fan.
It's
Love
good to
her.
have that. I texted my daughter. I said, hey,
She's not
if
watching?
you wanted to, you can watch your good old dad
Yeah,
tonight.
I don't think she cares, right?
Not, radio silence. Not even a text
Not
back.
even,
It's been an hour and a
no.
half. You know how heartbreaking that is? Your kid doesn't even
it's
respond.
all right.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough life out here. Jaime brought one of our producers.
Yeah, he brought his daughter
Brought his
here.
daughter in here today.
They're having a fabulous dinner in New York City right now. Good for them. Enjoy. All right, back here on our thrash. It is 6-4 in the first set for Swiatek. Yeah, doing your job.
Yeah.
And now up to 1 after this. What was that, a love break?
Yes, it was.
It was.
It was. And another point going the way of Iga Swiatek there to start us here at 15 love, and Pavlyuchenkova screaming towards Silk Pajama Guy.
You have to be careful.
7 straight points right now for Iga. Serve for her from the far side, good. Pavlyuchenkova returned into the net. The bagel's not in play. The breadstick technically still in play right now as we
Correct.
open Iga's bakery.
But I think she needs to get a little more energy here and starting to believe still in this match. Pavlyuchenkova, bit checked out right now. That's how many? 6?
7.
7 in a row.
8.
8.
Just keeps adding up. Two in the 2, 4, and 2, 8.
It's good. You can count to 8.
Thank you.
It's impressive.
University of Illinois degree. Second serve here for Swiatek at 30 love. Toss, serve. Pulls back or toss. It's been a lot here. Toss is pulled back. Serve, good. Pavlyuchenkova tries to go with backing up the lane. Also, it was not from 30. It was actually from 15-30. So it's now we're at 10 straight points.
Ouch.
Yeah. Not ideal.
Nope.
So game points here for Swiatek. And this is, how many times have we seen this over the last couple of years?
It's almost like she's checked out, Pavlyuchenkova. She's not here anymore.
Toss is up, serve is good. Pavlyuchenkova backhand just catches the baseline. Now she goes backhand up the line, running forehand from Swiatek. Pavlyuchenkova forehand into the corner. Ends the streak as Swiatek can't track that down. 40-15.
40-15.
And that was much better. But of course, when you have a shorter ball, it's always easier. But it's when she really has the point in her hand and she's the one dictating, Pavlyuchenkova can do the most damages. And oh boy, that was a good one right here.
But I think you're dead on. She needs to find her way to the net at some point here and really get out of these baseline patterns. 40-15 serve for Swiatek is into the net once again.
Look, she's 8 out of 11 point one, you know, coming forward.
Yep.
That's 73% of the point one. I think that's a great stat. And they do have tablets,
Yes,
by the
they
way,
do.
the coaches. They could really look at this and say, hey, make your way in. Try as much as you can.
Backhand from Swiatek goes cross. Pavlyuchenkova can't track that down. It's a serve +1 for the world. Number 1.
Yeah, it's not going to happen with this kind of strokes from Iga Swiatek. Easier said than done, that's for sure.
So hold to 15 gets us to 3-1 here in this second set. Just down to 2 courts in play right now. This one, and of course, what's going on in Armstrong. We'll get an update from Gil after this game here, which is a must at this stage for Pavlyuchenkova. Crowd chanting up in the stands. Iga is holding up her hands, asking for quiet from her own fans. Pavlyuchenkova patiently waiting. Now ready at 1-3 from the near side is Pavlyuchenkova. Serve is wide. That makes it 4 of 11 here in this set. First serves below 40% now. Second serve for Pavlyuchenkova, good. Swiatek backhand up the line, return winner for Iga Swiatek. Love 15.
She's on a roll right now. There's not much that Pavlyuchenkova can do.
Plenty of net clearance on that backhand, just made it look very, very easy. Serve, Pavlyuchenkova, good. Swiatek forehand to a Pavlyuchenkova backhand up the line that misses wide. Love 30.
Yeah, she's taking more and more risks. Stay in it here? Is that what?
Stay in it here, yeah.
Yeah, he's right about that, because tell you what, 4-1 is going to be a difficult task. She needs to stay really close in the score.
Love 30 serve, good. Swiatek backhand middle. Pavlyuchenkova digs out a backhand. Forehand from Swiatek lands good. It's another winner and love 40.
Ouch. Is it 1 out of 14, 15 points? I mean, she hasn't been very successful in the last 3 games. It's pretty awful.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable what's happened here over the last couple of minutes. This match is cooked here. Love 40 serve, net and good.
Although I know that, you know, Pavlyuchenkova loves to play when she's really behind the score, but that's, you know, that being said, against the #1 player in the world is a different story.
Try again with this first serve at love 40. Serve is into the net. 3 of 7 on her second serve points here in the set. 1 of 6, though, on her first. Second serve for Pavlyuchenkova is good to a Swiatek backhand up the line that misses wide. Heat check there for Swiatek. But still has some room to breathe here. Second break chance upcoming. On the night, she's 2 of 4 on her chances. Pavlyuchenkova serving near side. Serve good. Swiatek backhand middle. Pavlyuchenkova forehand to a Swiatek forehand middle. Pavlyuchenkova forehand up the line to a running backhand Swiatek. Pavlyuchenkova backhand cross. Swiatek backhand to a Pavlyuchenkova inside out forehand that misses wide. She looked like she was going to come forward. She chose not to and misses the ensuing ground stroke, not surprisingly. Swiatek running to the chair with a 4-1 lead. Let's get an update, not an upset. Not yet, at least. You never know. But an update from inside Armstrong from Gil Gross. Gil?
Well, Dan Evans has actually had a pretty good start to this second set after dropping the first 6-3. That was a double break 6-3 as well. But Evans generated the first 2 break opportunities of this second set, just couldn't grab either of them. So that's 0 for 3 now in the match for Evans on break point. And one of the best digs of the match from de Minaur, using his athleticism to get up to a drop volley and angling off a short backhand cross court to pass Evans. The movement looks pretty good right now for Alex de Minaur.
Sorry, Gil. You know what was amazing on that last shot is that you felt like almost Alex de Minaur didn't really start really quickly to get to that drop shot, and he kind of hesitated, and then last second he's like, yeah, I can get that, and sure enough, not only he gets there, but he wins the point by this short cross-court replique. I mean, that's unbelievable how quick this guy is.
Yeah, and he's really going after his forehand. He's been very opportune on short balls. He's dictating most of these points against Dan.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. And yeah, I mean, I just have such respect. You know, I was going through as we were preparing. You know, you never know which match you're going to pop over to another match, Sophie. And I just kind of was preparing for de Minaur and went back 2021 versus the top 10, 0-6. 2022, 3-8. Last year, 6-9. This year, 5-6. It's just been this steady improvement against the top players, and you don't get a lot of credit for steady improvement nowadays. It's about that big jump, the big runs, but he just continues to put in the work and put himself into successful spots.
Yeah, not only that, he continues to try to get better in his own game.
Yes.
How to improve my game. It's, you know, obviously the results are going to come with it by improving your game, but it's really impressive to see that he was trying to put more pace into the ball, more, you know, everything like this. As I'm watching that last point was pretty incredible. Another exquisite lob from de Minaur over the head of Evans, who has to do a little twinner, and then balls come up, and of course de Minaur is right there at the net and just finished that volley. He's just also very talented. He has a great feel at the net. That's pretty impressive.
It really is. Dan Evans is such a tricky player to play against, too, with that knifing slice. He's really handled it well here tonight. Swiatek is serving here now at 30 love in the 4-1 service game. 15-4 lifetime for Iga in Grand Slam third rounds. 2 of those losses, though, and I know that she certainly sticks in her craw. The 2 of those losses in third rounds have come this year in Australia and at Wimbledon. Serve here at 30 love is into the net. But this would be the round of 16 for the 4th straight year here at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, she lost to Linda Noskova just trying to open a Yulia Putintseva at Wimbledon. Those were tough losses for sure in majors.
The return miss for Pavlyuchenkova, and you can see those shoulders are slumped right now, struggling to find that motivation with a set and 2 breaks on the other side of the net. Game point here for Iga Swiatek in this set, points 21-8.
And this got to be now 16-1 in the last.
I think 2.
And 2 points. Well, that's it by Pavlyuchenkova. Since
a hold, yeah, there was a break to love, hold
Ouch.
to 15, break at 15.
Ouch.
And now this to 40 love. That would be a stretch of essentially 16-2 if Iga wins this point. Serve here for Swiatek. Will pull down her toss again.
Twice as many amounts of winners from Swiatek. 9 and 4s for 18 winners.
Serve is netted. Second serve coming, and in this set, 7 winners to 1 unforced. Clean living.
Yeah, well, I guess you wanted improvement. You got it.
Second serve good. Pavlyuchenkova back into a Swiatek back in up the line. Pavlyuchenkova running forehand. Swiatek back into a Pavlyuchenkova drop shot that lands good. Not up call as Swiatek keeps on running.
It looks like maybe the. Oh, I thought something got you know, lost off the racket. I saw something in the back, behind the body of Pavlyuchenkova. I thought it was that anti-vibration that came off the racket, but it wasn't.
Is it because you're seeing things you stayed up too late last night?
This is not good. You have to ask me that question again, which I don't remember the answer.
Who did Iga beat in the bronze medal match at the Olympics?
Samsonova. No, Schmidlova.
There you go.
Ooh.
Got a little tight there, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Is there a prize?
My friendship.
Oh, yeah, there you are. There you are.
And another awkward silence. Game points here for Iga Swiatek at 40-15. Serve good. Pavlyuchenkova return is not 5-1. Yeah. 16 points to 3 over the last 24 games.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, you feel like, you know, you just basically, she left the building. She's just not there anymore. Change of balls, change of racket for the players, getting to a tighter strings because the balls being newer just flies through the air faster. So you want more control. Tight strings means more control. The ball sticks to the strings a little more, kind of like the same thing as a trampoline. The tighter the trampoline, the less height you get. The looser, the higher you're gonna get.
Iga is throwing up her hands again, waiting for the fans to get settled back into their seats. It was interesting to see Danielle Collins take offense at that. You have nothing.
No.
Okay. Serve good. Return up the line. Just long.
I was in the crowd yesterday trying to go to Armstrong to watch Keys playing against Mertens, and it was right in, you know, in the game, and this one guy is insisting on going down, and the usher said, no, we have to wait one game. He goes, well, I thought they took that away. It's every point. I'm like, no, and I'm trying to explain calmly to this guy, well, it's actually every game, okay? You know, now they want more. It's hard enough.
To be clear, I wasn't referencing the fans. I was referencing Danielle saying about Iga throwing up her hands all the time.
I'm sorry.
Not so much the fans.
I thought you were talking about the fans moving.
Yeah. Forehand from Swiatek into the deuce corner. Now steps into a forehand cross. Pavlyuchenkova forehand cross. Swiatek forehand cross with good depth. Pavlyuchenkova forehand up the line. Running back in Swiatek. Pavlyuchenkova drop shot is into the net.
Yeah, she's definitely putting so much pressure on Pavlyuchenkova that Pavlyuchenkova is trying everything she can to, you know, pull off some different tricks. The drop shot didn't work out there.
Unforced error count is 6 for Pavlyuchenkova, but it's just been a lot of forced errors here in this set, 10 of them. 15 all serve, T good, it's an ace. First of the set, third of the night, 4:30-15. These moments certainly about just finishing with some class and playing your style of tennis.
Well, she would love to at least hold here. And then you never know, you know. Got to go through the finish line.
Serve T good. Rolled return will miss long and gain points for Pavlyuchenkova.
Woo!
Well, you got to take any positive energy when you can get it, right? It's kind of like the knights who say neat. The silk pajama guy who says woo. 40-15 serve good. Return through the middle. Pavlyuchenkova backhand up the line indeed. Getting a hold here to force the issue. It's going to be on Iga's racket in a moment. Trying to close things out into the 4th round when we return to US Open Radio presented by American Express. It's Mike Cation and Sophie Amiak joining you here as we look like we're coming to a close here inside Arthur Ashe Stadium with Iga Swiatek about to serve for it. Sophie's dancing. Fans are dancing.
Well, I'm trying to find out what they were dancing. We were looking on the image, and we didn't have the audio, but there seemed to be some really happening dance move on Arthur Ashe, which, you know, it's always fun. Always fun.
I'm just wondering, I've seen that it's Polo Ralph Lauren Day here, and they've been advertising Pink Pony, Polo Ralph Lauren, and I'm just wondering if they're playing Pink Pony Club by Chapel Roan to get everybody in the mood.
Okay, maybe.
You a big fan of Chapel?
Yes, love them.
It's a female.
So.
Okay. Iga serving here at 5-2 in the second, trying to close things out here. Move into the fourth round, gets it backhand, goes cross. Backhand from Pavlyuchenkova. Swiatek up the line with the backhand. Running forehand from Pavlyuchenkova. What an angle for love 15.
Like, there's one thing about Pavlyuchenkova is that she is really a great player when she's way behind the score, because she just lets loose. And this is the kind of tennis, the last backhand down the line is, we haven't seen many of these. Credit to how good, you know, Swiatek defense and movement has been tonight, especially in the second set.
15 serve for Swiatek is good. Pavlyuchenkova backhand to a Swiatek forehand cross. Pavlyuchenkova can't track that one down. It's into the net. It's 15-all.
By the way, I don't know if you saw, but after this point, when she lost that point, she looked at her camp, Iga, and said, give me something, like with her arms up, you know, help me, you know, cheer me on, give me some positive energy.
That's wild to think at 5-2.
Oh, there's always a doubt.
Yeah.
Always a doubt.
15-all serve for Swiatek. Good. Pavlyuchenkova backhand to a Swiatek. Backhand goes cross. Pavlyuchenkova backhand middle. Swiatek backhand cross. Caught the line. And a big fist pump. Doesn't stop until the finish line is behind her. 2 points from it at 30-15.
Sadly, I haven't seen one backhand slice. Sadly, I think that she should be playing the forehand of Swiatek a lot more.
Get you into the coach's box. Just get some silk pajamas on you and you'll be right there. Serve is good. Return just misses long. It's match point. Iga Swiatek.
I'm going to get some. If that's what's going to get me in that box.
Tomorrow we're on at 9, 10 o'clock tomorrow, so we'll go shopping. We'll go shopping.
That could be very funny. Come in with silk pajama or a shift.
Match point here for Iga Swiatek at 40-15 in the 5-2 service game. Iga throws up the toss. Serve netted. Second serve for Swiatek at 40-15. Deliberate motion. Toss goes up. Serve good. Pavlyuchenkova backhand's going to miss long. Well, scoreline looking pretty clean there for Iga Swiatek. 6-4, 6-2, and into the fourth round of the U.S. Open here in 2024. Pavlyuchenkova and Swiatek, a couple of words at the net. And I think that might go back to that backhand where Pavlyuchenkova took that backhand into Swiatek. I think that was what that dialogue was about there between the two of them. Seemed to be very positive, and now Iga thanking this crowd as she's moving on here in New York.
Yeah, that was, you know, quite a match in the display, a good display of form, especially in the second set for Iga Swiatek. First set a little tight here and there, but overall I think that she was a much better player tonight. Just so much less unforced errors, just, you know, more in tune. 19 total winners for Iga Swiatek for 9 unforced. On the other side, 18 winners for 17 unforced is to be expected from Pavlyuchenkova, just because of the amount of you know, heat that she put pace on that ball, and she's taking so much more risks than Swiatek, with a lot more topspin, especially on the forehand side for Iga Swiatek. So, in all, a good match for Swiatek. I think she's going to be pleased to come through once again here, and she would be playing against Samsonova the next round, just because, well, I guess we're lost some seed with Mira Andreeva losing to Kruger, and Samsonova coming through in 1-1 against Kruger. I think that was a bit of a surprise. I mean, maybe Kruger was probably at the end of a rope. That was a long first match he had against Shui Zhang, 7-5 in the third. So who knows?
Darren Cahill going to be doing the post-match interview here tonight. So let's hear from our winner, Iga Swiatek.
Iga, firstly, well done. A couple of day session matches, and welcome back to a US Open night session. How much did you enjoy this, your tennis, and certainly the atmosphere tonight?
Yeah, I enjoyed it really much. So thank you guys for being with us and creating such an atmosphere, because it's always special in New York.
What are the differences playing from day and night? Clearly the atmosphere of night is really special, but talk from a tennis perspective, how do you find it and what are the differences?
Well, I feel like I need to focus even more and be in my bubble, you know, because for sure it's louder. I love it, but on the other hand, you know, I really need to focus on my job. Well, the weather is different, so all the adjustments that come with that. But I wouldn't say I'm changing a lot. I feel pretty comfortable playing night sessions, so I really enjoy this.
You had a really tough opponent tonight. Anastasia is a champion of the game. She's made so many quarterfinals of majors. She made it through the Roland Garros final a few years ago. What were the challenges tonight and how pleased were you with the way you played?
Well, honestly, I just wanted to kind of focus on myself because I knew that if I'm going to do the right work, you know, here, I'm going to be fine, but for sure she's a great player and she's really powerful, so you have to be ready for, you know, first couple of shots being pretty fast. I think she was serving well, so I wanted to kind of use my intuition of where the ball is going to go when I was returning, and but mostly during the rallies I was just focusing on what I want to do.
I think I may have even seen a smile from your coach, Thomas, at one point with the way you were playing. Pretty rare from Thomas, but we look at you on the court all the time. You practice so hard with trying to evolve your game. Where do you think your improvements can come from? Where can you get better?
Oh my God, I think everywhere, honestly. It's not like my tennis is perfect. Sometimes it's weird because I feel like I've been number one and I've been winning these tournaments, but I still feel like really I need to work on some stuff, you know. But for sure, since I started working with Coach Thomas, I've been feeling like I have more variety and more options on court, so it's really great, and I'll try to give them the more opportunities to smile, because for sure it's not easy for the coach to smile, so I'll try to play the best tennis possible so we all can enjoy it.
And just finally, Ludmila Samsonova in the next round. Samsonova in the next round. I know you're 3-0 head-to-head, but again, a very dangerous player.
Yes, I think she's also, you know, has a game style of, you know, playing really fast and flat, so it kind of fits this hard court, so for sure it's going to be a challenge, but there are no easy matches in fourth rounds, you know, so I'll be ready.
Iga, well done, and welcome back to the round of 16 of the US Open and a night session.
And indeed, this is going to be the fourth straight year in the fourth round, the round of 16 here at the US Open for Iga Swiatek. And listen, it's kind of big picture in here. There are so many talents, but do you think we're headed, I'm going to put you just on the spot here, headed towards Iga and Arena next Saturday?
Oh, I think that there's a long road to this next Saturday final, and I think players like Muchova and Paolini have a lot to say into that mix. Even Wozniacki, I think that is playing very good tennis, so I think it's way too soon to even think about this. And I mean, Coco Gauff is still in the mix, and if she start playing maybe a little bit better, as you know, obviously winning 6-3 in the third against Svitolina, I think was a great effort. Being down a set, and she finds a way. She keeps finding a way, even though she's not playing the greatest. And that's exactly how she won that title last year, by the way. Not playing the greatest, but digging deep, finding a way, being, you know, mentally tough, and, you know, the guts and the sheer, you know, not accepting the loss for her. And I thought that that was pretty amazing that she won last year against Sabalenka, who really had the match in her hands. So yeah, too long of a way to even, I mean, I wouldn't dare to.
Well, that's why I like to put you on the spot.
I mean, I'm honest. I mean,
yes, you are.
You know,
that's why I like you.
That's
why we're
from
friends.
From the beginning, here we go again. From the beginning of the tournament, my dark horse was Muchova. And because of the variety, and I think she's due to really, I mean, she was close, obviously, in the final of one of the major, and couldn't go through, but she has the game. She has a game to really adapt everywhere. But, you know, like Iga said, everybody in the fourth round, hello, everybody can play tennis right now and can win this tournament.
It's been really interesting to see just so many of those, major winners who are still around on the women's side. Meanwhile, on the men's side, we've lost 2 of the top 3 in the last couple of days. And one person who's kind of flying under the radar here, but is not going to be flying under the radar much longer, is Daniil Medvedev.
Daniil Medvedev is flying under the radar, just like, Samsonova was, not even in anybody's radar, I think. But yeah, and you have to also, look at those guys who are playing right now, the Minoran events and Evans. I think also, Popperin is just, it's ridiculous how he's playing.
Yes.
And he's mentally so pumped up, to play. It was great to watch that against Djokovic. So, yeah, I think that I love the fact that it's open and that we don't really have any idea who's going to win, neither on the men's side or the women's side. And the Americans, let's not forget how well Tommy Paul is playing, how well we won today against the Canadian and Taylor Fritz and
Popperin is going to be.
Tiafoe Popperin is going to be a popcorn match for sure, a big one. Yeah.
But I mentioned Daniil Medvedev because he's coming up next. So's that guy who's sneaking up behind you right now. It's Mark Woodford.
Are you ready?
He just got a hit in with his co-commentator
tonight.
Oh,
you did
Look
hit?
at that guy, Russ Thaler.
Look at the 2 of you.
Forehand winners galore from Russ Thaler here
and
tonight.
You find a shower on site? That's awesome. Very good. Good to know.
We need to get out there and hit a little. You and I can play some pickle. I'll play some
really.
pickle with you.
Forget. Oh no, we can't play here. But
we'll find it. We'll find it. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford coming
please,
up next here.
Get off
Mark
your high horse.
Lucero is going to be courtside for you. Gil Gross will be on Armstrong. All of it here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Gil Gross inside Louis Armstrong Stadium, courtside in the whisperer position. And Dan Evans, in his first round, played the longest match in U.S. Open history, 5 hours, 35 minutes, against Karen Khachanov. Followed it up with a straight set win over Mariana Navone. Lost the first set tonight against Alex de Minaur 6-3, but he's still not out of gas because he serves for the second set now at 5-4. How does someone recover from 5 hours, 35 minutes on court? Well, Evans said that he's been in and out of the ice bath quite a bit in the last couple days, doing a lot of mobility to get himself going. He said it wasn't so bad against Navone, and of course he hoped at that point that there's more to come. He also said, interestingly enough, that he felt extra pressure to beat Navone. He said, I didn't really want to win that match and then lose in the next round. It wouldn't feel right. Everyone was congratulating me. It was almost a bit embarrassing. I didn't want to say, no, I've got another match. But, you know, he really took a lot of pride in following up that big win. So again, Evans serving for the second set, 5-4, 15 all. Stay posted for updates as we move on this night session on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome to the 2024 U.S. Open, the next chapter of spectacular.
And welcome to night session match 2 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Russ Taylor and the Hall of Famer Mark Woodford with you tonight as we see the number 31 seed Flavio Cobbolli of Italy and the number 5 seed Daniil Medvedev, the 2021 U.S. Open champion, on the court into the third round for the 7th year in a row is Daniil Medvedev. He has enjoyed great success here in New York and looking to keep that going. And Mark and Flavio Cobbolli, his opponent tonight, the Italian is having the run of a lifetime. He's having the year of a lifetime at 22 years of age.
He is. His journey is about to begin. It's already underway, really, isn't it? Because he's transitioned into an ATP player. He is competing at the top line events now, and it's just uncanny since the beginning of the year to where he started 2024 to where he is now. It's a wonderful trajectory.
It started in the qualifying at the Australian Open where he made a run and kind of hasn't looked back from there.
And 12 months ago, new territory again here that he is experiencing at this year's US Open. 12 months ago, losing first round of qualifying here. So, I mean, you can imagine the excitement with this player in particular as he steps up for his first experience under lights here at the US Open.
Well, joining us on the commentary squad tonight on US Open Radio, presented by American Express, is Mark Lucero, who is in the whisper seat courtside for us. Mark, tonight is a huge night, obviously, for Flavio Cobbolli as he takes on Daniil Medvedev. What kind of player is Cobolli? What should we expect to see and hear from him tonight?
He's a player with a lot of promise. There's a lot of things expected from him. Obviously, there's been a lot of Italians coming through in his generation. He's just the next one. The big thing tonight, I want to see how he deals with playing on a big court against a big-time player. Obviously, with Medvedev, he's known for his counter-punching ability, changing defense into offense from pretty far behind the court. I want to see how Cobolli deals with Medvedev resetting points and then, sliding those flat backhands and forehands up the line from the corners of the court, and how he does when he has to reset points time after time.
Well, it should be fascinating to watch these guys go at it tonight. Daniil Medvedev has really changed, Mark, the geometry of tennis as we know it. Since he came on the scene, looking like a player unlike anything we had ever seen before, kind of like a praying mantis out there on the court. He's going to be able to cover just about everything. I mean, when you look at a player like Daniil Medvedev, as a guy who played at the top levels of the game, do you wonder, how the hell does this guy play like this and be so successful?
Well, probably in answer to that first part, the geometry, methinks you're alluding to how far he uses the expansiveness of these major courts. It is the Australian Open. There is deep backdrops. Roland Garros, huge amount of space behind the baseline, and here on Ashe Arena, and I think that's going to be probably, I would expect, and I'm hoping Mark, we were talking with him earlier, Russell, that for Mark to maybe just keep track on how far behind the baseline Daniil Medvedev does return serve.
All right, let's listen to Flavio Cobbolli speaking with Christopher Eubanks pre-match.
How pleased are you with the progress you've made in the last year?
I'm really happy about my progress for all the year. I think I did a great work with the team, so now I believe in myself. I just want to play tennis, so I think the work is not done, so we will see what happens tonight.
What are going to be the keys for success for you tonight in order to get the win?
I didn't talk with the team for the taxi. I just want to enjoy every point I will do on the court. Joking with the crowd and play my game. So I'm focused on me and I believe in myself. So I'm ready.
Best of luck to you tonight. I'm sure there's a lot of Italian fans out there waiting on you.
Thank
you. 22-year-old Italian Flavio Cobbolli ready to step onto the biggest stage in tennis, and quite possibly the biggest match of his life as he takes on the 2021 U.S. Open champion. Cobolli listed at 6
Daniil,
feet tall. Daniil Medvedev,
night match,
a little taller than that, but not quite as tall as Chris Eubanks, who's interviewing him. Let's listen in.
How excited are you to get back out here to this familiar court?
Super excited. Don't know how many people are there, but super excited to come back there. I usually play my best tennis there, so looking forward, and hopefully I can show some beautiful tennis.
You know, in a tournament in which there are a lot of upsets, how difficult is it for you, one of the odds-on favorites now, to be able to keep your focus and focus on each match one at a time?
I think, in a way, upsets maybe can even help sometimes, because that's where you see the tennis. Anyone can win, you know better than me. On a given match, so you need to give your best, show your best tennis match in, match out to win a Grand Slam. So that's what I'm going to try to do.
Best of luck, Daniil.
Arthur Ashe Stadium, here we go. Please welcome the players for tonight's third round match. From Italy, Flavio Cobbolli. At 2021 U.S. Open champion, Daniil Medvedev.
And here we go, the 2021 U.S. Open champion, Daniil Medvedev. Once the most hated man in New York and now beloved here at Arthur Ashe Stadium. 2019 turned that thing around, turned the crowd around in his favor, losing in 5 sets in the final to Rafa Nadal after ticking everyone off on Armstrong Stadium a couple of nights before that. Flavio Cobbolli just introducing himself to the tennis world as we get ready for play here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. We are also keeping our eyes peeled on Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Alex de Minaur and Dan Evans are doing battle, and that's where our Gil Gross is stationed for the night. Gil, what's going on there in Armstrong?
Well, Dan Evans served for the second set at 5-4 and got broken. And we did not expect Alex de Minaur to be 100% for this tournament. The first couple rounds didn't necessarily confirm those suspicions, or I actually was trying to say they did confirm those suspicions that he's not 100%. He himself said he was 80 or 85, but we have seen some scrambling ability from him, and the adaptations in his game getting more aggressive coming to the forefront, because he's been more aggressive all year, but I think he's even stepped it up a couple of notches with the injury to try to do a little bit less moving. There are other nuances to the adaptations he's made that have come to the forefront. Evans has had a tough time at the net, and right on cue, de Minaur with a buggy whip short angle forehand cross court. He's lobbed Dan Evans a lot because Dan likes to kind of get his nose up on top of the net, and de Minaur has been aware of that. That's how he got the break. And the other thing I want to point out is the backhand slice that de Minaur has developed. That has come in handy to respond to the backhand slice that Evans uses throughout his career, knifes it nice and low.
All right, we'll be keeping in touch with Gil Gross as they prepare for the coin toss on Arthur Ashe Stadium. The coin toss tonight will be done by Lieutenant General Gilliand, who is the superintendent of the United States Military Academy at West Point, Army as it's known in the United States. The superintendent of Army, pretty big deal, and today is Military Appreciation Day at the U.S. Open. I was inside of Ashe when all the military members stood up, and there was an extended round of applause for all of those who have served and all of those who are serving in our military. And here at U.S. Open Radio, we surely thank them for their service. It is time for the coin toss. And Mark, we're about ready to get underway here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. What do you think the butterflies are like in the belly of Cobolli, a guy making his first appearance on the big stage?
Well, I think it's something that he's more than willing to embrace. And it's just the trajectory, you know, doing the research on him before tonight's match against Medvedev. I mean, the ascendancy has been so quick, but it kind of highlights also how well Italian tennis has been performing this year. Let's see the coin toss to see who wins.
All right, here we go. Coin toss is up.
That's heads, yeah. You receive.
Heads is the call. Heads is the flip. Cobolli wins the toss, elects to receive. So Daniil Medvedev will serve to start this third round match in men's singles at the 2024 U.S. Open. And Medvedev, I almost feel like he's flying a little bit under the radar. There's been so much chatter about what's gone on with Jannik Sinner. Of course, what happened at Indian Wells, popping twice for the positive PED test, and what's the aftermath for Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz, of course, going out. In fact, the last two most previous U.S. Open champions going out in consecutive days. We saw Novak Djokovic. Daniil Medvedev, a guy who's had so much success on hard courts in his career, very quiet at this stage of the Open, no?
I think it's reflective of this year for Daniil. There has been so much attention placed upon others in the game that are ranked just above him. And yet we're talking about a guy that has won a Grand Slam here in 2021, has reached 3 finals of the Australian Open and gone deep at Wimbledon and is more or less there in Roland Garros. But he's kind of the nearly man, isn't he?
Yeah.
When we've got Alcaraz that's arrived and Jannik Sinner taking the title and Djokovic still creating, records, there hasn't been as much attention. I wonder whether he's actually enjoyed flying under the radar because the pressure, they're talking about others, and sometimes that's a breath of fresh air just to fly under the radar.
Well, he definitely has the personality that wouldn't seem to mind being out in the forefront. He loves talking to the media. He's a really competent guy. When
Thoughtful.
You listen to him speak, very thoughtful. Yes. He's actually been extremely thoughtful about the Sinner situation, to tell you the truth, which has been a touchy subject amongst players.
Yep. And I think at times with Daniil, I feel like he's very professional on the court, and he gets knocked for his personality. On the court, you don't see him throw his racket. I mean, look, we've all had a tendency to drop our racket over a career. But generally speaking, he's not one that belts the ball out of the stadium. He may get very mouthy with the umpire.
I was about to say, argumentative is how he expresses his frustration.
Yeah, but it's not week in, week out. It's when he is inflamed, and he's, I think a virtue for all tennis players is that you're stubborn. And when he believes there is something that he's going to put a stake into, he becomes very stubborn. But look, I think on the court he is very professional. But when the umpire says play, but he gets knocked.
Not sure why. Anyone who's spent any time with Daniil Medvedev or listening to his press conferences can kind of tell. Smart guy.
And here,
good guy.
As you introed as well, Russ. I mean, they have knocked him here, this crowd.
They have, but I think they're on his side. I think he's brought them over. I really do.
I hope so.
I think they have. I think the New York crowd tends to. You know what? Mark Lucero is actually in the building. Mark, what's been the reception for these two players? What has it felt like in there?
There was actually a round of applause that went up as soon as the cameras in the stadium, as soon as the screens showed him with Chris Eubanks, like the crowd started cheering for him. I actually think, I think the rise of Alcaraz and Sinner has sort of taken enough attention away from Medvedev that he's gotten to the point where fans like him. I think they appreciate actually the wit and the, like you guys mentioned, the intelligence that he brings to his arguments. And he's kind of gotten away from that antagonist into someone who's, like I said, a fan favorite and gets a cheer as soon as they show him on the screen. It's actually pretty cool.
So Daniil Medvedev, from most hated to one of the fan favorites in New York. And Medvedev is finishing up the serving portion of the warm-up. Cobolli will have a chance to receive. Do you think that might have been get the nerves out, let Daniil have a service game, and maybe don't let the nerves get you a breakdown early?
I would say that that's an area of his game that he feels very confident about, and in those pressure moments, Russ, you know, you go with something that you can rely upon. Maybe it just gives him a chance to sight the ball, settle in, get to hit a few balls before he has to then step up and serve in that second game. It's not unusual for me. Mark, I don't know if you feel the same, that a lot of Europeans would maybe, you know, opt to return serve first.
I totally agree. I think returning first, you take the pressure off yourself, you give yourself a chance to get in. You never know if, you know, you play someone who's going to throw you a couple of free points, you can get a cheap break. You know, the other thing I noticed on the walkout, Daniil Medvedev very relaxed. Flavio Cobbolli kind of looking around, eyes everywhere. You know, a little more attention in the face. I want to see how he starts.
And Cobolli has a wrap around one of his calves as well, and that might be something to keep an eye on as this goes on, because remember, this is the first year he's playing best of 5 in all of these majors. It's a lot, and he's played a lot of matches.
And given his stature, the way he's built, one would think that he is going to be very speedy around the baseline. So that's another one for Mark to keep an eye on to see whether that wrapped calf.
The right calf of Flavio Cobbolli is wrapped up. It's almost mummified. It's a white tape, right? It looks very much like that. Okay, here we go. Daniil Medvedev, if you're watching on our YouTube channel, he's in the far court. If you're listening on the US Open app, usopen.org, TuneIn or SiriusXM, welcome to the night session on Labor Day weekend at the US Open. Second serve from Daniil Medvedev. Cobolli forehand returned down the line to the backhand of Medvedev. He goes cross court. Cobolli slices back. Forehand inside in from Medvedev, forces the error off the forehand of Cobolli. It's 15-love. And Cobolli kind of checking the court out a little bit, making sure his shoes are sticking as they like. Here comes Medvedev's first serve offering at 15-love. It's long. Second serve coming for the number 5 seed in 2021 US Open champion, Daniil Medvedev. Second serve offering, kick to the backhand of Cobolli. Cobolli returns into the top of the net. It's 30-love.
So given that he's right-handed and the wrap is on that right leg, I'm just wondering whether it's because of the excessive amount wear and tear that he's had this year, this tournament. It anchors that right leg down.
First serve from Medvedev, sliced back by Cobolli. Now Cobolli, backhand midcourt to the backhand of Medvedev, who pushes it to the forehand of Cobolli, out wide to the forehand of Medvedev. Now Medvedev on the run with a slice backhand, deep into the corner. Cobolli inside out forehand to the backhand of Medvedev. Now down the line, inside in, clean winner from the Italian.
So even in that point, Russ, I was watching on our screens the way he hit the forehands, and that right leg is very dominant. It's the rudder that really controls his movement and his ability to power through the shot. So I would expect that it's maybe just there for some support, that wrap.
First serve down the tee from Medvedev, return into the net from Cobolli. Not an unforced error on the return. I'd call that a forced error on the return. It's 40-15. So Medvedev serving now with points for the opening game of this match. Into the forehand of Cobolli. Return goes long. Medvedev opens this game with a hold to 15. They'll change ends, and now Cobolli, who had a chance to see the Medvedev serve, missed a couple of returns, didn't miss by much, trying to get his bearings going here on this third round match. It's the first time he's ever been in the main draw of the US Open, so therefore this is the longest he's ever gone at the US Open, and indeed the longest he's ever gone at a major tournament as well. One of 4 Italian men in the third round of the US Open. That's the most ever in the Open era.
Yep.
The Italian men are on they're on a heater right now.
I think my feeling is they're following along after the Italian women, who for a number of years they were winning Billie Jean King Cup competitions. They were, you know, you think of Arani and Vinci, Pagnotta, Flavia Pagnotta.
And Vinci's the one that sort of bridges the gap between those generations.
No,
not Vinci. Arani is the one that has bridged the gap.
Still playing,
She was playing earlier today, lost to Diana Schneider in straight sets. And here's Cobolli. First point of his service game as they rally cross-court. Cobolli inside out, forehand to the backhand of Medvedev. And now inside in, trying to go down the line again. But he sails it long. It's love 15. Cobolli's got the frosted tips. Little blonde on top, brunette down below. Bright pink and blue on kit for the Italian. And now a backhand to the backhand exchange. Cross court they go. Almost down the middle, big margin of error. Medvedev happy to just rally back, pushes backhand back, little clips the top of the net. Now Cobolli bringing Medvedev in with a drop shot, to which Medvedev just runs up to it and whips a backhand winner cross court. It's suddenly love 30.
Yeah, guys from down here, it looks like Cobolli's really trying to figure out how he's going to get ahead in the point, just because of how far back Medvedev returns that serve from and how easily he gets the point back to neutral after a pretty good first serve.
Well, love 30. Cobolli hasn't won a point yet on his serve. He's only played 2 of them. Here comes the first serve at love 30. It's long and wide. Second serve now that Medvedev will have a look at. He still stays very deep on the return even for the second serve. Here's the return to the forehand of Cobolli, back to the forehand of Medvedev. Now down the line to the backhand of Medvedev into the backhand of Cobolli. Backhand to backhand they go. Cobolli runs around his, goes down the line inside in. Medvedev on the run, playing some defense, but not enough defense as Cobolli forces the backhand error. It's 15-30.
Yeah, and Cobolli finishing that point with a forehand. And he tried to get into a corner. He followed it into to the net, but where it was positioned, it wasn't deep to the baseline. It wasn't over to the sideline either. He was very fortunate to win that point, and I'm not sure that that's a type of point that Cobolli's going to be always happy playing.
First serve deep into the backhand corner of Medvedev forces the return error, and it's 30 all. Well, first meeting between these two players, and as we've mentioned, Medvedev doesn't play really like any other player, so there has to be, I imagine anyone playing Medvedev for the first time, there has to be a bit of a feeling out process just to see what it's like playing against a 6'6" player who covers everything from 15 feet back. And Cobolli taking a page out of Carlos Alcaraz's book, serve and volley, and knocks off the backhand volley for a winner, and now a point for 1-all.
Well, Mark probably had a good look at that serve and volley, because that was a very tidy backhand volley, the way he executed that.
That was kind of like yours.
Thank you.
Woody knows what he's doing, by the way. Well done, Mark Lucero. Backhand to backhand they go, and Medvedev nets another backhand. So digging himself out of a love 30 hole, Cobolli holds for 1-all.
Hey, Mark, what do you think about Cobolli saying that they didn't really talk tactics before the match? I'm curious your thoughts.
Astounded. Wouldn't you be?
Same, yeah, 100%.
Yeah. If you're working with a player, I think that you would try to furnish your player with at least a couple of tips. You don't want to flood them with too many ideas, but at least something, 1 or 2.
First serve into the net. Second serve coming for Daniil Medvedev at 1-all. First point of the game. Slice second serve out wide to the Cobolli forehand. Open court forehand for Medvedev, and another error. Now these little errors are starting to add up for Daniil Medvedev. He sort of lost his rhythm a little bit in the last few points, it seems.
This is a Cobolli adjustment on the return position. He's dropped about 6 feet further back than the first return game.
And the return just wide from Cobolli off the first serve from Medvedev. And we'll definitely keep an eye on that return position. We know where Medvedev's going to return from for the most part.
Well, even as a follow-up to, not really talking tactics, I kind of like it thinking big picture, because that means he's expected to work on things, work it out himself.
Cobolli passing shot well defended by Medvedev, and overhead, and it didn't have enough on it, and Cobolli crushes a forehand winner. And it's 15-30. So Medvedev moving forward had to make a real nice and very difficult stab volley, had a look in an overhead, but didn't have enough leverage to get anything on it, and Cobolli took advantage. Medvedev misses the first serve wide, and now a second serve that Cobolli will have a look at off the Medvedev racket. It's 15-30 at 1-all. Cobolli steps way back to return the second serve to the backhand, and Medvedev down the line into the forehand of Cobolli. Now cross court to the backhand of Cobolli. Slice return, middle of the court. Medvedev goes back to the backhand. Cobolli deep reply right on the baseline, and then Medvedev hits the baseline. Now Cobolli backhand to backhand down the middle of the court. Forehand inside out, just loops it up in the air, and Medvedev goes down the line. Cobolli slices a backhand back to get it back to neutral. Medvedev trying to put on pressure. Forehand down the line. Backhand cross courts now, and a backhand down the line from Medvedev. Cobolli nearly goes to the splits to reply it. Very deep, very strong, neutralizing forehand. Now backhand to backhand again. Longest rally of the match so far. Medvedev down the line, backhand, and Cobolli finally sails a forehand long. What a rally between these two. It's 30-all.
Well, Russell, I think we got a very good idea of why there is a wrap on his right calf. I mean, the amount of times that he was sliding out to the forehand and using that right leg to anchor down, and then that squash-like forehand responses. And on our screens, we're seeing Cobolli. Hopefully they're not grimaces, like, hopefully it's just I'm out of breath.
He took some deep breaths after that grimace. That was a grueling baseline rally that we just witnessed as both players are probably happy that the chair umpires had to tell some fans to sit down. They get a chance to maybe catch their breath on both sides. That was quite the exchange. All right, so it's 30-all. Daniil Medvedev went for the ace down the tee, sails it long. The second serve coming at 30-all. To the forehand of Cobolli, down the line to the backhand of Medvedev. Now Cobolli tried to hit a big one inside out, and after that long grueling rally, Cobolli tried to finish that one quickly, and it went right into the net. Mark Lucero, how are both of these players looking and breathing after that ridiculously long point we just saw?
Daniil Medvedev looks relatively unaffected. Cobolli, Russ, is breathing like you after that hit earlier today.
That doesn't sound good for Cobolli, by the way, if he feels anything like I felt after that hit with Woody. All right, here's the 40-30 point. This time a big forehand inside out from Cobolli. Does find the court. Medvedev can't get a racket on it, and we're at deuce.
The Cobolli racket head speed is just incredible.
Yeah, he turned defense with the return of serve, Mark, quickly into offense. He was very aware and quick to swoop onto that mid-court ball by Medvedev.
Medvedev first serve to the Cobolli backhand, and the Medvedev forehand reply very weak into the middle of the net, and a break point opportunity for the Italian here at 1-all. First break point chance for either player. Goes to the 31 seed. First serve from Medvedev is long up the line. Second serve coming. Medvedev looking at Cobolli. Here comes the toss. Medvedev serves out wide. Kicker to the backhand of Cobolli. Back to the backhand of Medvedev. Now a slice backhand to the backhand of Medvedev. Medvedev replies. Now a slice to the forehand of Medvedev. Down the line to the backhand of Cobolli. Down the line on the backhand side of the forehand of Cobolli. Medvedev slicing to the backhand of Cobolli. Down the line to the forehand of Medvedev. And a huge forehand down the line for Cobolli, trying to gain control of this point. He does with an inside-out forehand, forces the error, and Flavio Cobbolli has picked up the first break of the first set and leads 2-1 over the number 5 seed Daniil Medvedev on Arthur Ashe Stadium. And as we catch our breath and the players sit down to change ends after the third game of this match, let's check in with our Gil Gross on Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Alex de Minaur and Dan Evans are battling. What's happening there, Gil?
Well, Russ, the story in the first set was de Minaur upping the offense, really taking it to Evans. He hit 18 winners to Dan Evans's 6. In the second set, I'd say that flipped a little bit to de Minaur's aggression, turning into a lot of errors. And he missed 4 attacking forehands to give the breakaway in that set. And then in the tie break, he missed probably another 3 or 4 forehands That's very uncharacteristic of de Minaur, but he's playing an uncharacteristic style. And the unforced error count, de Minaur 21, Evans 11 in the second set.
All right, Gil, thanks a lot. Looks like we're going to have a tight one out there on Louis Armstrong between Alex de Minaur and Dan Evans of Great Britain. Remember, Dan Evans played the longest match in U.S. Open history, 5.5 hours worth in the first round, and then managed 2 days later to win in straight sets. That in and of itself was a pretty impressive turnaround, was it, Woody?
Awesome, awesome, especially that he is one of the older players out there, and his year has not been fruitful for him, his ranking. This is massive for him.
Yeah.
And even tonight, if he's able to engineer a win over the Australian, I mean, his ranking will certainly be, it'll be a massive boost, but don't count out the demon.
No, never, actually.
I think there's going to be just fluctuations.
Could be. Right now, they split the first 2 sets. de Minaur won the first set 6-3. Evans took the second set in a tiebreaker 7-6. It's 1-0 de Minaur with a break now, serving at deuce in the second game of the third set. Back into Arthur Ashe Stadium. Flavio Cobbolli now a break in hand, serving leading 2-1 over Daniil Medvedev, and Medvedev hits a forehand return off a Cobolli second serve wide. Bit of an unforced error off the return, and Medvedev doesn't look. You know, I was thinking that maybe he would look angry. He doesn't. You can't tell anything on his face right now.
No, and look, to be fair, this is the early going. I mean, Medvedev's not going to panic. Shouldn't be getting angry.
Cobolli kick serve to the Medvedev backhand. Had the open court, but pushed it wide. That was the play he wanted, though. The serve +1, kick out wide to the backhand, forehand in the open court. But he didn't give himself enough margin, and it's 15-all.
I think that for Medvedev, he's navigated his way quite a number of times in these 5-set battles.
And here is Cobolli's second serve after the first serve sails long and way long. I mean, we're talking about like 5 feet long on the second serve. A horrendous looking double fault, and it's 15-30.
And the fact that we've spoken about Cobolli, what's it like for him to come out and play on such a massive stadium? First time against an established player like Medvedev. First time he's playing him. But the same applies for Daniil. First time he's laying eyes on, or not laying eyes on, but playing against Cobolli. So he has to make an adjustment.
Here's the 15-30 point. They go backhand to backhand, Cobolli and Medvedev. Just rallying at this point, waiting for somebody to change the speed, to change the height. There's Cobolli going down the line with a high looper. Now down the line, forehand from Medvedev. Back to the forehand of Cobolli into the forehand of Medvedev. Cross court, forehand. Down the line, it goes to the Medvedev backhand. Cross court, and then a big backhand down the line from Cobolli. Opens up the court. He doesn't need to do any more because Medvedev sailed the reply long. It's 30-all.
Yeah, it's a sweet backhand up the line. And had the option of maybe trying to take the ball out of the air. That would have been a drive forehand volley. But sensing that ball was going to drift wide. So a lengthy rally as well, longest so far, I think, 19 shots.
And that was a long rally that it looked like Cobolli was actually in more control than Medvedev for the most part in that rally. It's 30-all, first serve from Cobolli, trying to go down the tee, hits the top of the net. So a second serve coming. Medvedev still standing way far back. He'll return with the forehand down the line to the backhand of Cobolli. Cross court to the backhand of Medvedev. Now Cobolli down the line with the backhand to the forehand of Medvedev. It goes forehand to forehand. Cobolli middle of the court inside out. Moving to the net. And a spank backhand down the line winner from Daniil Medvedev as Cobolli moved forward.
Well, the forehand trying to generate plenty of pace, which seems like Cobolli is able to do it, but it's one of those, Russell, that he didn't quite, again, find the position. It was power, it was laced with some pace, but it didn't find a corner of the court, and the long reach of Medvedev able to pick up the pass up the line.
And now Medvedev has an opportunity to get the break right back. It's 30-40 with Cobolli serving at 2-1, and a terrible looking first serve that hit in the lower part of the net. Timing was way off there, and now a second serve. He's already doubled once, doesn't double here. Kicker to the backhand of Medvedev to the middle of the court, and Cobolli with an unusual looking and very shanky looking forehand that hits the net, and Medvedev breaks right back for 2-all.
Yeah, it might have been a bit of a rush to hit that final forehand. A little bit of panic and not executing it the way that he had anticipated.
Right, even Steven, 2 games apiece. Medvedev, big first serve down the tee. Cobolli tries to stab it with the one-handed backhand, but it hits the net, and it's 15-love. So Medvedev serving at 2-all, 15-love down the tee with the first serve, and Cobolli chips a forehand high, trying to neutralize. Medvedev pounds an inside-out forehand. Now another. Cobolli goes with the topspin lob off the backhand side, and it's a clean winner over the 6'6" Daniil Medvedev.
Yep, exactly. 6'6" height, and you can imagine the extra wingspan as well. It was perfectly executed by the youngster from Italy.
It was so well struck and so well disguised that Medvedev didn't even make a play for it. Didn't even use those long arms to try to put his racket up in the air. All his momentum was going forward. He could do nothing but watch it sail by. First serve into the forehand of Cobolli. Big return to the forehand of Medvedev. Cobolli coming into the net, and Medvedev finds the toes of Cobolli, who can't quite handle the volley, and puts it into the net.
Well, look, a great shot by Medvedev. He didn't go for the outright winner. He just tried to get it to the toes of the Italian. But to see Flavio, after losing that point, as he was walking back, he just kept eyes on his team, whether it was almost like, should I be coming in on something like that? I love the fact that he's getting to net, but I'm just wondering, is that a tactic that maybe he feels he needs to run with tonight?
First ace of the match from Medvedev brings him to 40-15. And now we'll see a second serve. Daniil try to swing the first serve wide. Hit the net. Second serve. Kicker into the middle of the box. Cobolli forehand to the middle of the court. Medvedev inside out. Forehand to the back end of Cobolli. Now a drop shot from Medvedev. Here comes Cobolli on the forehand side. Medvedev steps in. Takes it out of the air. And punches it wide. He actually was in the proper position. Got himself a little handcuffed there. And Medvedev wants to see where that ball hit wide. Remember, it's electronic line calling, so if it's called wide, it's wide. It's just a matter of seeing it, and yeah, it's about as close as it can be. About like a millimeter out, probably within the margin of error, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Just a fraction. Yeah, but Medvedev was a little surprised that that ball was right there.
Yeah. Medvedev still with a game point. It's 40-30 at 2-all. Second serve coming, kicker to the backhand of Cobolli. Goes down the line, surprising Medvedev a little bit, who's got to just squash shot it up in the air. Now Medvedev with a forehand down the line as Cobolli comes in. Cobolli retreats. Medvedev comes in and finishes off at the net. All corners of the court being used on that point as Daniil Medvedev takes a 3-2 lead in the first set on Arthur Ashe Stadium. You are listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Gil Gross here inside Armstrong, where things have taken a turn for the worst for Dan Evans at the start of this third set. He went down 2-love, called for the physio. There was a quick evaluation, and the physio gave a quick massage, but there was no official medical timeout, just an evaluation, and they went back out. Then Dan Evans was broken again at 2-love. So it's now 3-love double break. And now at this change of ends, it looks like they're taking the full measure of a medical timeout as the physio is out and applying treatment to Dan Evans. It is difficult for me to get a great angle on exactly what they are doing, but it is a very active stretching and massage, and I believe it's the left hip. That's the area bothering Evans. Of course, he played a record 5 hours, 35 minutes in his first round. Russ?
All right, thank you very much, Gil Gross at Louis Armstrong Stadium. One set apiece between Alex de Minaur and Dan Evans, with de Minaur leading 3-0 in the third, and Dan Evans in the midst of a medical timeout and having his lower body worked on by the physio for sure. Back over in Ash, Cobolli had a break, lost that break. Medvedev held for 3-2, and now Cobolli very quickly lobbed 30 on his own serve, and a second serve that Daniil Medvedev will have a look at. So momentum has shifted quite drastically in the last few minutes here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Second serve down the tee. Medvedev backhand return to the forehand of Cobolli. Cross court to the forehand of Medvedev. Down the line, slice backhand now from Cobolli. He'll step around his backhand and go inside in on his forehand and overcooked it. And suddenly Medvedev's on a huge roll, and it's 3 break points for 4-2.
Yeah, again, a bit of a panicked forehand, just trying to too much juice on it. Not sure by just going down the court is going to, with power, is going to affect or bother penetrate the defense of Medvedev.
There's Cobolli's first serve to the forehand of Medvedev, and now Medvedev, big forehand winner into the open court, and Medvedev breaks it low. Mark Lucero, you're in there watching from close up on Ash. What's been the big difference that's turned the tide here?
Well, it just looks like the defense of Medvedev is making Cobolli press, and if he doesn't hit the perfect shot, like right now he just kind of made the, the hands out to my sides gesture to his team, like what do I do? Because it looks like, he really can't figure out how to get the ball past Medvedev.
Medvedev now serving at 4-2. First serve is in. Cobolli's return is into the net, and it's 15-love.
Mark, I would think as well for Cobolli that generally, because he's Italian, brought up on clay, his serve is generally a kicker serve, and if he is not able to slide the ball out wide to get Medvedev off the court, Medvedev's just going to have a treat returning the Cobolli serve tonight.
Yeah, it looks like he's really trying to press on that serve.
Medvedev now making his first serves, and it's paying dividends as he comes in on the second ball and knocks off a very keen angle volley winner. It's 40-love.
So I think Rafa Nadal is probably the best volleyer in our sport right now, because he sets it up. It's the whole package. When he transitions forward, he generally has a volley that he's just bunting into the open court, much like Medvedev just on that last point. He's just cleaned up his service game to love. He's on a roll right now.
Yeah, it's 5-2 here on Arthur Ashe Stadium, and how things changed quickly. Cobolli, remember, broke to go up 2-1 in the first set, and he hasn't won a game since.
Yeah, maybe that sends the lesser-known player who, inexperienced playing out here, might have got a little nervous, thinking, well, I'm in with a real chance here. I've just picked up a breaker serve. But he's lost his way for the moment.
Daniil Medvedev has been open about the fact of how much he loves playing video games online. And sometimes I wonder if that actually helps him with his decision making in real time on the court, because he seems to make adjustments all the time that help him win matches. And so as opposed to hitting a tennis ball, he's playing tennis matches. Mark, as a coach, what could someone like you or anyone else watching Medvedev learn about playing matches?
The most obvious thing, honestly, down here watching him this closely is how little his facial expressions change from point to point. a 1 point, a lost point, a winner, an error. He has like no reaction, and I think it's incredible. That's probably the biggest lesson. He just comes back and plays each and every point with value. When the point's over, he's on to the next one, regardless of the previous result. That part, I think, is one of the areas of probably his game that's really improved, and that's, I think, how he keeps his level so stable over the course of a match.
Yeah, and he's playing against a guy at Flavio Cobbolli whose heart has to be racing, playing on the biggest stage of his life and the biggest match of his life. The guy on the other side of the net is beating him up pretty good, and you can't tell if he's winning or losing.
Right now, also, Cobolli's standing at the baseline just waiting. And I think rarely do you see like a veteran player, like when the other person's still at the bench, standing up at the line waiting. Usually they'll walk back off the line, walk around a little bit, and then get ready.
Well, Cobolli's going to serve with new balls, trying to stay in the first set at 2-5. Here's the first serve from Cobolli. Kicks it into the backhand of Medvedev. Backhand corner, Cobolli to the backhand of Medvedev, and now Cobolli forehand into the net, and his level is dropping.
Yeah, so the first serve, the ball tosses over his left shoulder, so he's kicking it in. That means he's having to rely upon his ground play to try and penetrate, and it puts a lot of pressure on it, and he makes the error.
Cobolli moved out way wide for that first serve, using the kick a la Andre Agassi from many years ago. Started out wide, kicked it out wide. Medvedev was actually waiting for it.
Yep. That serve on that side of the court is operational for him, but it's this side on the juice court where he needs to be able to slide it out. But if the ball tosses over his left shoulder, there's not going to be too many slider serves.
Missed the first serve, second serve into the Medvedev forehand, and now another forehand error for Flavio Cobbolli. He's 2 points from dropping this set here.
Well, for many players, the serve is the pole that holds the tent up, and we saw that last night with a massive upset. Djokovic, just a disastrous night of serving, placed so much pressure on the rest of his game, and even the best struggle. So Cobolli, what we're seeing, if he's not getting enough first serves and winning enough behind those first serves, it's going to be tough.
And Cobolli looking for a drop shot on Medvedev. He's kind of running out of ideas at this point in the first set, trying things that maybe he's not particularly good enough at the moment. And Medvedev is running away with this first set. It's 15-40 set points for the number 5 seed. Cobolli's first serve, looking to go down the tee, clips the top of the net and sails long. Second serve from Cobolli, down set point at 15-40, serving at 2-5, into the Medvedev forehand, back to the Cobolli forehand, back to the Medvedev forehand, down the line to the backhand of Cobolli, and now cross-court backhand to Cobolli as Medvedev moves forward, and Cobolli finds the open court with the backhand pass. It's 30-40.
Huge backhand. So obviously there's a lot of pop from the racket of Cobolli. Able to get it up the line. Not the best of approach shots by Medvedev. I think that's just I'm up 5-2 and set points, so I'll just test it out.
Cobolli tried the wide stance on the serve. He actually tried to go flat and wide. That didn't work. So second serve. And now Medvedev puts a mid-rally forehand into the net. We haven't seen a whole lot of those from Daniil, but it's deuce.
A couple points ago, the team told Cobolli to play with a little more shape, play with height, get the ball up. Looks like that's what he's been trying to do the last couple points.
All right, well, he got it back to deuce. Saved 2 set points at Cobolli. Served to the forehand of Medvedev, into the forehand of Cobolli, who leans backward, off balance, puts it into the net.
And he's trying to go wide, but when he is on that juice court, it's right in the wheelhouse of Medvedev's forehand.
We've only seen Cobolli really have any joy going wide once, when he served and volleyed and hit a really nice looking, comfortable looking high backhand volley winner, which unless you're a good volleyer, it's hard to make that look comfortable. He hasn't done it since. Medvedev's backhand cross court to the backhand of Cobolli, slice down low. Medvedev goes inside into the forehand of Cobolli. Now he loops one high. Daniil takes that backhand high cross court again, backhand to backhand. Cobolli goes for the drop shot again. Medvedev chases it down, tries to go over the high part of the net, but catches the tape, and it's deuce.
Well, I like the fact that players are drop shotting to someone like Medvedev's forehand because he hits flat trajectory himself. I think I'd rather players go towards the forehand side of Medvedev with a drop shot than the backhand side.
He is so good at taking low drop shots and somehow getting them up and down quickly. When you would think a guy that tall with those long arms, it must be hard to get low. Somehow Medvedev is really good at that. Second serve from Cobolli into the backhand of Medvedev, just down the middle. Cobolli sliced backhand to the backhand of Medvedev. Now a Cobolli forehand, looping it to the backhand of Medvedev, and Medvedev's backhand is into the net. Cobolli taking some pace off a little bit.
Yeah, is he starting to slow ball Medvedev, Mark?
Yes, that's what it looks like. He's just giving him no pace, and when Medvedev decelerates, there's nothing on the ball. A couple unforced errors in the net.
What do you think, Woody? It sounds actually like a decent play against a guy who's used to using people's pace against them, and the return is wide. So Daniil Medvedev had a bunch of set points, wasn't able to take advantage. Cobolli holds, and Medvedev will serve forward at 5-3. What do you think about no pace to the Medvedev strokes?
I like it. It's if I was working with someone and they had the game, that using a backhand slice as well. We're seeing Cobolli incorporate a few backhand slices. It would be something that I would be saying, yeah, keep it up.
And a big first serve from Daniil Medvedev makes it 15-love. Again, Medvedev in the driver's seat. He's up a break, and his second ace of the match puts him 3 points from taking this first set at Arthur Ashe Stadium. And by the way, on Louis Armstrong, Alex de Minaur has taken the third set, 6-love from Dan Evans. Remember, he had a look at from the physio once and then a medical timeout, and Evans is now run off the court after the third set. De Minaur leads 2-1. Daniil Medvedev, 30-love at 5-3. Serve to the forehand of Cobolli. Return goes long, and it's 40-love and more set points coming the way of Daniil Medvedev here in set number 1 in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Third round action and the men's draw at the 2024 U.S. Open. Daniil Medvedev goes to the towel, wiping those hands off. A little bit on the humid side, but not particularly hot temperature-wise, although it was a little warmer on this day than it's been in the last couple of days. Certainly nothing like it was in midweek when it hit the mid-90s here in New York. It's been absolutely gorgeous for the most part. Medvedev, big ace out wide. That'll be the end of the first set, as Daniil Medvedev takes it 6-3 over Flavio Cobbolli. You are watching, you are listening to and watching on YouTube, U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Welcome back to coverage of the 2024 U.S. Open on U.S. Open Radio. Russ Thaler on the call with the Hall of Famer Mark Woodford by my side, and Mark Lucero, the coach, is sitting down by courtside. What's going on in between sets now as Daniil Medvedev took the first 6-3, Mark Lucero? What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, Cobolli called for the trainer, ATP Tour trainer Clay Snides, made his way out to the court. Looks like he just got rid of the taping on the Cobolli right leg. He's got KT tape on there, KT tape. He's either underneath the original taping or they added it on, but I think he's gonna go with that. Maybe the tape was a little bit restrictive. Sometimes the players will find, depending on how tight they pull that tape, that's just a little too much to be running out there at full speed.
Yeah, and of course, when you lose the first set, that tape becomes even that much more annoying on your leg, does it not, Woody?
It does. What he's hoping for is that it's unleashing the tiger right now.
That's what he needs.
Yeah.
Cobolli actually played much better in the first portion of the set, and somehow his game kind of went away, and Medvedev figured out how to pull away.
Well, oddly that it coincided with going up that mini break, 2-1. And then it was, okay, draw the line in the sand as far as Medvedev was concerned, and it was one-way traffic.
Our first point to Daniil Medvedev, and now Cobolli is gesticulating towards his team after the first point. He's looking more and more frustrated out there. Cobolli with an unforced error off the Medvedev return. It's love 15. Here's the first serve in the ad court. Cobolli tries to go flat to the Medvedev backhand, but it's long. Second serve for Cobolli at love 15. First game of set number 2 in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Medvedev backhand to the backhand side of Cobolli. He goes inside out with his forehand. Now he goes even further into his backhand corner on the forehand. Now he's going to go backhand down the line to the forehand of Medvedev. It goes right back to the backhand of Cobolli. Medvedev is content to actually play with very little pace himself into the backhand of Cobolli. There's a little cat and mouse going. Now Medvedev trying to push a little bit more pace, and now a drop shot. Cobolli moving forward on his forehand side and pushes a forehand into the net. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. We saw Cobolli go with the drop shot towards the Medvedev forehand, and now Medvedev returns the favor.
My read, and we're in a different position from where Mark Lucero's sitting at courtside, and I just have a feeling that Medvedev has kind of got this guy covered. I think he feels like he's in the driving position.
And that's what the scoreline would look like right now as well. It's love 30 on the Cobolli serve. First game, second set. Medvedev returning from deep in the court as he is wont to do. Cobolli looking for the open court and just missing the forehand and a shake of his head.
Could Medvedev have stood any further back on this court?
We almost couldn't see him on that one.
That was ridiculous.
That was like a ball machine return. It could have been. We didn't see him. Medvedev again back towards the back curtain and returns deep to the Cobolli forehand. This time Medvedev missing the forehand. It's so interesting to me. Mark Lucero, how much further does Medvedev have to actually hit the ball on his return to get it deep, as opposed to someone who's playing closer to the net? Looks like he has to hit the ball twice as far.
Oh, it looks like he can almost reach back with his left hand and touch the wall. He's so close to it.
And Cobolli trying to go down the tee. And that goes into the net. Now Medvedev takes 2 steps forward to return the second serve, and it's backhand to backhand now. Rally we've got going towards the middle of the court. Big margins for both players, just going backhand to backhand as we await someone to change something in this rally. Medvedev tries a little more angle on the backhand, but still backhand to backhand they go. And we keep going in that way, and Cobolli flattens it out. He's the one that changes the trajectory, and that flat backhand cross-court forces the error from Daniil Medvedev, who might have lulled himself to sleep in that point.
Yeah, that's a change-up pace by Cobolli. And that's really the only joy that for the last maybe 6 games that I see any hope for him. I feel like Medvedev has neutralized the Cobolli serve. He's neutralized already the slow ball effect the Italians tried to go with.
Cobolli, big kick serve to the ad court, to the Medvedev backhand. Now a drop volley. Medvedev tried to go around the net post but couldn't get it going. Cobolli, a little fist pump to his team, and it's 30-40. Excuse me, it's deuce. So he's saved some break points here in the first game of set number 2.
What it looks like, guys, down here is that Medvedev's made it very clear that Cobolli's going to have to do something special every single point to win a point, because otherwise he has answers.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pressure for the 22-year-old, born in Florence, living in Rome. It's deuce. First game, set number 2. That first serve set is long. It's second serve now. Daniil Medvedev had this game in his pocket, or so it seemed, before Cobolli came all the way back to level things at deuce, and now a backhand into the open court. Medvedev goes for a defensive lob. That'll go long, and now Cobolli will have a point for 1-love.
So there's something special that Mark at courtside was talking about. It was a quality second serve. It was close to the corner, and then the backhand, he took it early and picked up the pace of it. But it's a difficult way of playing, especially when you're having to come from behind.
Game point for Cobolli now. And another missed first serve. So Medvedev will get ready to return what I would assume would be the kick second serve from Cobolli to the backhand, and that's exactly what we get. Back to cross-court return from Medvedev. Little slice back, and now Cobolli goes topspin to the backhand of Medvedev, and now they'll rally again. Medvedev content to just keep pushing the ball back to the Cobolli backhand. Cobolli just going to roll it back to the Medvedev backhand, and Medvedev is the one who blinks first, putting his backhand into the net, and Cobolli holds from behind and takes a 1-love lead here in the second set on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Over at Louis Armstrong Stadium, Alex de Minaur and Dan Evans are into set number 4, and Gil Gross is there. Gil, what's the latest?
Oh, Russ, Evans definitely tweaked something, and his movement is subpar, to say the least. He's lost now 8 games in a row. He's down love 2, love 40. I'm not sure if he's going to continue. But since this is so fleeting and so desperate right now for Evans, I must get this nugget in. What Evans was trying to do today was become the lowest ranked player to reach the 4th round of the U.S. Open since 1987. The player was Ken Flock. Yes, and Woody was also in the 4th round that year, ranked 134. So let's talk about that, Woody.
Gosh, what year was that?
That was 1987.
Oh, it must have been one of my first years of playing here. I think that might be the year I actually took out Tim Mayotte along the way. I lost to maybe Miroslav Machir.
The big cat.
Yeah.
So regardless, Evans, a great run to this point, much needed. I'm not sure where he's at in the live rankings, but it's going to be a real timely boost for him. You know, really just in the nick of time at the year's last major.
Dan Evans, about a year ago, was ranked 21 in the world. He comes into this event ranked 184. He has failed to match his results from 2023 and 2024. His ranking is representative of that. But as you mentioned, Woody, this is a huge event for him. Just to get to the 3rd round gives him enough points where maybe he gets up close to the top 100 again.
Well, remember he won Washington, I think it was last year,
those
23.
Points all
so
fell off. Yeah.
he's lost those points. He wasn't able to pick up too many victories, certainly at slam level, and that's where the added value of victories at slams help a lot of these players. But it's great to see that he's posted some results here, even though it might be a tough night having to repair his body, but we'll see Dan Evans again.
Daniil Medvedev moving forward and taking a 30-15 lead here at Love 1. Second game, second set. The number 5 seed took the first set 6-3. And that was another one of those proper approaches that you were talking about. Just needed to bunt it into the open court to Daniil Medvedev, and he did just that. First serve from Medvedev, looking for the backhand of Cobolli. It's long. So now comes the second serve at 30-15. Cobolli rips a forehand inside out that Medvedev punches back deep, and Cobolli, kaboom, on the forehand. Probably the biggest forehand he's hit all night into the open court. It's 30-all.
That were back-to-back forehands. Well defended, though, the first one by Medvedev off of his shoelaces and actually got some reasonable depth. But it was up the middle of the court, waiting for another colossal forehand.
We haven't really seen Cobolli look for that much power out of the middle of the court, but man, did he strike that clean. 30-all. Medvedev swings it wide to the Cobolli forehand. He goes back behind Cobolli to the forehand. Again, ruined Cobolli to the forehand. And the error wide. And this is Daniil Medvedev making adjustments on the fly, no? He saw Cobolli running around backhand, stayed forehands. He had a huge forehand winner from the middle of the court. He said, you know what? I'm going to make Cobolli run to his forehand side on the next point, and it worked.
Yes, it would be ideal for Medvedev in this match to use his two-handed backhand up the line, just to keep Cobolli honest, so that he's not just running around his backhand to hit forehands.
All right, spin serve to the backhand of Cobolli, a backhand down the line to the forehand of Cobolli. Now Cobolli's in the middle of the court, goes for the drop shot. It wasn't nearly good enough. Medvedev chases it down with ease. Now an overhead that Cobolli's on. Little backhand drop shot volley, a little drop volley from Medvedev. So it took him maybe 3 balls to finish the point instead of 1, but he does anyway, and it's 1-all.
And there's a big difference, Russ, when someone like Medvedev, we were talking about the backhand slice of Cobolli and whether he should be drop shotting. And I think, yes, he should be trying to bring Medvedev in to net, even though Medvedev's done well up at net. There's a difference, though, when Medvedev is brought into net and how he actually positions himself up at net, different from when he actually hits the approach, meaning that he's in control of the rally. He volleys way better in that sense, as opposed to if he was brought in by Cobolli. So I think the Italian got to keep going with the short balls, trying to bring in Medvedev.
All right, Cobolli serving at 1-all. Another drop shot up the forehand wing, and Medvedev pushes it long.
Oh, that was a really good drop shot, guys. Much better than the previous one. It was a little lower, bounced much shorter, and Medvedev had to really try to hit up to get that ball over the net.
Did it real early in the point, too, Mark. Lucero changed his grip on that forehand, and Medvedev wasn't looking for it. And Cobolli finds some joy in the drop shot. It's 15-love. First serve is good. Serve and volley from Cobolli, and he stands on top of the net. First volley deep. Second volley punches into the open court, and it's 30-love. And Cobolli with maybe the most positive physical energy that we've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, there's the serve and volley. That's necessary. He can't just stay on the baseline and try to hit through Medvedev tonight.
And they are on the baseline here, going backhand to backhand, and Cobolli's backhand is into the net, and it's 30-15.
I shouldn't say that he can't. I know that he's probably thinking that he might. It's a balance, but he's got to try and keep some of the points short, mix it up with some of the longer rallies if need be.
It just seems like if you do too much of the same thing with Daniil Medvedev, he'll figure out a way around it.
Yep.
It happened in the first set where Cobolli started fast. Medvedev found the response and ran away with the first set, really. Second set tighter because Cobolli's feeling a little bit better about himself. Rips the forehand to the Medvedev forehand. Now cross-court forehand to forehand. Medvedev looping one high in the middle of the court. Cobolli returning the favor to the backhand side off his forehand. And now Medvedev, a backhand cross-court. Cobolli. Backhand cross-court. Medvedev down the line to the forehand side of Cobolli. A looper down the line to the backhand of Medvedev. Now Medvedev backhand to backhand. Backhand to forehand now. Forehand to forehand. Medvedev forehand down the line into the backhand corner of Cobolli. That's well defended. Cobolli down the line with his backhand to the forehand of Medvedev. Cross-court forehand from Medvedev. And a forehand sails long off the racket of Cobolli. And it's 30-all. There was a lot happening in that point.
And again, the thinking process of Medvedev, just working the point, eventually just probing wide to the Cobolli forehand and extracting the error.
Want to say hi to everybody who's listening out there at the U.S. Open tonight as our monitors play to the crowds outside of Louis Armstrong Stadium and Arthur Ashe Stadium. And thank you so much for those who have stopped by, waved and said hello here at U.S. Open Radio. Yes, I'm talking to you out there in the courtyard, walking by, acting like you're not listening, but you are. We know you are. Cobolli serving at 30-all. Backhand to the forehand of Medvedev. Now a forehand back to the backhand, and Cobolli sneaking in. But he pops up a forehand volley. Medvedev's on it. Put it down the line. Cobolli was there, but angles the forehand volley wide, and it's a break chance for Medvedev.
Oh. Not a very good first forehand volley. Way too high and deep. And I think when you make a mess of the first volley, it's like a panic does appear, and the second one was on the face of his racket and pushed it wide.
Cobolli missing the first serve. He's serving at 30-40. Another break chance for Daniil Medvedev. Medvedev had love 40 on the Cobolli serve the last time he came back and won his serve, and this time Cobolli moving in and making an absolute mess of another volley that hits him basically on the right hip. He can't handle it, and Cobolli is broken. Medvedev takes a 2-1 lead. He already leads 1-0 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. You are listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nighttime at the U.S. Open. 2021 U.S. Open champion Daniil Medvedev on the court. This is our second match on Arthur Ashe Stadium of the evening. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford, Mark Lucero on the call on U.S. Open Radio. And hello to everyone watching us and listening to us at usopen.org and on YouTube. Tune in, Sirius XM, and the U.S. Open app as well. Medvedev serving with a break in hand at 2-1 in the second set. First point after he won the first 6-3. And again, he forces Cobolli into the forehand error. It's 15-love.
There's starting to be a lot of gesturing from Cobolli toward his team. The team's kind of not really doing much right now. And every point he loses, he's waving his hands, looking at them, waving them off.
Medvedev first serve into the Cobolli forehand. Now a backhand to backhand. Cobolli goes down the line, changing direction. Medvedev backhand, middle of the court. Cobolli dumps a forehand into the net, and the train keeps rolling.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised to hear, Mark, you say that he's looking over at his coach's box, because it must be, just starting to wonder what he needs to do. His serve is just not effective tonight. Just losing serve in that last game. The previous service game, he was down love 40 and it got out of it. The game before that, he was down set points and then lost 2 serves previous. So every game tonight so far for Cobolli, he's had to be fighting for some joy there. So I think he's starting to wonder or feel the wrath of Medvedev, who's coming up with the answers.
And on the flip side, Medvedev cruising here on his service game, trying to consolidate the break. It's 40-love after his 5th ace of the match. Second serve down the tee, and that will be the second double fault of the match for Daniil Medvedev at 40-love. Probably does the least damage that a double fault can do, and it's 15-40. Excuse me, 40-15. First serve from Medvedev, and this one goes in. Short reply from Cobolli, and Medvedev cleans that up at the net, and it's 3-1 to the 2021 U.S. Open champ.
Mark, like big picture, what I kind of see with Cobolli right now, and I'm curious your thoughts. It looks like the tactical adjustments are happening like so fast, and it seems almost like so wildly and so severely. Like it just, I don't see a coherent way of trying to play this match.
like perseverance. He's changing it after one game or something, Mark.
Yeah, like so quickly, like going from slow balling to trying to hit big to trying to get in to back to slow balling. You know what I mean?
So, I mean, and you've worked with enough players and the experience, and the same as me being out on the court. Sometimes when you're, the fear, you start to panic a little because you're not really relying upon something to give you any joy.
It's a Cobolli serving at 15-love, and Daniil Medvedev hits a ridiculous cross-court, short-angle forehand that Cobolli can't track down. Not even sure if he hit it clean. If it was a miss, it was a tremendous miss from Medvedev that landed in. It's 15-all. Kind of like you try something. If it doesn't work once, you try something else. If that doesn't work, you try, like, you don't give anything really a chance to work that way. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's well, I relate it to, you know, if you're working with someone and you, well, let's go to net. You know, you don't stop going to net because at 1-all, 30-all, you lose the point by going to net. The reason you're trying to continue that tactic is that when it gets to 4-all and 30-all, that's when it may work for you. You're trying to build pressure. So if you try it once and you don't get it, you don't end up winning the point, it doesn't mean to say you don't continue on with it. You've got to persevere. But as Mark said, he's come out and there's no definite tactics for the Italian at this stage.
Well, he's enjoying the smoothest service game we've seen him have in quite some time here. 40-15, that was a nice first serve down the tee. Medvedev put his return into the net. So points for 2-3. First serve at 40-15 hits the tape. Second serve coming to Daniil Medvedev. To the forehand of Medvedev, cross court towards the forehand of Cobolli, pushes it down the line. Now Medvedev cross court to the backhand. He's got Cobolli running side to side. Cobolli decides, I'm ending this right here and now, and cracks a forehand winner down the line at about Mach 3. And Cobolli holds. Daniil Medvedev leads by a set and 3-2 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Mark Lazarovic's going to take that. Flavio Cobbolli's going to have to come up with a lot of fireworks, but man, what a forehand that was.
I mean, can we get the ball speed on that? I don't know if we're able to, but that had to be 110, 115. It was a massive forehand.
Total slapper.
Massive forehand, but as well, as we're seeing replays on our screen, Mark, you can understand why he did walk out with that wrap again. It's the pressure that he's putting upon that right leg, that right calf, to slide out there and balance is immense.
Well, and what we go back to, right, is that what it takes to win a point?
Right, to go to such a small target, how often can you do that against Medvedev?
I would suggest that he's going to miss more than he would make in that department, because really the ball from Medvedev has to be in a perfect position to even do that.
Yeah.
And my sense is that, so Medvedev has now seen, he's calculated, if I hit that ball, he can hit that ball. I'm not giving him that ball anymore.
Well, Medvedev's probably counting on, well, I'll give you that.
Oh, yeah.
Keep trying it.
Try it again.
Good, yeah.
Yeah. How many times can you do that in a row?
The trap.
That's true. It's actually the opposite of what both of you guys were talking about Cobolli, right? Like, Cobolli, one thing doesn't work, he moves on. Medvedev might say, you know what, maybe that didn't work then, but because of what you had to do it, let me see if you could do, let me make your eyes big again.
That's why they say he's the thinker.
He is, man. He really is. I don't know if you guys have had any personal interactions with Medvedev, but I was lucky enough to have a couple in DC a few years ago, and I found him just to be delightful. We were in transport going from the site back to the hotel, just us in a van, talking about world football. He's a huge Bayern Munich fan, and he was just a delight to have a conversation with. I just found him really engaging, and he didn't know me from Adam.
I don't know if Mark has, and maybe he can follow up, but I spoke to Daniil this year at Wimbledon in the locker rooms, and we were watching Kotov, Pavel Kotov, a fellow countryman, and it was my first time seeing Kotov play, and I thought, oh, he's playing a long match, and you know, I feel like Kotov could probably be in better shape, and so I said to Medvedev, has he carried that much weight in all his career? And he said, since he was young, his mama always gave him sugar lollies. He's always eating lollies, sweets. That's why he's carrying a little more excess than he should. So I really enjoyed that. He was honest enough to tell me.
Daniil will tell you the truth, it seems like. Daniil's going to tell you the truth no matter what the situation.
You bet.
Which is probably what's gotten him into trouble sometimes. But here he is, Daniil Medvedev, just cruising through a service game. As tough as it's been on the Cobolli serve, Daniil's really had no issues whatsoever. He's 100% on first serve in the court in this second set. He's serving at 40 love for 4-2. First serve goes long. Here comes the second serve from Daniil Medvedev. Flavio Cobbolli in the near court into the forehand of Cobolli, and Medvedev pulls a forehand wide, so it's 40-15. Daniil went with the big second serve there at 40 love. Why not, right?
40 love, and the big forehand. Might not have tried those shots if it had been 15 all in a more important part of the match or this game.
First serve out wide to Cobolli. Medvedev runs forward and slams it home after the short reply, and it's 4-2 just like that on Arthur Ashe Stadium, with Daniil Medvedev leading, and with a set in hand, he took the first 6 games to 3.
He just looks very calm out there, Mark. I mean, you must have a bird's eye view, but he just looks like very comfortable and assured there.
Just super relaxed. Expression hasn't changed. Looks like he's barely sweating. And that serve, that wide serve he keeps hitting on the deuce side at 104, 105, just breaks so far to the right of Cobolli. Yeah, he's in trouble every time.
Second serve now from Cobolli. Actually, first serve, pardon me. First serve was a let, so he gets another shot at a first serve, and that goes into the net. Now a second serve. Kicker to the backhand of Medvedev, who returns deep down the middle. And Medvedev trying to pound a forehand down the line, and he just misses wide, so it's 15 love. Maybe he thought, you know what, I'm going to show this guy that I could hit that Mach 3 forehand down the line, too. Dare I say, it wasn't in the same stratosphere as that Cobolli forehand, but it matters not. Medvedev's the one with the scoreboard advantage right now. Cobolli feeling the pressure. 15 love second serve. Kicker out wide to the backhand. And Medvedev returns down the middle. Now Medvedev with a forehand cross court deep. So maybe a little bit of a loose game here from Daniil Medvedev. If you're going to have it, it's with a set and break in hand, right?
Yeah, and I'm not one of those that advocate just sitting on a set and a break lead and just go through it. I would always be saying to a player, or even when I was out there myself, I need the second break. It's an insurance break. But I feel like Daniil is very comfortable out here with a set and a break right now.
Yeah, that's a bad situation for Cobolli, who goes for the drop shot to the backhand of Medvedev. He is so good at running forward on the backhand side, gets it up and down over the high part of the net.
There, he's on the backhand side. He just has this ability to get the racket head below the flight of the incoming ball. The forehand is the one that he just struggles with. It's uncanny with the backhand.
And that's so good from Medvedev. It was below the level of the net when he got to it, and he put it perfectly into the corner with a little bit of room to spare as well. So it's 30-15 for Cobolli, and Medvedev will have another look at a second serve. Here's Cobolli. Down a set in 4-2 to Daniil Medvedev. Second serve to the Medvedev backhand. Return down the line to the Cobolli forehand. Now Medvedev down the line to the Cobolli backhand. They'll rally in the middle of the court. Backhand to backhand. Cobolli goes with the slice. Medvedev lifts it high to the backhand of Cobolli, and now backhand to backhand again. Cobolli slice to the forehand of Medvedev, who rolls it cross court to the forehand of Cobolli. Backhand cross court again to the backhand. Slice of Cobolli. Down the line to the forehand of Cobolli. Now Cobolli backhand cross right down the middle. Backhand to backhand they go. Medvedev slice backhand again from Cobolli. Cobolli using the slice a lot more in this rally. Medvedev lifts it down the line. Cobolli big forehand into the forehand of Medvedev. And then a short reply from Medvedev opens up the opportunity for Cobolli to crack a forehand winner, and he's asking for the crowd. And they oblige.
Yep. He's got the crowd there. They're enjoying some of this impressive display, some heavy hitting by both players, but in particular the young Italian, another cracker forehand in the off direction.
So we've seen the big forehand inside out there. We've seen it down the line. adding much more slice to that rally than we've seen in other rallies.
He had to work extremely hard to earn that point.
Cobolli now with points for 3-4 in the second set. Second serve to the backhand of Medvedev. Inside out to the forehand of Cobolli. Now a short forehand that goes deep to the backhand of Cobolli. And Medvedev misses another backhand into the net. Cobolli holds. Medvedev will serve at 4-3 in the second set after they change ends. And we come back from this break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back on Arthur Ashe Stadium on US Open Radio. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford, Mark Lucero on the call. Daniil Medvedev, the 2021 US Open champion, taking on the 31 seed Flavio Cobbolli of Italy. Medvedev won the first set 6-3 after trailing 2-1. He was down a break in the first, ran off a number of games to take a 5-2 lead, and then ended up winning the first set 6-3. Medvedev got an early break here in set number 2. He's he has taken that break to a 4-3 lead here in set number 2. First serve from Medvedev down the tee. Cobolli slice backhand return to the middle of the court. Now they're into the rally. Cobolli tries to throw one up high. Medvedev steps into the court, takes it on the rise. Now Cobolli low to the Medvedev backhand, now running him to the forehand side. And Cobolli is now asking for something. Maybe looking at one of the balls.
I think the ball's broken. It's new balls.
And he's giving the ball to the chair umpire, John Blom. I never do understand why the crowd at Arthur Ashe Stadium boos anytime a player starts talking to the chair umpire. And
Thank you. Yeah, the balls came out of the can a little soft, like the old marshmallow.
So will they open up a whole new set of balls here?
I think they're going to put in 2 new cans.
And you know what? I'm glad that John Blom is explaining to the crowd, because then it avoids them assuming that the villain here is Daniil Medvedev, that he just wants to have a whine about something. So really well executed by the chair umpire.
All right, so we'll get some new balls into play. Medvedev immediately when the point ended, walked up to John Blom. Does he have any argument to say we should play that first point over, or would have Medvedev had to stop the point in the middle of the point and say, no, this ball's dead? And can you even do that for a dead ball?
Yeah, I think he would have had to have done it during the point.
All right, so it's love 15. Daniil Medvedev now serving with new balls. And his first serve is long. Cobolli trying to get the break back here. He needs to get a break back in this second set if he wants to eventually stay in it. And Medvedev's doing his part to help the Italian out, a double fault. And it's love 30.
Hence the reason that I don't support sitting on a set and a break lead. go for that double break, the insurance break.
Do you sense that Medvedev might have been sitting on it a little bit?
I think he was traveling awfully well.
And another double fault. Medvedev's fallen off here. But to Mark Lucero's point, you can't really tell from his facial expressions. He hasn't given in to the frustration yet, but it's love 40. Now Cobolli has erased a love 40 on his serve. Can Medvedev do the same? Big first serve into the backhand of Cobolli, forces an error. That's 1 break point saved. And an ace down the tee for Medvedev erases a second break point. It's 30-40.
Yeah, hasn't been really pushed on his serve that often.
Medvedev first serve into the forehand of Cobolli and a missed return, and that's 3 straight break chances. All of them erased, all first serves in play from Daniil Medvedev, and we're at deuce. Medvedev serving at 4-3 deuce and just goes right down the tee again for an ace. The man is coming up clutch, Mark.
Oh, that's remarkable. It's just like he's dangling the break back in front of Cobolli.
And then pulling it away.
I'll just send in a few first serves and we'll make a difference.
Second serve here on game point from Medvedev. Cobolli loops the backhand to the backhand, and Medvedev steps in and hits it down the line. Cobolli again sends it high, and he's trying to change the trajectory. This seems very intentional, Mark Lucero.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's trying to make Cobolli rally, maybe take away the legs a little bit.
Cobolli seems to be intentionally throwing higher balls at Medvedev here with less pace.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's right. Doesn't it seem like that's a bit of a tactic the last couple points?
Yes, certainly.
All right, Medvedev's second serve at deuce, 4-3 into the forehand of Cobolli. Now back behind him, and another error off the racket of Daniil Medvedev. Those errors are starting to add up.
Yeah, that one in particular, I don't think he's going to be too happy with, because the serve certainly set up for the court to be open, and he didn't execute it.
And another missed first serve from Daniil Medvedev. Remember, he was love 40 and put in 4 straight first serves to get himself a 3 straight, pardon me, to get out of it. Now a serve volley from Medvedev, and that's a beautiful little touch volley off the shoe top on break point down, to which Cobolli can only look in astonishment at his team. Medvedev asked for the crowd this time, and he probably deserves it. What a volley.
What a volley. But some unhappy fans, I'm sure, Mark, at courtside there after he beckoned them to, I need to hear you.
All right, that's the first serve to the forehand of Cobolli. They go forehand to forehand, although Medvedev steps in and changes direction. Cobolli throws up another short backhand from Medvedev. Here comes Cobolli moving in under duress. Medvedev goes with the topspin lob.
Oh, he's asking for more down here, Russ. He's asking for more from the fans.
And they're giving it to him. Medvedev brought him in with a little shanker. Cobolli didn't play a bad point, but he had to move forward, shanked a little forehand approach, not even that short.
Yeah, the approach shot wasn't cleanly struck by Cobolli either, and he then had to overcommit going forward.
So Medvedev with another game point, and I'm wondering if he keeps asking for the crowd, because Cobolli has asked for the crowd when he's hit those big forehands. This might be a little bit of a tit for tat there. Second serve to the Cobolli backhand, down the middle it goes, inside out backhand to the forehand of Cobolli, and that forces the error, and Medvedev holds for 5-3.
He's asking for some love.
And Medvedev was getting booed a little bit by the crowd when he was talking to the chair umpire, John Blom, about how the balls were flat. And this might be his way of trying to win them over once again. His play is doing the talking. And Medvedev's a game away from a 2-set lead here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Cobolli serving at 3-5 in the second. First serve to the forehand. Little drop shot attempt hits the top of the net. And it's love 15. Cobolli is under pressure. And he just tried to eat the ball that was thrown at him by the the ball crew. They bounced the ball to him. He didn't even try to pick it up with his racket. He tried to munch on it with his teeth. Didn't work. He's got 2 balls now. First serve is into the net, so he'll have to pull that second ball out of his pocket as the ball crew picks it up. Cobolli's back into his windup, and he immediately serves a double fault.
Rushing. The ball crew were not even back in their position yet when he went into the start of his motion. Just way too fast.
And Cobolli just headbutted the ball off his own toss. The frustration is outward now.
Well, it can happen, can't it? You've just had break points, love 40. They've been erased very quickly. And so there is that hint of frustration, and he's trying to play too quickly. That first serve miss that was in the bottom of the net. Backs it up with a double fault.
And it is love 40, 3 set points now for Daniil Medvedev. Medvedev standing with his back to the fence to return serve, as he is wont to do. He'll stay there for the second serve. Cobolli missed the first serve wide. Second serve kicker. Medvedev will take the forehand inside in. Looked like he was trying to finish with a flourish.
Wow, that was a bit of a surprise there for him to run around and hit a forehand, because he's almost forced to go for a winner. He's so far out of court.
Set point number 2 at 15:40. Cobolli getting ready for his first serve. Medvedev again way far back. Cobolli pounds it down the tee. That's an ace. And it's 30-40. First ace of the match for Flavio Cobbolli. And it saves him another set point, but there's another one coming the way of Daniil Medvedev at 30-40. And Cobolli misses the first serve this time. Second time in the ad court here that Medvedev will have a look at his second serve. We'll see if he tries to run around it again. He does not. He takes it on his backhand wing, clips the top of the tape. Cobolli comes in, takes it on the rise, knocks it off cross court, and that's 3 straight set points saved by Flavio Cobbolli. Flavio Cobbolli out of the immediate danger, and now a first serve down the tee induces the return error into the net, and after saving 3 set points, Flavio Cobbolli's got a point for 4-5. And Woody, to your point, it'll be interesting to see how much pressure will be on Daniil Medvedev if he's not able to get out of this game. And Flavio Cobbolli, indeed, big first serve, easy put away. He saves 3 set points. They'll change ends. And then Daniil Medvedev will serve for the second set on Louis Armstrong Stadium. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nighttime in Queens at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. The number 5 seed Daniil Medvedev, 2021 U.S. Open champion, up a set and now serving for a 2-set lead against the 31 seed 22-year-old Flavio Cobbolli of France. Cobolli having a career breakout season. Medvedev, though, looking to extinguish that flame here in the 3rd round of the U.S. Open. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford, Mark Lucero on the call on U.S. Open Radio. A second serve to the Cobolli forehand. Now Medvedev goes down the line to the Cobolli backhand. Inside out to the backhand from Medvedev's forehand. Now a backhand cross-court to the slice backhand down the line for Cobolli. Cross-court forehand from Medvedev, and now back behind Cobolli. He goes down the line with his backhand. Mid-court forehand inside out. Forces Cobolli to just pop up a defensive lob. That lands just long, and Daniil Medvedev leads 15-love.
Wanting to avoid being down. Love 40 again in his serve. Hopefully for Medvedev fans that can locate some first serves here.
Medvedev was all first serves after love 40 in that last game. He needed them then. Missed the first serve here at 15-love. Second serve to the forehand of Cobolli. Medvedev now high looper to the forehand of Cobolli, and another one of those howitzer forehands, but Medvedev still in the point, running side to side, playing defense. Cobolli working the forehand with pace, and finally induces the error off the Medvedev forehand. It's 15-all. And this crowded Ash seems to want to see some more tennis here in set number 2.
Yeah, they want to see Medvedev certainly challenged here. They're liking the way that the young Italian's very flashy. And again, I feel like he's having to work so hard in some of these points.
Medvedev first serve lands in. Cobolli with the forehand down the line. Medvedev backhand cross court. Cobolli slices back with no pace. Medvedev inside out forehand. This time Cobolli goes flat. Now Cobolli back to the slice with little pace. Medvedev goes inside in. Can't get it up and down, and it's 15-30. And again, Mark Lucero taking pace off, paying dividends for Cobolli, it seems.
Yeah, I think part of it actually is the way he played the point before, where he was taking away time and sort of, you know, got Medvedev uncomfortable, and then this point playing it solid, then changing speeds later in the point, I think really paid off.
15-30, first serve out wide to Cobolli backhand, and a big first serve from Medvedev forces the return error, and it's 30-all. He's 2 points from the set. Remember, Medvedev had 3 set points in the last Cobolli service game. He had him at love 40, tried to hit a forehand winner inside in. Didn't work. Cobolli hit his first ace of the match, ended up getting out of it. And now there's some pressure here at 5-4, 30-all. Daniil Medvedev, 2 points from the set. Cobolli, 2 points from leveling things at 5 games all, but another big first serve down the tee from Daniil Medvedev gives him a 4th set point here at Arthur Ashe Stadium.
That's the difference in the first serve. It's winning 88%. Only lost 2 points when he's landed the first serve. Medvedev all set long.
And Medvedev landed that one, but it clipped the top of the net first, so they'll re-rack and try it again. First serve from Medvedev. He will re-examine the balls from the ball crew. Gets the ones he likes, sends the ones back he doesn't. First serve again on set point number 4. Daniil Medvedev down the tee. It goes to the Cobolli forehand. Short it goes. Here comes Medvedev approaching with a backhand cross court. Little short forehand volley. Cobolli to it, but can't get it over the net. And Daniil Medvedev takes a 2-sets-to-love lead on Arthur Ashe Stadium over Flavio Cobbolli. First set 6-3, second set 6-4. We'll be back for the start of the third on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
With Alex de Minaur on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Alex, congrats on the victory tonight. The match ended with your opponent obviously physically suffering, but even before that, you did a lot of good things, and you were the player hitting the vast majority of the winners in this match. I know you've been playing more aggressively this year as a whole, but have you dialed that up even further this U.S. Open?
Yeah, look, I think this is probably a matchup that I needed to play this kind of tennis. You know, I needed to take it to him, come to the net, be aggressive, and just show that, you know, I'm not afraid to, you know, put some pressure on him. I've played him a couple times. There's always been battles. He's normally the guy that wants to take the net, so I try to do the opposite today and be the aggressor myself, and it worked out.
Turned around an 0-3 head-to-head at tour level. So a great job with that. Obviously, you've had physical issues yourself these last couple months coming into the U.S. Open. We weren't really sure. I talked to you after your first round. You seemed pretty concerned. And I know you've said every day is different with the hip. How was today?
I think today was the best day. In all honesty, I moved quite fluidly out there. I think once you can see me sliding from the baseline a little bit more often, then that's when you know I'm feeling a little bit better. Obviously, it's still not 100%, but it's getting better every day, and today was by far the best day, so it's a good sign. We'll see how it pulls up tomorrow.
Second week of all 4 majors this year, Alex. First Australian man to do that since Leighton Hewitt. How does that make you proud?
It's what I've been trying so hard to do for a long time now. You know, I've had plenty of years where, you know, a lot of people said my career had plateaued, and I was kind of stuck in that 20 mark, not being able to get to the deep end of the Grand Slams, the second weeks. And, you know, I put a big emphasis in this, trying to play well at the Slams, play the bigger matches better. So I'm very proud of myself, giving myself opportunities to play the types of matches I want at Slams, and, you know, let's see if I can keep it going.
Congrats on all of it. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
That's Alex de Minaur with our Gil Gross after his 4-set win over Dan Evans on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Play continues there as well in women's singles third-round action. Anna Kalinskaya, the 15 seed, leading 2-love against Beatriz Haddad Maya of Brazil, who's serving at love to deuce. And we will keep you up to date on everything that's going on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Here in Arthur Ashe Stadium, Flavio Cobbolli is playing a little keepy-uppy with the tennis ball, doing well with his feet. So far, his hands haven't fared so well against Daniil Medvedev. He's down 2-0. This is his first experience on the big court, and he's getting a little bit of a lesson, it seems. Mark Woodford from the number 5 seed, Daniil Medvedev. What do you like about what Medvedev has been able to do in the first 2 sets?
Well, the adjustments that's he has had to make himself. He's nullified the serve, in my opinion, of Cobolli by standing so deep. He's reading that it's just predominantly a kick serve. Cobolli's not sliding. He doesn't own a sliding serve out wide, it seems. So Medvedev's got that covered. So once the point is underway, he's also making the adjustments to the fast pace of the Italian, to the slow ball. He's having to come up with some passing shots. Something, I guess it is what you would expect of a top flight player who that has the wealth of experience like Daniil.
And he is on his way right now, up 2-0. This is first game, 3rd set. Flavio Cobbolli serving, and 30-love off to a fast start, wins the first 2 points, forcing Daniil Medvedev into errors. So a good start for the young Italian, 22 years of age, making his main draw debut at the U.S. Open here in 2024. Reached the 3rd round of the Australian Open, coming through qualifying at the beginning of the year, and that really jumpstart a career year so far for Flavio Cobbolli, who's at a career high 31 and the 31 seed coming into the U.S. Open, and now points for 1-love. It's 40-love.
Yeah, climbed the rankings, sitting at 31 in the rankings. That's the 4th highest ranked of the Italians. And I would expect that he's coming into consideration for Davis Cup play. Italy, they're hosting Davis Cup next week. Of course, they're defending champions, so I
tough
think,
team to make.
Yeah.
It's a tough
Really?
squad,
And
especially with the resurgence of Matteo Berrettini, whose ranking isn't up there, but he might be playing as well as someone who should be on that Italian team.
Well, his ranking, he's the 6th highest ranked Italian. Lorenzo Sonego, who has been part of their team for a while, he's the 7th ranked player, and he may not even make their team. So,
pretty amazing. So,
Viva Italia.
No doubt about it for the men and women. Jasmine Paolini, another nice win over Yulia Putintseva earlier.
Isn't it refreshing to see someone like Paolini out there on the? It's not just in the women's game, but just to see that joy.
And actually, there's some drama going on right now as Cobolli tries to serve out the first game at 40-30 here in set number 3. I want to go over to Gil Gross at Louis Armstrong Stadium because I'm watching Anna Kalinskaya have an animated conversation with the chair umpire there. What is going on, Gil?
That chair umpire is Miriam Blay. There was a drop shot by Kalinskaya that Haddad Maya dug up and popped up very meekly. It would have been an easy put away for Kalinskaya, who went on to whiff. She completely whiffed because the spin on the ball was very unexpected. Kalinskaya said, okay, if the ball spun like that, there's no way. Just listening.
It would appear that the call was correct and that the ball touched the racket before it touched the ground the second time. Therefore, the
not all
call
is not called. They say that Haddad Maya got to the drop shot. Kalinskaya is arguing. So the call stands, and this is fascinating because they slowed it down and blew it up, and it was still difficult to tell. But I honestly would have overturned the call. I don't think Haddad Maya got there.
We have the ability actually to see the replay on our monitors, and I got to be honest, Mark Woodford, I'm going to tell you what I think. You tell me what you think. That reminded me a lot of the Jack Draper ball that hit the racket, hit the ground, and then went over the net. On the really slow-mo from behind, the last look that we saw looked to me like it hit the frame, then the ground, and then over the net. What did you think?
On this one? No, we're not talking about Jack Draper's.
We're not talking about Draper.
Okay.
I'm saying
so
like Jack Draper's that actually did that. I think Haddad Maya's was a little bit like that too.
It looked like a double bounce.
It did.
Yes.
It did, but they ruled that the call stands, not up. So the point went to Haddad Maya. Okay, that's over on Louis Armstrong. Kalinskaya, by the way, is up a break in the first set, serving at 2-1. Haddad Maya had to really fight to win her opening service game, so they're at the change of ends there. Gil Gross is our man on the scene tonight at Louis Armstrong Stadium as Daniil Medvedev serves at love 1, 15-all against Flavio Cobbolli. And another extended rally between the two. Forehand down the line. Attempt by Daniil Medvedev goes into the net, and it's 15-30. There have been pockets of this match where Medvedev has had to fight through service games. Sometimes very clean, 40-love, 40-15. But there have been times, and now this is another one, where it's 15-30.
Yeah, it's where he's been able to take on board that pressure, deal with it, press the reset button and find a way forward.
Second serve into the forehand of Cobolli, chips it back, and Medvedev another backhand error into the net. It's 15-40, and Cobolli, kind of like early in the first set when he got a break of serve, Medvedev's played his way into trouble here, facing another set of break points. Cobolli's had 5 opportunities to break in this match. He's won 1 of them. That came in the first set. And he doesn't even need to do anything here as Daniil Medvedev pretty much broke himself. A double fault after a series of errors.
Yeah, that ball toss was moving eastward, and he had to travel so far to make contact with it. No wonder it was into the net.
Nobody would have questioned why had he caught that ball toss and tried to start again, but he went after it anyway, and it was not far above shoulder height by the time he swung at it. He didn't have much of a chance at all. Cobolli, first serve now at 2-love. Serve and volley, going for a drop volley, I think. what it turned into was a terrible volley, and Medvedev took full advantage of that. Mark Lucero, Cobolli did not look particularly comfortable at all on that first volley. What happened?
Just looked like he stoned it, stone hands.
It was not as intended. It's love 15. Of course, Medvedev will try to get the break right back. Big serve out wide. Cobolli's been trying that flat serve out wide all match. Hasn't made a lot of them, but he got one there.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're alluding to, Russell, is, you know, he's tried it quite infrequently, and he hasn't been able to just continue on with it. He keeps varying the serves as well.
And that time he actually tossed it behind his head and went flat down the tee, long. Now again behind his head, hits the kick serve that you would expect someone to hit with that kind of toss, and we're into the backhand to backhand rally, and Cobolli back to the slice, taking pace off, and that seems to be giving Medvedev all sorts of trouble now. The backhand is really out of sync by Medvedev. Another error off that wing.
So already 5 unforced errors for Medvedev, and a key, some breathing space for Cobolli. It would be key for him to hold serve here, consolidate the break.
Second serve now for Cobolli at 30-15. He leads 2-love here in the third. Daniil Medvedev leads 2 sets to love. Backhand into the backhand corner, and a slice backhand again brings Medvedev forward. He goes down the line to the forehand of Cobolli, and that forehand sails long.
So I'd like to see a bit more intent or purpose by coming from Cobolli's end of the court, in particular when he plays the backhand slice. I think if he's just trying to slice as a variation to try and keep it out of the strike zone, I'm not sure if the effect is as what it could be if he played it in a lot shorter.
Cobolli serves into the forehand of Medvedev, and this time Cobolli blasts a forehand uncontrollably into the net. And it's break point for Medvedev to get the break right back.
Yeah, and maybe some of his youth shining through there. No need to redline it and go for such a small target.
So 30-40 now. Cobolli setting up to serve. Medvedev deep as normal into the doubles alley now in the ad court. As Cobolli again tries to go with that hard, flat, wide serve. Hits the net. Second serve. Medvedev hardly moves forward at all. He'll just take the kick serve and return it deep down the middle. Cobolli forehand to the forehand of Medvedev. He rolls it to the forehand of Cobolli, and Cobolli breaks a forehand into the net, and just like that, fortunes reverse, and Medvedev has gotten the break back. We're on serve. It's 1-2. Tour playing all the majors. He is seeded at a major here. Incredibly, number 31. As he reaches a career high of 31. He's had an amazing run.
He's going to be like a deer in headlights when he walks around the grounds here. And the other Grand Slams as well. Like, yeah, last year. Remember, I was in qualifying losing.
Lost
now,
first round of qualifying.
I'm seeded.
It's amazing. And all the guys he left behind in the challengers, the ones he blew past that are in qualies right now, they have to be looking at him like, wait a second, I beat that guy last year.
Right. And arriving at, you know, that being seeded as well, that brings you extra benefits. You get some extra accreditation, a little bit more transportation.
Kind of a big deal when you got that number next to you.
There's a preferential treatment with practice courts, times that you want to book. You know, it's added benefits.
So Medvedev out to quickly a 15-love lead. Second serve now coming to Cobolli in the near court. Medvedev serving in the far court. Backhand return down the line into the Medvedev forehand. He reaches for it and pokes it deep to the forehand. Excuse me, backhand of Cobolli. Backhand to backhand now. Again, backhand to backhand. And this is reminiscent of set number 1 with very little variation in speed. Just straight backhand to backhand from the cross court. Medvedev will stay there all night long if you want him to. Cobolli's the one that blinks, and it's 30-love.
You know, Russ, if you're seated here, the coach can get a car back to the hotel on his own. If you're an unseated player's coach, you're jumping on the bus.
That's a big deal.
That's ouch.
Are you allowed to ride shotgun with another coach of a seated player then? Can you at least hop in the car? I'm sure you can. Second serve, and Cobolli makes an absolute mess trying to run around his backhand, and it's 40-love.
Of course, you know it. Years and years ago, even before I was playing, Russell, at a tournament like Wimbledon, and as you know, they're quite well known as doing everything for players. They never allowed any extras with the player to be in a car when you were being picked up and taken to
so the seated player couldn't say, hey, you can come with me.
There was none of that. No, even if it was your wife.
The wife, what?
Or it was if the female players, they couldn't bring their husbands with them. There was no coach in the car. You only were allowed yourself, the player, in the car. And they had these big Rolls-Royce type cars. There was only one person in the car. My, how things have changed with Wimbledon. You can take a tribe with you now.
Well, Wimbledon also has separate locker rooms based on
hierarchy.
Hierarchy, indeed, right?
Yes.
For lack of a better term. Daniil Medvedev has placed himself into that hierarchy on the men's tour for sure. Former world number one, Cobolli brings Medvedev in with a drop shot and then pops the topspin lob over the top of his head. We've seen that before.
Yeah, and there's that. What I like to see for Cobolli is try that drop shot there. Medvedev overcommitted. Once he chased it down, he was kind of caught out of position. He didn't know where he should stand after making this.
The drop shot again was to the forehand side. That's where Cobolli has found some joy going with drop shots. Medvedev has handled the drop shots to his backhand exceptionally well. 30-love on the Cobolli serve. And Medvedev rolls a forehand deep and high to the Cobolli forehand, and that induces the error. It's 30-15. Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford, Mark Lucero on the call on US Open Radio. And we say hello to all of you listening on the US Open app on usopen.org, where you could also watch us on the live stream, same as you can do on our YouTube channel, as well as listening to us on Sirius XM and TuneIn as well. Yes, special hello to all of our friends watching from coast to coast on the YouTube channel and usopen.org on the live stream. Cobolli kind of faking a little bit of the drop shot there, slices it deep to Medvedev. Now they're back into the rally right down the middle of the court. Backhand from Medvedev sails long. Again, no pace from Cobolli has spelled a little bit of trouble for Medvedev. Seems to be where the errors have come mostly.
Yeah, we're just seeing unforced errors. 15 came in the second set by Medvedev, which he still managed to win.
Points now for 3-2 for the Italian. A let cord stays on Cobolli's side of the court, so it's 40-30. So Cobolli standing far out wide now, about 3/4 of the way from the center line all the way to the sideline for his first serve in the ad court. He'll step into the middle more for his second serve after missing the flat wide serve. Now he'll kick it to the Medvedev backhand, start the point. And then Cobolli just absolutely shanks a forehand from the middle of the court, and it's deuce.
Mark, I don't know about you, but I don't mind when Cobolli's standing that far wide on the ad court, but he's just repeating the same thing. He's not backing it up with maybe a serve and volley at times. He's just looking for a forehand.
Yeah, he's been so effective with a serve and volley, you would think, especially on a big point, the game point, that he would try to mix it in again.
Right, second serve now at 2-all deuce for Cobolli, and a double fault, and now real danger time. Because with a 2-set lead, Daniil Medvedev can smell blood in the water now with a break point at 2-all.
So having said that, he steps up to prepare to serve on the ad court. I'm not sure a serve and volley, if you stand wide and serve and volley here,
you leave a lot of space down the line.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the time now to do it.
Cobolli looks like he's going to kick it as wide as he can. Try to get that really short in the box to bounce almost off the court, but it was too wide. Second serve to Medvedev's backhand, and Cobolli inside out forehand back to the Medvedev backhand. Again inside out deep to the Medvedev backhand. Medvedev returns it really deep to the Cobolli side of the court, but again Medvedev with an error, and it's deuce. But I thought Daniil had dug himself out of that point and put Cobolli on the defensive.
Yeah, he was laying a trap, it seemed. He wasn't going exactly cross court with his backhand. He threw a couple in the middle because he doesn't want Cobolli, who is actually quite effective when he's running around that backhand and firing off forehands. But an unusual miss. The ball got up high on Medvedev's forehand and made the error.
Medvedev returns the first serve from Cobolli. We're into the rally in the middle of the court. Forehand from Medvedev. Now a little slice with no pace from Cobolli. Now rolls it to the Medvedev backhand, and we go backhand to backhand. A little more pace from Cobolli. Slice now from Cobolli into the middle of the net. He tried about 4 different things during that point, but that slice off a really deep flat backhand from Medvedev caused him all sorts of problems, and Medvedev has another break chance to take a 3-2 lead.
4 of 14. Nice to break an opponent's serve 4 times, but when you've had 14 opportunities, I think you should probably have broken a few more.
He's got a chance here. This is his 15th breakpoint chance of the match for Daniil Medvedev. And he'll get a look at a second serve from Cobolli. And again, the spinner to the backhand and return down the middle. Cobolli inside out forehand, now a forehand cross court. Medvedev goes down the line deep to the Cobolli backhand, retreats back to the middle of the court instead of moving forward where his momentum was taking him. Medvedev moving backwards, blasts a forehand long, and it's deuce. Medvedev's done well coming in this match. Mark, are you surprised he didn't follow that forehand into the net?
Yeah, it looked like he got a little distracted. Some guy, maybe a section back, yelled, "Come on!" right before he hit that forehand. He let the umpire know that he was not happy with that.
So extenuating circumstances, Daniil Medvedev with the error, perhaps forced from the outside. They'll call it unforced in the stats, and we're a 2-all deuce. First serve into the net from Cobolli. Second serve coming. Medvedev waiting. Cobolli tips to the top of the net and starting to look a little nervy. We saw a double fault last time on the deuce side that led to a Medvedev break point. Here's another second serve from Cobolli. This time it's in the court. Medvedev's forehand. And now forehand to forehand. Cobolli trying to change directions, but pushes it wide, trying to go down the line. And Daniil Medvedev will have another chance to break. Mark Woodford, I want to ask you this, because we've seen the same pattern from Cobolli on serves. We've kind of seen the same patterns on return from Medvedev. He just kind of pushes it deep down the middle. Would you like to see him maybe do something different?
No. I think Medvedev's handling the returns quite well.
All right, so here's Cobolli again, out wide. This time trying to change it up from the wide service position, tried to go down the tee. Didn't even have much on it, and that's into the net. So now the kick to the backhand, and now a drop shot. Beautifully done by Cobolli. Medvedev tried to return the favor and puts it into the net. So there was a change of tactics from the Italian.
Yeah, we're just seeing a replay. Medvedev was closer to return that second serve, heading in the not quite that direction where the drop shot was placed. Heavy hands of his own attempt at the drop shot.
So deuce again at this 2-all game in the third set. Feels like there's more pressure on Cobolli to hold necessarily than Medvedev to break at this point. Medvedev's had his chances. Here's the second serve to the forehand of Medvedev. He floats the return back deep down the middle. Now forehand to the backhand. Medvedev going backhand down the line to the forehand. Now forehand down the line to the Cobolli slice backhand, which Medvedev will roll back to him. Now Cobolli will prod the forehand side with a slice backhand, and Medvedev goes back down the line, and Cobolli slicing another backhand to the Medvedev backhand. He takes it shorter, does Medvedev. trying to move Cobolli off the court. And now Medvedev goes to the slice. Forehand from Cobolli down the line to the Medvedev backhand. Now a backhand down the line to the Medvedev forehand. Down the middle of the court they go. Forehand to backhand, forehand to forehand. And now a forehand to the Cobolli backhand. Medvedev inside out in the backhand down the line to the forehand. Opens up to the backhand side down the middle of the court to the Medvedev forehand. Short ball. Cobolli tries drop shot again to the Medvedev backhand. Medvedev comes in one more time. And Cobolli with a topspin lob one more time. And he asks for the crowd's help again. It is beautiful stuff from Flavio Cobbolli. If only it didn't take that much effort to win a point against Daniil Medvedev, because that was a grueling rally.
Yeah, and therein lies the problem for Flavio Cobbolli.
Guys, how money is that backhand topspin lob?
He certainly waited for it nicely. Waited for Medvedev to commit and then lofted it over nicely, Mark.
Third time this match we've seen Cobolli hit that beautiful topspin lob and Medvedev not even make a move for it. Cobolli now with a point for 3-2. Kicks the first serve in this time to the Medvedev backhand, and they're back into the backhand-to-backhand rally. Down the middle of the court, Cobolli tried to take all the pace off again on the slice and took too much pace and hardly reached the net.
Well, again, from our position, that backhand miss looked like it was a tired miss, thanks to the elongated point previously played.
So Medvedev might not have won that long point, but in a weird way, he's winning the war by taking the legs away from Cobolli. Back to deuce. The big first serve misses down the tee. Last time we saw one of those really long rallies, Cobolli tried to hit a winner on the second ball to end the point. Second serve to the Medvedev backhand, inside out to the forehand of Cobolli. Now a forehand cross court, back to the forehand of Cobolli. Medvedev slaps one down the line at mid-pace. Cobolli slices it back. Now Cobolli topspin backhand to the Medvedev backhand. And Cobolli rolls a backhand into the net, and Medvedev will have yet another chance to break. In a service game that's lasted over 11 minutes now for Flavio Cobbolli. A game that's feeling, Mark Lucero, like very much a must-win for the Italian at the moment.
Well, the longer it goes and the physical expenditure keeps rising.
Cobolli's first serve to Medvedev, tried to go flat and wide again. The legs just aren't giving him any pop at all. That was all arm into the middle of the net. Second serve, kicker to the backhand of Medvedev, and now Cobolli tries to go big on the forehand. He rips it right into the tape, and Medvedev finally gets the break. He's up 2 sets, and he'll serve at 3-2 after they change ends on Arthur Ashe Stadium. While we have a second during a sit down here on Ashe, let's send you back over to Louis Armstrong Stadium for the match between Beatriz Haddad Maya of Brazil and Anna Kalinskaya. And Gil, what's the latest there?
Well, an enormous turnaround by Beatriz Haddad Maya, who is down 2-love 40, and she's now serving for the opening set at 5-3. There was the controversial video review earlier, and you know, us three here, obviously on the air, we got one look at it, and we thought, well, we don't agree with the call. And just taking a quick scroll through Twitter, X, we are not alone. There is a lot of outrage over the result of that. And ever since, Kalinskaya has not been the same player. She's lost some discipline. She's made some bad errors. And Haddad Maya is one of the most disciplined, buttoned-up players you will ever see. So if you are not patient against her, she will make you pay.
All right, so play continues on Louis Armstrong Stadium as Beatriz Haddad Maya serves for the first set at 5-3, but Anna Kalinskaya's got her at love 30 with a chance to get this break back. Meanwhile, in Arthur Ashe Stadium, the sit-down is just complete. Flavio Cobolli's changing his shirt once again on a not hot necessarily, but humid evening in New York City. Daniil Medvedev up 2 sets to love and 3-2 as he serves with a break in hand in set number 3. Time has just been called by the chair umpire, John Blom. The players have yet to get up from their chair, so they're just sort of hanging out, trying to gather themselves before getting up. And now Daniil Medvedev is up He gets the balls from the ball crew, and he'll serve at 3-2.
Yeah, there's no rule that says as soon as the chair umpire says time that you have to leave your...
When do you have to leave, then?
Well, you've just got to keep watch on the time clock, because you're the server, at least, has to get up there ready.
And Medvedev was out there first, Cobolli second.
You feel like that when the chair umpire says that's the time to move? Is that what you were referring to?
Hold on one sec, I'll tell you in a sec. And again, Cobolli gets a lob over the head of Daniil Medvedev. Normally, on changeovers, when we've seen it, when the chair umpire calls time, usually the players start making their way out of their chair and getting up. This time, John Blom called time, and both players looked like they were just relaxing.
We'll take another 5.
Yeah, they kind of were just hanging out, almost like one was waiting for the other to go first. That's what it seemed like. There was a little gamesmanship.
Cat and mouse.
Yeah. All right, here comes the the love 15 point as Medvedev tries to consolidate the break. And it's love 30. So Cobolli out to a quick lead on the Medvedev serve.
And this is a match that perhaps those that are still alive in the draw and those that maybe are out and watching.
We're into the rally at love 30. Medvedev in the near court. Forehand cross court to the Cobolli forehand. Cobolli to the backhand of Medvedev. He pulls Cobolli out wide. Thinks about moving forward. Doesn't need to do anything more because Cobolli hits his ball into the net. What were you saying?
Players might be just doing some homework, just interested to see how Cobolli is slow balling. For those who maybe might not have any tactical information to use when they play Medvedev, they might be thinking, it does have some benefits to try and slow ball Daniil.
There is some merit, right, against a guy who doesn't necessarily create his own pace, especially off his backhand side, right? And Daniil, give him nothing, and maybe he'll give you some errors.
I think more so on the forehand.
Oh, you do? You think it's hard? Yeah,
yeah.
He hits it so flat.
The backhand is, I think it repeats whether he's got pace or has to create it himself. But certainly there is a weaker side on that forehand with no pace. Look, he's just double faulted there to put himself break point down. So this set is still alive for Cobolli.
Medvedev with another terrible toss and a second serve, way out to his right side, and a miss on a first serve. And Medvedev's got to look at another second serve here at 3-2, 30-40. The time the kick serve is in. Medvedev coming in towards the net, cuts off the angle, takes away some time, and cracks a backhand down the line. And Cobolli is gesticulating once again to his box. He looks extremely frustrated over what just went down on him. Not exactly sure. Mark Lucero, you have any idea what Cobolli's so mad about?
Yeah, I think he thinks he should have hit it. Instead of pushing it, he should have stepped up and cracked it.
So that's a little self-flagellation out there. He's mad at himself. Makes sense.
Well, he might be a little annoyed that he didn't try to get around and hit a forehand return either. Medvedev's just given him a 3-point double faulting, so why not go up after the second serve?
All right, so Medvedev makes the second serve in the deuce court this time, and Medvedev's going to run around his backhand, pull it inside in. Now forehand cross court from Cobolli, forehand down the line from Cobolli, backhand cross court from Medvedev, moves Cobolli out, and now a drop shot brings him in. Cobolli on the forehand side hits a backhand volley. Medvedev takes it out of the air, and we're almost going to reset now to the middle of the court. What a point! What a huge forehand from Cobolli inside out, and then another inside out forehand from Cobolli. Point of the match to the Italian, and he's got a break point for 3-all in the third set.
And again, this crowd are brought to their toes, giving a standing ovation for the courageousness of Cobolli.
That was impressive stuff all around from Cobolli, and even the defense of Medvedev was pretty darn good during that point as well.
But Russ, again, it's exhausting point for Cobolli, the way that he even celebrated.
Well, and to be fair, Cobolli, every time he's had one of those points, he's lost the next point, and most of the time lost the next 2 points.
Right, he hasn't been able to back it up.
Is that a conditioning thing, or do you think that's an emotional, like there's just too much emotion on one point?
Yeah, I think the added emotional display afterwards is exhausting him as well.
Because it's usually coming out of really exhausting points, too. It's like he empties the tank. Second serve now at deuce to the forehand of Cobolli, who lofts one up to the backhand of Medvedev. Now a slice again to the backhand of Medvedev, down the line to the forehand. Cobolli puts some air under it to the backhand of Medvedev. Now inside out, harder, great pickup from Medvedev, but another huge forehand, this time down the line from Cobolli, overhead into the open court, and Flavio Cobbolli backs it up with another break point chance.
Maybe he's learning. There was not much celebration apart from just a fist pump. See if he can gather himself, control that breathing, take some deep breaths, and get ready. And why not go out after, especially if it's a second serve. It's a forehand that's doing plenty of damage in this game.
Cobolli has already broken once during this set. He's 1 for 3 on breakpoint chances. This is his second of this game. Second serve coming from Daniil Medvedev. Medvedev leads by 2-0 and 3 games to 2. To the backhand of Cobolli. Spins it to the forehand of Medvedev. Now a forehand to the forehand of Medvedev. Down the line short from Medvedev. Back to the backhand of Cobolli he goes, and now Medvedev thinking about moving in, but kind of caught in no man's land. He pushes back behind the baseline. Medvedev skies a forehand long, and just like that, we're tied at 3 in set number 3. They're loving it on Ash. They want more tennis. This is the last scheduled match of the night here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. And the fans don't want to go home yet. And fans at Arthur Ashe last night didn't have to go home until almost 2 a.m.
Tapping his chest is Flavio Cobbolli.
So as we close in on 11:30 p.m. Eastern time, it's 11:27. Flavio Cobolli's leveled the third set at 3 games all. Cobolli serving in the far court. Tries to kick one down the tee this time. Not going flat, not going slice. Try to kick it to the Medvedev backhand. That didn't work. So he just kicks it to the middle of the box in the second serve. Medvedev floats it long, and here we go into the rally. Cobolli. Medvedev giving Cobolli a little bit of a taste of his own medicine. He took all the pace off the ball, threw it up high to the Cobolli forehand, just sort of saying, come on, let me see what you got. And Cobolli cranked one into the net. Service breaks have not been scarce in this match. They haven't been the norm, but Medvedev has Cobolli under a little bit of duress at love 15 and a missed first serve again. So we expect to see the kick serve to the backhand of Medvedev, and that's what Medvedev has. He returns down the middle. Cobolli tries to inject some pace into a forehand again and puts it into the net.
It looks like these guys, he's not creating enough space around that ball in the middle of the court. He's not quite in the best position to hit these inside-out forehands, the runaround forehands, excuse me.
Is he getting tired from your perspective, Mark?
Certainly looks tired.
Yeah, the two faces on our screens, Russell. It seems like that Cobolli's just come out of a shower without toweling himself off, and Medvedev looks
like he's ascertaining the chessboard.
Right, the air conditioning's been on his face. He just looks a lot cooler.
And Cobolli again trying to end a point early with a big inside-in forehand.
No legs.
Yeah, there was no anchoring down mark on that forehand or the last 2 forehands. He's tried to generate plenty of pace with the forehand, but just not able to anchor down, press onto the court to create the power.
Break chances now aplenty for Medvedev, and a second serve to look at. And Daniil Medvedev trying to get the break right back after losing the advantage in his last service game. It's 3-all. It's love 40. Cobolli moving to his forehand side, now to his backhand side. Medvedev pulling the strings in this point just a little bit. Medvedev rips a forehand down the line. Cobolli's gotten to it. Medvedev goes inside out with the backhand. Cobolli's gotten to that as well. Cobolli, another short slice. Medvedev lifts the backhand deep to the forehand. And this time, Cobolli's legs, Cobolli's head, and Cobolli's arm are done. Pushes a forehand long, and Daniil Medvedev has the break again. A 4-3 lead in set number 3 in Arthur Ashe Stadium. And while the players sit down here, we send you back to the great Gil Gross at Louis Armstrong. What's happening with the women over there?
On our last update, Haddad Maya was serving for the opening set. She did get through that game. And it's funny, you guys were talking about Cobolli maybe taking some pace off the ball. 30-all 5-3, huge point. Haddad Maya hits a 73-mile-per-hour first serve. Kalinskaya missed it. She was totally thrown off on the slow ball, essentially. So now it is break point with Kalinskaya up 1-love and a big serve +1 forehand from Haddad Maya, who placed the first serve beautifully. She saved it to deuce. So again, 6-3 Haddad Maya in the first, love 1 here in the second, Russ.
Our early stages of set number 2 at Louis Armstrong Stadium. Gil Gross sitting courtside, well inside the camera view.
Gil, I mean, you're sitting right there.
Yes.
Where she's serving. You'll be able to almost like hand the towel to her.
You're not allowed to do that, though.
Yeah, I did enough of that in my day. I was a ball boy here in 2013 and 2014 when it was very much the norm for ball crew to give players the towel.
Who were the nice players that said thank you?
Bob and Mike Bryan.
And who were the jerks that did not?
No comment.
Come on.
Come on. No fun.
Yeah.
This is U.S. Open late night, Gil. It's almost midnight.
And Gil, there is coaching. So if either player, when they go and place the towel there, you can help them if you'd like to throw any tactical advice.
Well, I'm a journalist, Woody.
I heard that you hit a very good tennis ball.
I told them that, Gil.
I appreciate that, Russ.
And I wasn't lying. You do.
Well, you know, everything's relative, right? I'm better than most.
Wow. He's humble as well.
Well, look, I'm just saying, most people in Louis Armstrong, I would beat in a tennis match. That's all.
Fair enough. Probably not the ladies on the court, but that's a story for a different day.
Nope.
And I don't think you would argue with that, nor would I either, Gil, so don't worry about that. Woody, I won't make you answer the question. Let's go back to Arthur Ashe Stadium and pick this matchup with Daniil Medvedev serving up 2-0 and 4-3 at 15-love now against Flavio Cobbolli of Italy. The 22-year-old having a career year. He sits at a career-high 31. He's the 31 seed. But he's run into the number 5 seed, Daniil Medvedev. Put up quite a fight. But right now, Medvedev appears to have found his flight. And at cruising altitude of 2-0, 4-3, and 30-love.
Yeah,
and a leaping backhand down the line winner from Daniil.
Yeah, great footwork by Medvedev. Helps when you have a healthy court position closer to the baseline. When that short ball is offered, you can take a few steps in and take it on the rise. And it just looks like for Cobolli, when he broke serve and the energy that it took to engineer that break of serve the last time Medvedev served, it's just exhausted him, promptly losing his serve to love and just no interest in this game.
Well, it's going to be tough because Medvedev now with 40 love, and Medvedev decided to go for the double first serve. 122 on the first, 110 down the tee on the second. Neither found the court. So Daniil Medvedev, although we have seen him blow love 40 on the Cobolli serve. He's had 40 love here on his serve. A big first serve out wide. Here goes Medvedev into the net. That backhand lob is not going to get over the 6'6", number 5 seed Daniil Medvedev. Handles it with ease. And now he's a game away from the round of 16 at the 2024 U.S. Open is Daniil Medvedev, who holds for 5-3 and third.
Hey, Mark, how about that swing volley? That was a low, very low backhand swing volley that he made look very easy. It's below the height of the net.
and he made contact below the level of his knees as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
he might be one of the best low ball backhand hitters in the world, right? Daniil Medvedev has to be.
I wouldn't mind having it in my repertoire.
It's pretty darn good. All right, Medvedev returning in the far court. Cobolli pushes a backhand long, and the finish line is starting to appear bigger on the horizon for Daniil Medvedev right now. He's 3 points from the match. And Cobolli trying to jump up and down on his toes, trying to get that energy going. Gas tank's probably been close to empty for a little bit now. Daniil Medvedev, big backhand down the line. Didn't even have to go for that much, really. He set it up so smoothly and worked it down the line for a clean winner. It's love 30.
Yeah, that's scoreboard pressure right there. When you're 2 sets up a break, and yeah, it's like he's taken the legs away from the Italian right now.
Love 30, second serve, Cobolli. He'll kick it into the Medvedev backhand. The return goes to the backhand of Cobolli. And again, Medvedev working the backhand of Cobolli, who's coming over the top of it. Hasn't sliced any in this rally so far. It's all topspin to topspin. Now a deep backhand that sails just long off the racket of Medvedev, and it's 15-30. That's interesting. That's one of the more lengthy backhand to backhand rallies where Cobolli hasn't used the slice at all. I don't know if it means anything, but it's 15-30 now. Cobolli setting up, and now a flat serve down to the forehand of Medvedev. And Medvedev now a big windup and a huge flat inside-out forehand, setting up 2 match points.
Well, I'm sure Mark, sitting at the side of the court, would like to maybe spend some time with Cobolli, trying to develop a serve outside of a kicker or a flat serve. If he'd been able to slide the ball tonight, there might have been some more games that would have been on his scoreboard.
Second serve now at 15-40. Match point for Daniil Medvedev. Forehand return right into the middle of the net, interestingly. Medvedev still has a second match point on his return. See where Cobolli lines up to serve. He's been favoring the wide positioning, serving to the ad court, and he's there again, almost all the way by the sideline, going for the big kicker wide. Tossed that well behind his head and wasn't able to find the court. Second serve now, more traditional into the middle of the box. There's that kick serve. Forehand into the forehand of Medvedev. Now cross court to the open court. Medvedev moving forward, going with the dropper in front of him. Cobolli's there. Medvedev's got the answer. And Daniil Medvedev has taken care of the number 31 seed, Flavio Cobbolli, in straight sets. 6-3, 6-4, 6-3. And Medvedev is into the final 16 of the 2024 U.S. Open.
Well, it was just a smooth match for the number 5 seed.
No muss, no fuss for Daniil Medvedev in straight sets through to the round of 16. Mark Lucero, what impressed you most about this performance from Daniil Medvedev? And what do you think about Flavio Cobbolli? Probably the first time you've seen him up this close.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about Cobolli. Obviously, he's extremely explosive around the court, very physical. He can generate a lot of pace with the forehand. I like that he can do different things. I mean, I think just sort of getting used to playing consistently over the course of a match against a player like Medvedev. And for Medvedev, the way he's able to keep, obviously, the emotion steady, keep his level steady over the course of a match. Just really clean overall, I thought, for Medvedev tonight.
The 22-year-old Cobolli will get a nice round of applause from the fans still here at Arthur Ashe Stadium at 11:38 p.m. Eastern Time. Daniil Medvedev, after winning in straight sets, will have a chance to be interviewed at the center of the court. And when that happens, and it's going to happen in pretty short order, we'll listen in live with you.
You have to look at the match time, 2 hours, 18 minutes. I mean, we saw some lengthy rallies that obviously just weren't often enough. They just never repeated for Flavio Cobbolli. But I think with Mark sitting sideline there, you know, he could certainly well use look back at this match and we'll use some input from coaches to say, look, you've got some upside here. I just feel like that maybe tactically he didn't play smart tonight.
And part of it is, we heard him pre-match. Let's listen in post-match. Brad Gilbert talking to Daniil Medvedev.
First time playing Flavio. How long did it take you to kind of really assess his game?
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough match. It was just a little bit up and down, and at one moment started playing much better on my serve than on his. So it was a tricky match, very, very humid, very hot out there. I think that makes the conditions a bit slower because I was watching other matches before mine. I was like, wow, these guys don't attack. There are only rallies. And then I went on court and it was exactly the same. So yeah, it is what it is, but happy to win.
All right. When your opponent is asking for a lot of love for the crowd, and that one game, then all of a sudden you started clapping. What is that like when your opponent is doing it, then all of a sudden you're asking for the love?
Honestly, it was fun. It was a tough game. Left 42 double faults. And the crowd wants a break. So then I made like almost 3 aces or 4 aces in a row. So I was like, okay, give me some love. And then he came back, amazing point. Then I made like the volley. So it was a lot of fun. It was a fun match to play. Crowd was pretty full, I feel like, for such a late time. And I was enjoying myself.
That's good. Now, how aware were you of the last couple of nights before you walked out here, the couple of monster upsets that we had?
Look, I said it before the match that, on me, upsets don't really matter. The only thing that can make that means the conditions are a bit tricky, so the favorites maybe have less margin against the other guys, and you just have to be more cautious. If I play good tennis, I can win the whole thing. If I don't play good, I can lose against anyone, whatever, upset, not upset. So just have to play my best and try to win.
All right, next up for you, you've played a couple of times at Nuno Borges. What are your thoughts on that match?
Yeah, he's a very tough opponent. I played him first in Australian Open, and he surprised me with how much power he has. Very, very aggressive player, I would say. So not an easy match. I saw him play today. Amazing comeback, 3 match points down. So looking forward to playing him again.
Moving on, our 2021 champion, Daniil Medvedev.
So Daniil Medvedev said he had fun out there playing this match, and it would be fun when you win 3, 4, and 3, but it was a little more difficult and tricky at times than the scoreline would suggest, Woody. He even said that Cobolli sometimes seemed more comfortable returning his serve than serving his own, which actually falls in line what you were talking about, that maybe the Cobolli serve might have the largest room for improvement in his repertoire, no?
Well, it's not just the serve. It's actually putting the pieces together, what happens after the serve as well. You're trying to play with a purpose, and felt like that there were times he was just, I need to hit the ball hard now. Well, yes, but what happens if the ball comes back? It's the same way Mark and I were talking about the backhand slice. If you're going to play it with intent, but you've got to back it up. So I think he could well worth sit down, whether it's tomorrow or in the next week, and just have a look at this particular match. And I think he'll be able to identify areas where he can certainly improve.
Hey, look, this is the baseline. Biggest match of his career on the biggest court of his life. He's got a lot of intelligence now coming out of this that he can work through.
Absolutely. I mean, that first time that he has experienced main draw matches in the 4 slams this year. So there's a lot of upside for Cobolli moving forward.
Well, it'll be Daniil Medvedev moving forward at the 2024 U.S. Open. He'll play Nuno Borges of Portugal in the round of 16. Borges saving multiple match points on Stadium 17 earlier today against the youngster from the Czech Republic, Jakub Menšik, the 19-year-old who's got all sorts of upside, blew 2 match points in a 4th-set tiebreak, and Borges ended up winning the 5th set 6-0. So it'll be Borges and Medvedev playing in the round of 16.
And the advantage for Medvedev is that he got his match played in the cooler conditions. Yes, it was humid tonight, but cooler than what it was during the day for Borges, winning in 5.
So it'll be Medvedev Borges in this portion of the draw. Tommy Paul and Jannik Sinner, the winners to play each other there. Quick prediction. Sinner or Paul in front of a U.S. pro-U.S. crowd at the U.S. Open.
So, yeah, that's a tough one. It's going to be a real test for Jannik Sinner, knowing that the crowd are going to be fully behind Tommy Paul. I think that's a coin toss.
And Tommy Paul's top level can hang with anyone in the world playing the best tennis of his life at the moment. That was fun for Daniil Medvedev. It was great to see Flavio Cobbolli really in depth for the first time, talking through his game. Lots to love. Mark Woodford, Mark Lucero on the call for this match. Woody and I have more tennis to call when we come back on U.S. Open Radio, because over on Louis Armstrong Stadium, you have Beatrice Haddad Maya up a set and a break now, serving at 2-1 40 love to Anna Kalinskaya, playing the best tennis of her life, ranked 15th in the world. Gil Gross is sitting on the court, nearly touching the players. And when we come back, we will call the thrilling conclusion of Haddad Maya and Kalinskaya from Louis Armstrong Stadium on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. On U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. As we head into Louis Armstrong Stadium, Russ Thaler, Mark Woodford on the call, as Anna Kalinskaya, the 15 seed at a career-high ranking of 15 in the world, is in a whole world of trouble against Beatrice Haddad Maya of Brazil. The 22 seed took the first set 6-3, and she leads 3-1 as Kalinskaya serves at 1-3 in the second. It's 30-15. Gil Gross is on the court with us as well, so it's a three-man booth, and away we go. Kalinskaya's first serve is to the backhand of Haddad Maya, but then Kalinskaya pounds a forehand wide, and it's 30-all. Gil, what's been the general reason why Haddad Maya, at least on the scoreboard, is winning this match handily?
Well, sloppy mistakes. I'd say most of these spectacular shots have come off the racket of Kalinskaya.
All right, so 30-all. Kalinskaya moving forward. Forehand volley into the net, and a breakpoint opportunity for Haddad Maya to take a 4-1 lead.
Yep. The vast majority of the errors have come from Kalinskaya. I've been shocked at the number of missed returns because Haddad Maya doesn't have the biggest serve, but she's getting a lot of cheap points with that.
Here comes Kalinskaya's first serve into the top of the net, going out wide towards the forehand of the left-handed Haddad Maya of Brazil. Now a second serve. Haddad Maya moving inside the baseline and doesn't need to do a darn thing because Kalinskaya double faults that game away. Haddad Maya jogs to her chair. She's up a set and 2 breaks. She'll serve at 4-1 after they change ends at Louis Armstrong Stadium. Anna Kalinskaya, Gil, has been playing the best tennis of her life. She's up to 15 in the world. Did she just turn into a pumpkin all of a sudden?
Yeah, I mean, you saw it in that game. You can't mince your words. That's a horrible service game right there. I don't know if you could attribute it to the missed call, but regardless, there hasn't been enough fire from Kalinskaya, not enough resilience. And even if she was thrown off by that call, and if you're just joining us, we're referring to a not-up call, or what should have been a not-up call, that was called clean off the racket of Haddad Maya. And the score at that point was 3-1 Kalinskaya in the first set, either 3-1 or 2-love. I'm actually a little fuzzy on that at this point. Look, that's only 1 point, so you can't let something like that derail you for the rest of the match. But Kalinskaya has just been listless.
Well, not a good look for the 15th seed, but pretty good for the Brazilian.
Yeah, well, exactly. And I think it was 2-love, Gil, when that was happening. That incident occurred. And if she'd been given the point, I think it would have generated the second break of serve. But it is unusual so early in the match for something and to bother you that much that the wheels fall off your game.
Well, and the strange thing is, you know, we used to have review of line calls, and now we don't because it's all electric. So now we have video review again for situations just like that, not up or foul hits, which is what it was called when Jack Draper hit the ball into the ground and over the net before you could do video review. And now we see a video review that seems to, and any fan of international football at any level will say this, VAR got it wrong. Maybe not as egregious as offside, but my goodness, incredible that the video review didn't see what we all saw with our own two eyes. But either way, Haddad Maya serving up a set in 4-1, and Kalinskaya is kind of capitulating. The errors are they're just building up on her side of the court. And she looks almost disinterested at the moment, just staring at her grip with no real expression on her face. Maybe she's shell-shocked by the way she's playing right now. Either way, Haddad Maya is serving at 15-love. Very deliberate on her service motion. Here comes the toss from the left-hander. Spins it towards the backhand of Kalinskaya. Now forehand down the line. Forehand cross-court to the backhand from Kalinskaya. Now inside out, and a clean winner from Kalinskaya. When she hits the ball cleanly, it comes off hard and fast.
And we often speak about the ratio with winners to unforced errors. Russ, it's applicable. Women's singles, men's singles, 21 unforced errors for Kalinskaya, 13 winners. So she's -8. The gap not as large for Haddad Maya.
Big first serve returned on the backhand side by Kalinskaya, who then rips a backhand wide, and it's 30-15. You know, and if I was being more descriptive about the winner that Kalinskaya had hit the point before, she actually hit it flat-footed, and it almost looked like it was almost like, I'm going to end this point regardless. She ended up hitting it in, and I think by the look on her face, I'm not sure if she would have cared if it went out or in, because right now she looks like she'd rather be anywhere but here. I haven't seen a fist pump. The positive energy is nowhere to be found on the Kalinskaya part of the court. Haddad Maya serving at 6-3, 4-1, 30-15. Second serve coming from the lefty. And a slow roller out wide. Doesn't cross the net. That was a 65-mile-an-hour stinker of a second serve, and it's 30-all.
Yeah, the prospect of moving deeper into the tournament to the fourth round. Just facing the 15th seed is the Brazilian. So she knows that this game is very important for her success.
And here comes the 30-all game, and Kalinskaya with another backhand error. She tries to go cross court, and Beatrice Haddad Maya has a point for 5-1 here in the second set.
You just have to be patient when you're playing Haddad Maya, because she keeps the ball deep in the court. She doesn't give you a lot of errors. Her shot selection is rock solid. She likes to play on the cross court mostly, so you have to be willing to work the point, and Kalinskaya just hasn't been willing to.
Haddad Maya trying to crack an ace down the middle. That sails wide. Second serve coming. Kalinskaya standing right up on the baseline to return the second serve of the Brazilian. Haddad Maya ready for the second serve. This is a point for 5-1 in the second. Slow roller to the forehand of Kalinskaya, who can't do anything at all with it and puts it into the net. And that's a gift from Kalinskaya, and Beatrice Haddad Maya is one game away from the round of 16 at the 2024 U.S. Open. Winner of this match will take on Caroline Wozniacki. A straight set winner over a French qualifier earlier in the day. 6-2, 6-2 on grandstand.
Yeah, Wozniacki in that section of the draw. Garcia losing first round and Rybakina defaulting out of the event.
So the seas parted for the former world number one. Wozniacki walked right through, and Kalinskaya dumped another backhand into the net, and Haddad Maya now 3 points away from the round of 16. It's love 15. First serve from Kalinskaya. Clips the top of the net. We'll start it again. First serve coming again. And Kalinskaya to the forehand of Haddad Maya. And now Kalinskaya with a forehand down the line. It's a clean winner for 15-all.
Most of Haddad Maya's unforced errors came at the very start of the match. Here in set 2, she's at 3.
Tighten the screws for sure on her own game. And meanwhile, Kalinskaya's game is just crumbling under the pressure here of her best run at the U.S. Open. Third round, best she's done in her third appearance. She's been to the second round before, but there's a double fault. Her fifth of the match, third of the set, and it's 15-30. And Haddad Maya's 2 points away. Kalinskaya right back to the line, wasting no time. Looking like she wants to get off this court as fast as possible. That's a good kick serve out wide. Haddad Maya cracks a forehand cross court. Kalinskaya's got her on the run. Came in on a ball right into the forehand of Haddad Maya, but her footwork let her down. The Brazilian, and she kind of bunted a forehand into the net. Couldn't get her body out of the way.
Too quick for her own good.
Maybe. Overran it. 30-all. And Kalinskaya slaps a forehand long, and a first match point now for Beatrice Haddad Maya.
Well, this second set, to be honest, hasn't been much to watch in terms of competitiveness, but crowd's going to be happy because Brazil showed up tonight in Armstrong. A lot of support for Haddad Maya.
Well, Beatrice Haddad Maya, forehand return to the backhand of Kalinskaya. Now she goes down the line, and Kalinskaya hardly makes a move for it. It's a clean winner, and the 22 seed Beatrice Haddad Maya is into the round of 16 at the 2024 U.S. Open with a straight set win over the 15 seed Anna Kalinskaya, 6-3, 6-1.
Well, they shook hands, and there's a beaming smile on the number 22 seed. It ended up being a convincing victory, but Kalinskaya not really saying anything at all to her, except just offering the hand. Safe to say that maybe it did get rattled by the unfortunate incident early in the match.
Kalinskaya did wave and applaud the crowd as she walked off the court. Strong showing on Louis Armstrong Stadium on this Saturday night of Labor Day weekend in the United States. Beatrice Haddad Maya will be interviewed on court as soon as she deposits her wet clothing into the plastic bag to get ready for the laundry and tidies up her bench, and then she'll make her way to the center of the court for the customary post-match interview with the winner. And Beatrice Haddad Maya is the winner of this match. She'll be moving into the final 16 of the U.S. Open, where she'll face Caroline Wozniacki, and dare I say, big opportunity for both those players to make the final 8 of this year's U.S. Open.
Yeah, Wozniacki, since her return to tennis, hasn't been able to find that form, I guess, that she was hoping. But this is an opportunity. The U.S. Open this year.
Winner of that match between Haddad Maya will take on the winner of Muchova and Paolini, which promises to be a most entertaining round of 16 match where pretty much every centimeter of the court will be covered by one or both of those players at all times. Let's listen in to Beatriz Haddad Maya.
Anna came out firing. You were down love 3 in that first set, and then something happened on your end. She only won 1 game after that. What was the main adjustment you made?
Well, night session, coming here for the first time during these days. It's a bit different, a lot of noise also, like the perspective is different, so it's not easy to come and start well. I wasn't happy with my beginning, but it's tennis. I'm happy the way I changed my mentality. I tried to be positive, and I felt strong and competitive, so I think that was very nice from my side, and I'm happy with my job.
It is your first trip to the 4th round here at the U.S. Open. You've obviously been playing well. Final in Cleveland. You feel like your tennis is at the place you want it to be right now? Because you look incredible out here.
Yeah, I think I'm working well. I'm doing good things. I'm feeling better. Like as much as I play every match, I'm improving something. So I feel more confident. Like since Cleveland, I think I'm doing good things, and I feel more prepared for the next round. So yeah, I think I'm ready, and I'm happy with that.
It really does seem like everywhere you go, like half of Brazil travels with you. Tonight was another one of those nights. I don't know what your Portuguese message to your Brazilian fans is, but feel free to share with them and maybe translate for us.
Yeah, I think I'm a lucky girl. Gostaria de agradecer a todo mundo que ficou aqui, vocês especialmente brasileiros. Sei que o dia foi longo para todo mundo, então é muito especial mesmo vocês ficarem até o final assistindo tênis feminino à noite numa quadra muito especial, então eu vou guardar muito comigo essa energia. Espero a gente poder se ver nos próximos jogos, mas estou muito feliz mesmo. É uma gratidão enorme poder representar vocês.
I wish I spoke Portuguese. What's the short version of what you just said to them for those of us who wish we could speak Portuguese?
I said to them that I'm very grateful to be this person playing this night, and I thank them for staying until the end to watch women's tennis, which is very, very important for us, everyone who is supporting, not even the Brazilians, and everyone from all over the world, and I'm very happy that I'm this person who is representing them, and yeah, I hope they can watch more matches during this week.
You heard it beautifully in English and Portuguese. Beatriz Haddad Maya.
So after this day and night of tennis at the 2024 U.S. Open, the round of 16 for both the men and women is set. And that's what we will start working through on Sunday of Labor Day weekend here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Our coverage will begin at 10:30 in the a.m. and last all day and into the night when the last ball is hit. For Mark Woodford, Mark Lucero, Gil Gross, and our entire team, all of the announcers, play-by-play and analysts who have joined us from the first ball until the last ball here, thank you so much for listening in on US Open Radio. Thank you so much for watching us on YouTube and usopen.org. Thanks to SiriusXM and TuneIn for having us as well. Have a great Saturday night, and we will see you on Sunday from the 2024 US Open on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.